the golden tree that rises in the world of Teyvat. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 151, The One Who Desires to Be Seen by God. Zepping explained, "You rarely talk. Generally, it is Payman next to you who speaks, but when you speak, it is very brief, and there is a strange sense of distance. This sense of distance gives me the feeling that you are not a human, but a god. However, in Teyvat now, apart from the 7 gods, there seems to be no other demon gods appearing outside." "You think too much," Aang replied helplessly. After hearing Aang's words, Zepping smiled bitterly. "Haha, I think so too. How could I, Zepping, be noticed by the gods?" Aang. "Zepping, don't you find that the atmosphere here is a little special?" Payman asked suddenly. Zepping touched his chin and analyzed. "Now that you mention it, I also feel it. It may be because this place is close to the skeleton of the demon god Orobus, and the breath of the evil god is relatively strong." "Demon god Orobus, that is." Zepping pointed to the giant skeleton on the opposite Bayan Island and explained to Payman, "Look, that is the skeleton left by Orobus. Wow. Such a big snake bone, it looks so scary." Payman exclaimed. "It was Orobus who brought our ancestors from the Abyssal Palace to the surface, and that's how we got the Sea Island today. Our ancestors have always regarded it as a guardian god, but during the Demon God War, Orobus invaded the Bayan Island. General Raiden came in person and killed him with a sword of no thought. That sword also formed the narrow space of the no thought blade today." After listening to Zepping's explanation, Payman said in disbelief, "The narrow space of the no thought blade was actually cut out by General Raiden. So amazing." "Yeah, it's really amazing," Aang agreed. Even the shield given by Liusu was almost broken by Aang's sword. "You know, Liusu has another identity, that is, the Adventure." "Yes, I was also surprised to hear that you can take the General's sword of no thought. This is not something that ordinary people can do," Zepping said meaningfully. Aang replied, "It was a means of saving life given by a friend, but it has now failed. So that's the case. I guess your friend is very strong." Zepping sighed. Aang was silent on the spot and did not answer Zepping's sigh. Tepi continued, "But the Demon God War was extremely cruel. Yajiu Island was reduced to ruins in that battle. It is said that the general also lost something he cherished at that time. After Orobus died, there were many disagreements between KG Island and the shogunate. But this time, the rebel army was formed not for faith, but only against the Eye Hunting Order. Orobus destroyed civilization, and it was the general who stood up to stop it. Now that the general has issued the Eye Hunting Order, depriving the people of their wishes, someone must stand up to stop the general." Cough cough. At this, Tepi began to cough violently again. Tepi took a breath and said to Aang, "I'm going back first. I just dealt with the elite samurai of the shogunate army. I'm going back to rest. There are other things to do later. You should also report to Lord Coral Palace as soon as possible. There may still be residual evil spirits here. Staying here for a long time is not good for your health." At this, Tepi coughed violently again. Seeing this, Aang said, "Be careful yourself. Don't worry, I'm in good health." Tepi heard Aang's words and forced a smile and replied. Aang could not deny Tepi's answer and quietly watched Tepi turn and leave. Payman said on the side, "I didn't expect Tepi to be able to fight against the samurai of the shogunate army. He has grown a lot without knowing it. He's dying." Aang sighed. "Huh? Why?" Payman scratched his head. Aang replied, "I told him before that, although I don't know what he used to convert vitality into combat power, this approach is not advisable. I advised him twice, but he still followed his own ideas, and I can't do anything about it. Well, what should we do?" "And Aang, how did you find out that Tepi's vitality was fading?" Payman asked in confusion. "After using the power taught by Liusu, I have a deep feeling about this strange thing called vitality. When we first met, Tepi's vitality was obviously reduced a lot, probably like a middle-aged man. Now we see that Tepi's vitality is like an 80-year-old man. Wow, Liusu is really amazing." This may be a power from outside the world. Payman didn't pay attention to Tepper's question, but asked Aang about Liusu. Yes, Liusu said before that we have obtained the power to deny the world from outside the world. Aang glanced at Payman and replied, Liusu, she wants to deny the world? Payman exclaimed. Aang heard Payman's exclamation and asked in confusion, Payman, what's wrong? No, nothing. But isn't Liusu's statement the same as your brother and Dainsleb? Is her goal also the throne in the sky? Aang replied, no, I'm just guessing. That's good. Payman breathed a sigh of relief. Payman, why do you care so much about Liusu? Does she really have the power to deny the world? Aang asked curiously. Well, how should I put it? She is more terrifying than your brother and the Abyss cult combined. If it is her, Payman replied timidly, and didn't even say the rest of the words. Payman, what do you think? If Liusu joins us and launches an attack on the throne in the sky, will we win? Payman, probably, right? Payman was silent for a while and answered uncertainly. Aang suddenly asked Payman, Payman, what kind of god do you think Liusu is? Payman thought for a moment and replied, well, let me think about it. A very mysterious, very powerful person who cooks delicious food, but is also a very lazy person. He is also the person Payman should never mess with. Oh, compared to Dilek and others? There is no comparison at all. How can Master Dilek be compared with Liusu? No, Aang, are you trying to trick me? I'm so angry. Payman came back to his senses and said to Aang angrily. Aang smiled and teased Paimeng. Did you notice? Paimeng is not as stupid as I thought. So angry. Aang, how could you do this? I won't forgive you if you don't have a week of Zion Shirokyang for this matter. Okay. After the Inazuma thing is done, I will treat you to a month of Zion Shirokyang. 3 meals a day. Woo wow. So happy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's solve the eye hunting order as soon as possible. Hearing that there were 3 meals of Zion Shirokyang a day, and there was still a month, Paimeng's eyes turned into the shape of Zion Shirokyang, and he directly forgot the previous unpleasantness. Aang looked at Paimeng's appearance at this time and complained, you are worthy of it. Because there are delicious foods. Aang, I also forgive you for the fact that you tricked me. Let's go back and report to Xinhei. Paimeng excitedly urged Aang. With excitement, Paimeng kept talking about delicious food along the way, making Aang's head big. Xinhei, let's go back. Hey, Goro is here too. As soon as he arrived at the Coral Palace, Paimon rushed in to greet Xinhei, but he saw an unexpected person. Paimon looked at Goro and Coral Palace Xinhei discussing something seriously, and said to Aang next to him, what happened? They look so serious. How many people are there with this abnormal situation? Coral Palace Xinhei asked Goro. Goro replied, we haven't had time to fully count them. After Aang and Paimon approached, Paimon interrupted the topic and said, Xinhei, Goro, what happened? Traveler, some soldiers of the resistance army have recently shown strange aging symptoms. Hearing Paimon's voice, Goro turned his head and replied to Aang. I called them in for questioning, and only then did I know that they secretly got some secret weapons from the sponsor. Most of them are competitive and extremely dissatisfied with the eye hunting order. After getting these secret weapons, they have been using them secretly. After listening to Goro's words, Coral Palace Xinhei said, no wonder the war situation has been unusually smooth recently. But this is definitely not the right way, and it must be banned as soon as possible. Goro, did you get their so-called secret weapons? Most people who hold secret weapons are unwilling to hand them over, but I still got one. Goro replied, and at the same time, took out a black object familiar to Aang from his pocket. This is the evil eye of the Fachu. Aang looked at the thing in Goro's hand and was surprised. Traveler, how do you know this thing? Paimon asked in confusion. This is not important. Now I also know why Tepper's vitality is fading so quickly. Aang replied, touching his chin. After hearing what Aang said, Goro thought, so, the sponsor is actually the Fachu? Coral Palace Xinhei touched his chin and asked in confusion, but why would the Fachu do this? There is no time to think about it. The most important thing now is to notify the army as soon as possible to stop using the evil eye. Coral Palace Xinhei quickly ordered. Recently, all soldiers with abnormalities need to receive treatment. I hope they can catch up. So, the zapping you mentioned before should also be this problem, but you said before that zapping's vitality is like that of an 80-year-old man. Will it be possible? Forget it, let's go there quickly. I hope we can catch up. Okay. Aang nodded. Coral Palace Zinhei said, Goro, let's go to the resistant camp too. We must stop the circulation of the evil eye immediately. Yes, Lord Coral Palace. Goro replied seriously. When Aang and Payman arrived at Zepping's residence on time, they found that Zepping was not at home. Payman said with some confusion, where is Zepping? Where did he go? Shouldn't he be resting at this time? He is here, by the wall next to the house, but his life is like a candle in the wind, and it may go out at any time. Aang said to Payman with his eyes fixed on Zepping's position. Ah, no way. Did Zepping use the evil eye again? Aang, didn't you tell him not to use it? Payman said anxiously. Let's go and take a look. Aang didn't say anything else, and walked towards Zepping's position. At this time, Zepping, who looked old, was leaning against the wall. His originally grey hair had turned completely white. It was different from the white hair of Liusu, but a kind of paleness of life. Zepping noticed someone approaching. He raised his head and saw that the people who came were Aang and Payman. He said with some difficulty, "Ah, it's you. You are here? Wait a minute, I'll stand up first. Strange, I always feel that my body has no strength." Zepping. Payman looked at the old Zepping and shouted with some reluctance, "HMM." Hearing Payman's voice, Tepi did not stand up again. Instead, he looked up at Aang and Payman and said with a smile in an old voice, "Oh, I haven't had time to tell you in detail. I have made several achievements recently. Fighting with the Shogunate army on a ship, repelling the Shogunate samurai alone, and rescuing the besieged companions. I didn't dare to dream before. If I could be stronger. If I were stronger, I could do more things. Strange, where is my secret weapon?" Aang asked. "When did you start using it?" Tepi thought hard and replied, "When? Probably not long after you were named the captain of the Swordfish 2nd Division. I met the mysterious man of the sponsor. Haha, it's just like the Eye of God, right? I haven't used the Eye of God, and I don't know what the difference is. This is the evil eye," Aang said softly. After hearing Aang's words, Tepi thought a little slowly. The evil eye. It sounds like a bad thing. Is there any difference with the Eye of God? The evil eye will overdraw the life of the user, Aang replied. Zepping. Zepping was silent for a while, then sighed. Is that so? Indeed, it is normal for things like this to have risks. In recent days, I have been getting more and more tired, and I have a vague bad feeling in my heart. I used to feel more tired after fighting, but after I came back today, I suddenly found that I couldn't see clearly. What a pity, I thought I would catch up with you. Haha. Zepping laughed bitterly. I'm not under the watchful eyes of the gods. Aang listened to Zepping's words, was silent for a while, and said, "When I first saw you, I noticed something was wrong. Why did you still use it?" Zepping replied, "Well, I thought you were actually trying to scare me. There is no such thing as overdrawing your life. Besides, I was very motivated at the time, so I didn't care about it. If you learn more about martial arts, you can also do things that many people can't do." Aang said that except for the gods, those who learn the martial arts taught by Aang can deal with most of the enemies, just like Liu's Kyanine army. Learning martial arts takes too long, and the eye hunting order is imminent, so I don't have that much time to study seriously. Traveler, you are very strong. I have ever seen someone who can exert more powerful martial arts than those who have the Eye of God without the Eye of God. After I got the evil eye, I also went to find Karangui and the Wandering Warriors. It was difficult for me to use the power of the evil eye to deal with them. At that time, I realized how terrifying your reputation is among Wandering Warriors like Karangui. Even though I have killed many Wandering Warriors, they still have the courage to draw their swords against me when they see me. Tepi sighed and said, "Traveler, is this really something a mortal can do? And along the way, I haven't seen you use elemental power." Aang. Although the feelings are not that deep, for someone who has been in contact with an Azuma for so long, Aang still feels a little bit reluctant to see him die. "Traveler, can I ask you something?" Aang asked. "What is it?" Zepping looked at Aang expectantly. "Are you really not a god?" Aang replied calmly, no. After Aang finished speaking, the light of expectation in Zepping's eyes slowly disappeared, and he lowered his head and said with a sense of loss, it would be great if you were a god. At least, I have been watched by a god. Traveler, I have one last favor to ask of you. Zepping said to Aang, after he finished saying, what is it? Tell me, Aang replied. Zepping's breath became obviously weaker at this time, and he said in a somewhat intermittent manner, when our team uniforms are ready, help me get my share back. We will change together. Aang. Payman. What's that expression on your face, buddy? Don't worry, let me rest for a while. Rest for a while. Maybe I'll be fine. Zepping spoke, his voice getting smaller and smaller, and finally he slowly closed his eyes and drooped his head. Payman shouted reluctantly, Zepping. Aang, can you help him? I know you can do it now. Payman turned to Aang and said expectantly. Aang looked calm and said to Zepping, this is against common sense. I don't think it should be done. Aang, you are a human, not a god. Don't be affected by divinity. Looking at Aang, who was obviously wrong, Payman shouted at Aang. At the same time, Payman used a special power from behind Aang to transmit it into Aang's body. Payman knew that the holy attribute was a very powerful conceptual power, because it was really a power outside the world. It is better to say that it is a divine attribute than a holy attribute, because this energy can make an ordinary person have the hope of becoming a god, as long as he works hard. As long as it is power, there are disadvantages, and the power of the holy attribute is also the same. Although it is not harmful to the person, it will make the person have divinity. This is a qualitative change of life, and it is also a disadvantage of the holy attribute. Aang's strength increased too fast, just like a rocket, and at the same time, Aang's divinity exceeded her humanity, which made Payman feel sad. Although Aang was still as shrewd as usual, she was no longer an ordinary person in terms of some matters. What's wrong with me? Aang felt a coolness coming from her body, and suddenly came back to her senses and said, Aang, you increased your strength too fast, and you were affected by your divinity. Payman hesitated and said, is that so? I was wondering why I felt weird. Aang scratched her head and said, thank you, Payman. Payman was stunned by Aang's sudden thanks, and then smiled at Aang and said, well, you're welcome, we are best partners. This power is really strange. Well, Liusu is right, as long as it is power, there are disadvantages. If you can't really master the power in your hands, you will be affected by the power. I was just affected by this power just now. Aang analyzed while touching his chin. You are right. This power is stronger than elemental power and more domineering. It can even purify the breath of the abyss. But at the same time, this power is not something that ordinary people can master. So, Aang, before you truly master this power, I don't recommend you to improve too quickly, otherwise you will become a god. Payman said to Aang seriously. What's wrong with becoming a god? So many people want to become gods. Aang replied with a smile. Chapter 152 Ye Godson, I came at the right time. No, this is different from the 7 gods. They are real gods, not demon gods. They are gods who can create the world, just like the throne in the sky, but they only have divinity, not humanity. Unlike the singing man and Zhongli, they have infinite possibilities, and can change the appearance of the world in a single thought. Aang did not respond to Payman's words, but smiled and said to her, Payman, you know a lot. Well, now is not the time to think about this. Zepping is about to die. Payman urged. I know. After Aang finished speaking, he stretched out his hand to Zepping, who was motionless on the ground, and the grass elemental power with the breath of life slowly entered Zepping's body. Fortunately, I arrived at Zumi before, otherwise I would really be helpless. Seeing Zepping slowly recovering under the elemental power, Aang breathed a sigh of relief. This is also fate. Zepping is also a person watched by the gods. Payman smiled and joked. Aang heard Payman's joke, shook her head and replied, forget it, I don't want to be a god anymore. I still like being a human. This way I can be relaxed and comfortable. I will slowly get familiar with my power. Yeah, being a god is not as happy as being a human. We still have to travel and eat a lot of delicious food. Payman agreed happily. While Aang and Payman were talking, Zepping slowly opened his eyes and said in disbelief, I'm not dead. Zepping, are you okay? Is there anything wrong with your body? Payman asked Zepping. No, on the contrary, I feel very healthy now. After Zepping finished speaking, he jumped up and stood in front of Aang and Payman. That's good. Then we should go and settle accounts with the Fatu. The issue of the evil eye is really infuriating. Payman said angrily. Zepping was silent for a while and then asked Aang, yes, did you save me? Payman replied, yes. Fortunately Aang has the power of grass element, which can just replenish your dissipated vitality. We spent a lot of effort, so, Zepping, don't take risks next time, and don't use things of unknown origin again. Well, thank you. I will remember your advice seriously, and then practice the martial arts of the traveler. Zepping answered seriously. Then let's go. When we meet next time, Zepping, you have to be even better. Payman greeted Zepping. Yeah, goodbye, I won't let you down. Zepping clenched his fist and replied seriously. After that, Aang left with Payman. Haha, as expected, am I, Zepping, also someone watched by the gods? Zepping murmured as he watched Payman and Aang leave. He didn't believe what Payman said, but after a period of time as a captain, he knew that he couldn't ask these doubts. He felt that Aang and Payman were gods, otherwise how could they revive him when he was about to die? Wait, what is this? Zepping suddenly saw a book at his feet, and he squatted down to pick it up. Zepping flipped through a few pages and shouted excitedly, is this the complete martial arts left by the traveler? When Payman and Aang were halfway there, they met Coral Palace Zinhei who was rushing here. Coral Palace Zinhei asked, Traveler, is Zepping okay? Yes, there is no problem. Aang replied. Hearing Aang's answer, Coral Palace Zinhei breathed a sigh of relief and said, it's not bad. I have ordered the confiscation of all evil eyes in the army. Although most people have lost vitality, the situation is not serious. But there are a few people. Wu Lang asked on the side, Lord Coral Palace, I plan to open a separate camp for wounded soldiers to observe their situation. The soldiers are making a big fuss. They know it's the evil eyes, but they still plan to use them. Coral Palace Zinhei nodded and said, leave this matter to you. I must go to the front line. Such a big thing has happened, and the morale of the army will definitely be shaken. If the shogunate army takes advantage of the chaos to attack, it will fail. After doing this, Coral Palace Zinhei asked Aang, Traveler, what are your plans? Go and settle accounts with the Fatu. Aang replied, no, it's too dangerous. Coral Palace Zinhei refused. She also knew a lot about the traveler from Goro. In her opinion, the traveler was still injured at this time. Rather than letting the traveler face the Fatu directly, she hoped that Aang would recover and then be able to deal with General Lei Dan. But the harm of the evil eye had to be solved at the moment. Coral Palace Zinhei thought for a while and said, the Inazuma lockdown order has been issued, so the evil eye should be made in Inazuma. They can mobilize such a large number of manpower and material resources, and there must be local forces behind them to support them. If you want to stop them, you can only destroy their factory that produces the evil eye. But there must be heavy troops guarding there. I can't let you take such a risk. At least bring the army with you. Aang replied, there is no time, and it's useless to bring soldiers. It will also hold me back, and cause some unnecessary casualties. Coral Palace Zinhei, I know you are very strong, but there are so many Fatu. What if something goes wrong? Wu Lang reminded from the side, Master Coral Palace, we were in a hurry when we confiscated the evil eye, and we should not be able to hide it from the eyes of the Fatu. As the traveler said, if we spend more time to reorganize the army, they will hear the news, and will definitely escape in advance. Coral Palace Zinhei knew that Wu Lang was right. I know, let me think about it. Don't think about it, it will be too late to think about it. Tell me where it is. Aang urged. If it weren't for the golden exclamation mark above Coral Palace Zinhei's head, Aang would have set off on her own. Coral Palace Zinhei, I know, let me think about it. When I confiscated the evil eye, I did think about it. The factory must be large and hidden, and it must be close to major transportation routes, to ensure the supply of raw materials. There are not many places that meet these conditions. Combined with the location where the soldiers received the evil eye, it is inferred that the factory is likely to be on the cliff facing the sea in the southwest of Bayan Island. Peimeng, let's go. Seeing the golden exclamation mark move, Aang called Peimeng and left directly. Hey? They haven't finished talking yet. Although Peimeng was confused, he still followed Aang's figure. Coral Palace Zinhei. Goro. Coral Palace Zinhei said with emotion, I haven't finished speaking yet. Is the traveler really so anxious? She is the most important person to us, and we have lost many people who fought side by side. Goro believed in the strength of Aang and Peimeng very much, so she said to Coral Palace Zinhei seriously, Master Coral Palace, it's okay, the traveler is very strong. They are the existence that makes all the wandering warriors of Inazuma tremble in fear. After leaving the site of Coral Palace Zinhei and Goro, Aang directly summoned wings and flew up. Peimeng asked with some confusion, Aang, why are you so angry? The Fachu are not a group of good people. I don't know what their purpose is, but those who do such things must not be good people. If I hadn't gone to Zumi, the people around me would have been killed, so I won't let them go. Is that so? Then I support you too. Peimeng encouraged Aang. Why don't we notify Liusu Zhongli and the others? No, the shield given by Liusu has been charged. If we can't beat us, we can still run. Aang replied. Well, okay, we have to be careful. Aang and Peimeng landed at the destination and found that it was a secret passage next to the cliff. Well, this place gives me a bad feeling. Do we really want to go in? Peimeng hesitated. Aang. Well, don't open the will of Zinhuo, I'm not afraid anymore. After Peimeng finished speaking, he felt that he was wrapped in a warm breath, and the negative thoughts and mood in his heart disappeared. He looked at the flame-shaped rune on Aang's head with some helplessness. Go, 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 and see if the Fachu have left any treasures. Aang walked in excitedly. Peimeng. So, you are not pretending to avenge your partner, and your purpose is to plunder treasures. Aang, I misjudged you. So, are there only these Fachu in there? Aang killed all the Fachu guarding with a sword. Some Fachu who were defeated saw Aang so cruel and turned around and ran away. There are so many crystallized marrows here. Are these the materials for making evil eyes? Peimeng pointed to the boxes of crystallized marrows and asked Aang. It should be. Now they are all mine. Aang put all the crystallized marrows here into her backpack without hesitation. She didn't mind having too much of such materials. Aang, I think these crystallized marrows look familiar. Are they shipped from the outlying islands? Peimeng followed Aang and said, could they be the Kanjo Bujio? It's useless to think so much. First find the device for making evil eyes, and then destroy it. Peimeng scratched his head and said, well, it seems so. After a while, Peimeng asked Aang, who was still searching for sources everywhere, did Aang find the device? If I'm not mistaken, the device should be in that door. Aang pointed to the door opposite and said, but how do we open it? Are those thunder jades the keys to open the door? But you said it's useless. Of course it's useless. Watch me, open it for me. Aang chopped down the closed door with a sword. The Fachu inside the gate were startled by the huge explosion. Who is it? Peimeng. Get down. Aang raised her sword and rushed towards the group of Fachu. Hey, don't be so reckless. Peimeng exclaimed, but her body still followed. A Fachu mirror lady pointed at Aang and exclaimed in disbelief, ah, it's you. After Aang killed a Fachu advance team member with a sword, she looked at the Fachu mirror lady in confusion and asked, do we know each other? It was you last time, and you did so many things to me. Have you forgotten now? The atmosphere of the battle suddenly became tense, and all the Fachu stopped their actions, and their eyes switched back and forth between the Fachu mirror lady and Aang. Aang was in a dilemma now, and it was not right to attack, nor was it right not to attack. It was particularly awkward. Aang felt a little embarrassed for what she had done last time. Aang was silent for a moment, then said with a fierce face, you guys go. Thank you. When the Fachu heard Aang's words, they quickly dragged their companions and ran outside. It was true that they were Fachu, but the other party was too powerful. It was like mowing the grass to deal with them. Their actions could not stop the other party's progress at all. In this case, the Fachu did not want to make a fearless sacrifice. So, they decided to find a good place to live after escaping this time. After all, this traveler was too scary. Thank you, you are a good person. My name is Natashika. The Fachu hidden mirror lady left last, and she thanked Aang again. Aang had a tangled face. She felt uncomfortable being called a good person by the Fachu. Aang, why are you? Payman was a little puzzled by Aang's behavior. They are just some insignificant poor people. Although they have done evil things, the main problem is still those executives. I can't kill these insignificant people. If there are other people present, it has nothing to do with me. I don't want to kill people who are completely inferior to me. Although it is a strange mentality, this is also some of my thoughts. Well, I understand a little. You are doing a good job in respecting life. Aang. Harvesting more lives will also have an impact on your heart, so I can understand your thoughts. Payman smiled and comforted. I didn't expect you to find this place. You did a good job. A voice with arrogance came, making Aang frown instinctively. Interesting, you didn't kill those Fachu rubbish. I really don't know what you think. Aang didn't need to turn around to listen to the voice to know that this was the Fachu executive, Sanbing. Aang turned around and glanced at Sanbing and said, what do I need you to teach me? TSK, you are not strong, but you are still arrogant. Did you distribute the evil eyes to the rebels? Payman asked on the side. Oh, so you are here for this matter. Sanbing nodded and replied, you seem to have misunderstood something. Although I'm standing here, I'm only executing the plan on your behalf. Of course the mastermind is someone else. Isn't he very capable? Go find him. Aang, you actually said this is a trivial matter? Payman said in a mood. Sanbing replied with a proud face, isn't it? In this floating world, human life is like grass. Without the evil eye, they will die just the same. At least, the evil eye gives them the opportunity to realize their wishes. Do you really understand the value of the eye hunting order? It took a lot of effort to make this happen, of course, because it is beneficial to us. But now it seems that everything is worth it. Create disputes, pave the way for the promotion of the evil eye, and let the power attract the weak who pursue it. It only takes a little price to get the feeling of mastering the world. It's a good deal to exchange your life for supreme power, isn't it? When Sanbing said this, Aang's anger had risen to the extreme. She had never seen anyone so asking for a beating before, and she was more sarcastic than her. And I couldn't beat you before, can I still beat you now? Get down here. Aang used all her strength, and suddenly appeared behind Sanbing as if teleporting, and kicked him off the high platform. Sanbing was kicked to the ground by Aang, and for a while he didn't come back to his senses. He didn't expect that after not seeing Aang for a while, Aang had grown to this point. He thought about it secretly, and found that he had no chance of winning. You have some strength, worthy of my serious treatment. Sanbing, who was hit hard, struggled to get up. Although he knew that he couldn't beat the current traveler, his words were still tough. Take it seriously? I told you to take it seriously. Aang looked at Sanbing, and the hostile look towards him made Aang even more excited. While walking, he took out the divine body transformation sword from his backpack. For this kind of enemy, it is fun to fight slowly. If you use the rock not green, it will be bad if you accidentally kill it, but the divine body transformation sword can perfectly solve this problem. Sanbing. He looked at Aang, who was walking towards him with a smile on her face, and holding a sword. He had a bad feeling. Why did Aang become a madman after not seeing her for a while? I told you to show off. Sanbing. I told you to mock me. Sanbing. I told you to distribute evil eyes to the rebels. Sanbing. I told you to steal Payman's things. Sanbing. I told you. Never mind. I feel much better. Sanbing. Every time Aang finished speaking, she would use the sword in her hand to slap Sanbing. Sanbing's speed was no match for Aang, because Aang not only had body skills, but also the blessing of the wind god, and the blessing of the thunder element. The current situation was just like Sanbing himself crashing into Aang's sword. After being beaten by Aang, Sanbing struggled to get up, and mocked Aang again. Is that all you can do? You are nothing more than that. Aang. Keep going. Is that all you can do? Or are you going to play a cat and mouse game? Do you think I will scream like those people? Sorry, I can't do it. Are you disappointed? You don't even have the courage to kill me. Your road to becoming a strong man ends here. Trash. If you let me go today, I will never forget this humiliation. Peimeng silently watched Aang, who was getting more and more excited, and was a little worried that Aang might have mental problems. Aang, how about waiting a moment? There are still some things I haven't asked. You will beat him to death like this? Peimeng whispered. Aang directly rejected Peimeng's proposal. No, these are not important to me. I just want to beat him, and no one can help today. Just when Aang was beating Sanbing, an unexpected person came outside Yi Shenzi. When Yi Shenzi saw that Sanbing was beaten by Aang, and his whole body was covered with black gas, and many parts were damaged, he was stunned for a moment and said, I came late. I came at the right time. Son of God, why are you here? Paimon said in surprise. I noticed something strange here, so I rushed over, but it seems that I don't need to take action. Yi Shenzi said to Sanbing with a smile, and the teasing in his eyes made Sanbing furious. It's better to say that I came at the right time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to see this good show. Having said this, Yi Shenzi laughed out loud. Yi Shenzi, you are still as disgusting as ever. Sanbing gritted his teeth and said to Yi Shenzi, did I tell you to speak? Shut up. Yi Shenzi heard what Sanbing said, and with an unhappy look on his face, he summoned a thunderbolt to accurately strike Sanbing. Sanbing. Chapter 153. Do you want the heart of God? Beg me. Paimon looked at Sanbing lying on the ground, while Aang raised her divine body into a sword with excitement, and then smashed it hard on Sanbing. With each heavy blow, Sanbing groaned, gritted his teeth, and stared at Aang with a pair of resentful eyes, with a dark purple aura constantly surrounding his body. Son of God, is there something wrong with Sanbing? Yes, there is something wrong. I guess he is too angry, and resonates with the resentment of the demons in this factory. Yi Shenzi glanced at Sanbing and explained. Yes, that's it. Be angry, keep angry. The angrier you are, the happier I am. Aang said excitedly, looking at Sanbing in front of her. Because every time she attacks, she can gain a lot of combat experience, and this combat experience is given more as Sanbing gets angrier. Sanbing was angry and frustrated as he looked at Aang and screamed with gritted teeth, kill me. No, 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 kill you? How could I kill a sandbag like you? Where is your previous arrogance? Come on, show me one more. Don't say, you look quite like my brother. Your blood relative? Sanbing asked in confusion. Aang said indifferently, yes, the last time we met, I gave him a sword. Madman, you madman. Sanbing could never have imagined that there was someone crazier than the doctor. Hehe, yes, that's it. Fear, anger. At this time, Aang was more like a villain than Sanbing. Ye Godson. Godson, Aang seems to be getting more and more abnormal. Could it be that he is also affected by the resentment of the demon god? Paimon looked at the abnormal Aang and asked the godson with a worried face. After hearing what Paimon said, Yi Jinko looked at Aang with a strange face and replied, obviously not, because I noticed that the positive emotions of the traveler are about to overflow. She is just simply excited. HMM. Paimon scratched his head. She looked at Aang and felt that she was too excited, just like finding a legendary treasure. After a while, looking at the already weakened Sanbing, Yi Jinko hurriedly dissuaded him. Traveler, stop fighting. If you continue to fight, he will be killed by you. Ah, why? Aang turned her head with a puzzled look after hearing what Yi Jinko said. Hey, he can't die now, because this is the plan of that woman. Yi Jinko explained. Okay then. After Aang finished speaking, she stopped destroying Sanbing. Anyway, the fighting energy had been collected almost. The woman that Yi Jinko mentioned, Aang knew without thinking was Liusu, but she was also very curious about what Liusu's plan was. Aang put one foot on Sanbing to prevent him from moving, and asked Yi Shenzi, but what is her plan? She asked me to come and give this to him. Yi Shenzi said, and took out a purple chess piece from his pocket. Heart of God. Sanbing exclaimed when he saw what Yi Shenzi was holding. Ah, this is the heart of Thunder God. Why give it to Sanbing? Paimon asked in confusion. I don't know about this either. Anyway, it was the woman's intention. Yi Shenzi spread his hands and said. Yi Shenzi certainly knew what would happen if the heart of God was given to Sanbing, but she couldn't say it, because it would be meaningless if she said it out. That woman is Beelzebub? Why did she do this? Didn't she lock herself in the Pure Land of One Heart 500 years ago? Sanbing asked Yi Shenzi excitedly. Oh my, do you have such a big grudge against Aang? I also want to tell you, but I can't, because this is not something you can know. Yi Shenzi walked to Aang's side and said to Sanbing with a smile. Why? Sanbing's eyes were fixed on the heart of God in the hands of Yizhen. He could feel that this heart of God was real. Yizhen pretended to think for a while and replied, well, if you must have a reason, it's that you are too weak. Give it to me. Sanbing roared at Yizhen with red eyes. He didn't care what Yizhen said at this time. As long as he got the heart of God, he could get revenge, so he could endure it. I want it, but no. Yizhen squatted down and shook the heart of God back and forth in front of Sanbing's eyes. Sanbing's eyes were fixed on the heart of God, and his eyes moved with the movements of Yizhen. Why? Didn't that woman say she would give it to me? Sanbing asked in confusion. Yi Shenzi smiled and replied, yes, she said she would give it to you, but I don't want to give it to you. Being humiliated by Yi Shenzi again, Sanbing roared, Yi Shenzi, who are you trying to scare by speaking so loudly? Aang slapped Sanbing with a sword, and he shut up immediately. Oh, you were still cute when you were a child. Now you call me by my name. It's so sad. My heart is broken into pieces. You. Sanbing gritted his teeth and said, what can you do to give me the heart of God? Sanbing also knew Yi Shenzi's character. Even though he thought it was General Lei Dan who let her give the heart of God to him, it would not be so easy for him to get the heart of God, because when she was a child, Yi Shenzi had a criminal record. When Yi San heard Sanbing compromise, his eyes rolled and he said, it's very simple. Beg me and I will give you the heart of God. Sanbing. Why? You don't want to. This is the heart of God, something many people dream of. Now as long as you beg me, I will give it to you. Yi San shook the heart of God in front of Sanbing's eyes. Sanbing was full of desire for the heart of God in front of him and wanted to reach out and grab it, but his childhood experience told him that he couldn't do this, otherwise he would be beaten badly by Yi San. Sanbing said slowly in a hoarse voice, I beg you, give me the heart of God. Yi San raised his ears and deliberately said, oh, the voice is too soft, I can't hear it. I beg you, give me the heart of God. Sanbing raised his voice a degree after hearing what Yi San said. Yi Shinto shook his head and said to Sanbing, well, I heard it now, but you are wrong. You should say, please, this beautiful and wise Yi Shinto, please give me the heart of God in your hand. Yi Shinto corrected. Please, this, both beautiful and wise, Yi Shinto, please, give me the heart of God in your hand. Sanbing stammered and muttered what Yi Shinto said. No, your words are too incoherent, and you don't have any sincerity at all. Sanbing said again, please, this beautiful and wise Lord Yi, please give me the heart of God in your hand. It still doesn't work. There is no emotion at all. It's like you are ordering me. You have to use your tone and expression to modify it. Sanbing. Sanbing took a deep breath and said with emotion, please, this beautiful and wise Lord Yi, please give me the heart of God in your hand. Well, it's okay now. It seems that you still haven't forgotten the things in your childhood. You are right. After listening to Sanbing's words, Yi nodded with a satisfied expression. Then, the heart of God? Sanbing asked expectantly. Yi showed a fox-like smile and said slowly, it still doesn't work. Yi. Don't go too far. After hearing what Yi said, Sanbing yelled at Yi in frustration. Pei Meng, who was standing next to him, looked at Sanbing with sympathy. Sanbing was unlucky to meet Aang and Yi Shenzi. Yi Shenzi said to Sanbing, who was covered with purple-black aura, oh, you are angry again. The resentment of the demon gods here is very serious. If you are too angry, you will be affected. So I don't recommend you to be angry. Smile. You and me. In the end, Sanbing fainted successfully under the double blow of Aang and Yi Shenzi and the influence of the resentment of the demon gods. Fainted. Aang said to Yi Shenzi. Yi Shenzi echoed, yeah, fainted. Pei Meng couldn't help but speak for Sanbing. Hey, you are too hateful. Shrimp meat and pig heart. Well, I didn't expect him to faint from anger today. He was cute when he was a child, but he can't stand being teased at all when he grows up. Yi Shenzi said to Sanbing, who fainted from anger. Aang asked Yijinko, what should we do now? Yijinko sighed and said, let's take him back to Narukami first. Since it was that woman's plan, it's not good to let him faint here, and he has been infected with a lot of demon resentment, so I have to treat him. So who made him faint? Paimon couldn't help but complain. Oh, don't worry about this little thing. That woman is right. Happiness will not appear for no reason, nor will it disappear for no reason. It will only be transferred from others to oneself. I tried it today, and I'm really happy, Yijinko said with a smile. Let's go back to Narukami. Okay, but how do we take the scattered soldiers? Aang asked a question. I don't know either. I don't want to fly with him. It's not cute at all, Yijinko replied. Do you have a rope? Aang asked. It seems like there is. Let me look for it. Yi Shenzi took out a white thread that was thicker than a hair and said, this is the thread I took off the package of fried tofu I just bought. This is the only one I have. Aang, son of God, how can your thread move, Sambing? Paimon couldn't help but complain. Yi Shenzi spread his hands and said, then I can't do anything. Hey, there is a rope on Sanbing's hat. That one will work too. Paimon pointed to Sanbing's hat that fell to the side and said, well, it looks pretty strong. Let's do it this way. After saying that, Aang took off the rope on Sanbing's hat and tied it to one of Sanbing's legs. After doing all this, Aang clapped his hands and said, let's go. Just like that. Let's go back. Yeah, the atmosphere here is so depressing. Let's go out quickly. Then the group headed outside. Aang held the rope with her hands, and the other side of the rope was tied to one of the soldier's feet. As Aang moved, the soldier's body slid on the ground. When he encountered the stairs, he shook a few times, but for Aang, who was quite powerful, this was not a problem. After Aang, Yi Shenzi and others left the secret realm, the Fachu hiding outside saw the soldiers who were dragged out like dead dogs, and they immediately scattered like birds and beasts. Looking at Aang, who had a pair of wings next to him and flew with him, Yi Shenzi said in surprise, Traveler, I didn't expect you to be able to fly. You can fly, but you can't fly for a long time. It's still okay to fly to Naruto Taisha. Aang replied. Then you have to hold on firmly. If he falls, the problem will be even more difficult. Yi Shenzi said as he looked at the soldier hanging upside down in the sky and being pulled by Aang to fly. Don't worry, it's okay. Before Aang finished speaking, the soldier fell down. Aang, Paimon, Yijinko, ahem, my, who knew this rope was so difficult to explain and slipped. Really, are the materials of the Fachu so shoddy? Aang defended with a fierce face. Forget it, repairing it once is the same as repairing it. Repairing both sides is the same. Anyway, we have to repair it, Yijinko said, while rubbing his aching forehead. Several people hurried down and found the soldier who had smashed a big hole. At this time, the soldier's body was still arcing. He is not a human? Paimon asked in surprise. Yi Shenzi replied, yes, otherwise why would I talk about Xiu? Okay, Shenzi, have you known Sanbing before? Yes, because he was created by the shadow. Paimon exclaimed, Sanbing was created by the shadow? Just like Raiden General? Yi Shenzi nodded and said, yes, Sanbing and Raiden General are both created by the shadow using puppetry. Well, since he was created by the shadow, why would he harm Inazuma? Paimon asked puzzledly. Yijinko explained, because of that incident 500 years ago, Inazuma had a small accident, which caused him to hate Aang very much, and he also developed resentment towards Inazuma. Is that so? Yijinko sighed and said, okay, tie it back again. Don't let it fall again this time, otherwise I can only ask Aang to come and fix it myself. Aang said with a stern face, ahem, don't worry, it won't fall again this time. Yijinko looked at Aang suspiciously and said, I hope so. Everyone talked and laughed all the way back to Narukami Taisha, and there were no more accidents this time. Yijinko of Narukami Taisha looked at the scattered soldiers who were almost blurred into a lump and said helplessly, alas, it's scrapped to this extent. This is a big project. It seems that I have to stay up late tonight. Ahem, Shinko, do you need our help? Paimon asked embarrassedly, because these were all caused by Aang. No, I'd be grateful if you didn't make things worse. If possible, bring me some fried tofu. Payman scratched his head after hearing what Yishinko said and said, well, okay. Aang, let's go and prepare some fried tofu for Yishinko. Payman turned to Aang and said, okay. Aang felt embarrassed because her mistake made it more difficult to repair the soldiers. After Aang and Payman prepared the fried tofu and entered the room where Yishinko worked, they found that Yishinko was holding a hammer and hitting the soldiers on the ground. Son of God, the fried tofu is ready. Payman called to the Son of God. Well, just put it on the table next to you. Thank you. Yishinko continued to repair without looking back. It seems that Yishinko is also very busy. Let's take a break now. Aang, you don't want to do it to the sacred cherry tree again. Hearing that Aang didn't answer, Payman turned his head with some doubts and found that Aang was looking at the surrounding cherry trees with excitement. Aang said with a fierce face, ahem, let's collect some more cherry blossoms. Shenzi won't mind. Well, okay. Payman finally agreed with Aang's behavior because the red cherry cakes were really delicious. When the moon was high, Yi Shenzi came out of the room. She rubbed her sore arms and spent nearly a whole night to repair the scattered soldiers. Then as soon as she went out and looked up, she saw the bare cherry trees of Merukamitatia. Yi Shenzi, I'm so angry. Why are travelers so troublesome? I just repaired the scattered soldiers, but you guys pulled out the sacred cherry trees again. Yi Shenzi had a stiff face, used her strength, and repaired all the cherry trees again. She returned to her room with her tired body. As soon as she entered the room, she saw Aang and Payman, who had already made a bed on the floor and fell asleep. Yi Shenzi. She was tired and didn't want to care about them. She looked at Aang and didn't even have the idea of revenge at this time. Now Yi Shenzi just wanted to sleep. Yishinko walked to his bed in a daze and lay down, then covered himself with the quilt and fell asleep in a moment. Hey G Island Liusu, is it really okay to do this? Aang said to Liusu with a bitter face. Don't worry, the scattered soldiers will be fine. Liusu replied. No, I mean it's too easy to give him the heart of God directly. After so many years, his attitude has become worse and worse. He even joined forces with outsiders to attack Inazuma. I must kill him with a knife next time we meet. Aang corrected. After hearing Aang's words, Liusu asked with a strange look on her face. Then, I will find a suitable opportunity to beat him up. I guarantee that you will get what you want. Well, okay, you can arrange it. Aang nodded. She was very relieved about Liusu's behavior. After all, no matter how he was eroded by forbidden knowledge, it could not change the fact that Liusu was the god of wisdom. Since Liusu said that she would be very satisfied, she would wait for a while. After so many years, she could afford to wait for this time. Alas, Senbing, I don't mean to deal with you. This is Aang's intention. I can only mourn for you for a second. May the wind god fool you. Liusu thought silently. If Sanbing knew what Liusu was thinking, he would definitely say, if you hadn't exaggerated and said so much in front of that woman, would I be in trouble? Chapter 154 The Shadow of the Big Head. Merukamitatia. The next morning, Aang and Payman left the dream world. Hey, Aang, we are almost at the 5th round, and we can get the 4th element. Payman said to Aang, as soon as he got up. Yeah, but the boss of the 4th round is really hard to beat, and he will fly everywhere. Aang sat up and complained. Payman comforted, just try more, we will definitely be able to beat it. What do you mean by we? It's obviously me who has been fighting, and you just stand by and watch the show. Aang glanced at Payman and said, it's not that I can't join the battle, otherwise I will definitely help you. Payman said angrily with his hands on his waist, and was very angry at Aang's look of contempt for him. Hey? Shenzi is still sleeping, maybe he was too tired last night. Payman pointed to Yi Shenzi, who was still asleep not far away, and said. Aang suggested, I guess that's the case, then let's go to see the scattered soldiers first, and see how Shenzi repaired last night. Pushing open the door, Aang and Payman were stunned, because the cherry trees that they had plucked out yesterday had all grown again. All the cherry trees have grown back. How about we collect them again? Payman took the initiative to suggest this time. Aang nodded and said, yeah, I thought so too. Then, the cherry trees of Merukamitatia were baptized by Aang for the 3rd time. The surrounding priestesses watched Aing's behavior silently, but they did not speak out to stop her. I won't tell you why. Well, we have collected them. I helped a lot this time. I want to eat delicious food later. Payman said to Aing excitedly. Aing replied helplessly, okay, you only know how to eat every day. Really, I don't know what to say to you. Only food is not to be missed. As long as there is food, I have unlimited motivation. Payman replied excitedly. Hey, how is Sambing? Aing asked suddenly. Payman suggested, let's go and take a look. Aing nodded and said, yeah. After searching for a while, Payman and Aing found the room where Yi Shenzi repaired Sanbing last night. Sanbing should be in this room last night. Let me take a look. After saying that, Payman pushed open the door and found that there was no one inside. Did we find the wrong person? Isn't the soldier here? Payman said, scratching his head as he looked at the empty room. Aing touched his chin and analyzed. It shouldn't be. If there is no one in this room, there is only one possibility. The soldier ran away. Well, he just left without saying a word. It's so rude. We saved him. Payman said angrily. Aing, is there a possibility that all his injuries were caused by us? So it's normal for him to run away. However, Aing still agreed with a cat-like face. Yes, it's so rude. I must beat him up again next time we meet. Payman, I just complained. Why are you so serious? You don't really think that he is impolite, do you? Good morning. Suddenly, the voice of Yi Shenzi came from behind, making Payman and Aing turn their heads at the same time. Yi Shenzi saw that all the cherry trees had become bare again. For a while, he didn't come back to his senses. He was still thinking about whether he had repaired these cherry trees yesterday. Finally, he got a definite answer, that is, he had repaired them yesterday, so all the scenes in front of him were done by Aing and Payman in the morning. Yi Shinko gritted his teeth and said to Aing and Payman, great. I worked so hard to repair the cherry trees yesterday, and you plucked them all out early in the morning. Payman hurriedly said, ahem, Shinko, listen to our explanation. I don't want to listen. Do you know how tired I was last night? It took me a whole night to repair the scattered soldiers, and while I was repairing the scattered soldiers, you plucked all the cherry trees out. I was already tired enough, and I still had to deal with your business. What's the result? You plucked all the cherry trees out early in the morning. Tell me, what do you want to do? Well, Shinko, the red cherry cakes are delicious, so we picked a little more. Payman scratched his head and replied embarrassedly, you guys picked a little more. 3 times. All the cherry trees in Yingxiang Mountain were picked by you 3 times. Do you know what this means? Pick once. Even if you eat red cherry cakes 3 times a day, you will have to eat them for several years. After hearing what Payman said, Yi Shinko was very excited and almost jumped up. Well, Shenzi, I'm so sorry. Payman apologized. Yi Shenzi crossed his arms and glanced at Payman and said, if apologies are useful, what do we need the shogunate army for? As for why he didn't look at Aing, because the other party had his hands on his hips and looked up with an expression that said, I did it, what can you do to me? This made Yi Shenzi helpless and headache. Payman scratched his head and said, this. It's not impossible to forgive you, just promise me one thing. Yi Shenzi said in a relaxed tone. Hearing that it can be solved, Aing immediately took over the topic and said, what is it? Yi Shenzi sighed and said to Aing expectantly, can you please not attack Aing? She is innocent, and she knows nothing. I will discuss it with her. Aing. Payman. Payman and Aing looked at each other. They never thought that Shenzi didn't know about this matter yet, which meant that Aing had already come out. Well, Aing, what do you say about this matter? Payman looked at Aing and asked. Aing replied expressionlessly, how should I know? Aren't you very talkative? Of course I'll leave it to you. Then what should I do? Should I take the son of God there? But it's Aing's business. Aing glanced at Paimeng and said, Liusu didn't say not to let the son of God know. Paimeng scratched his head, it seems so. Paimeng brewed his emotions and said with a tangled face, son of God, actually what? The eightfold son of God asked excitedly after hearing what Paimeng said. Just now, Aing and Paimeng heard what she said and hid aside to talk in private. Although she was very anxious, she did not eavesdrop. I can't explain it to you either. Let's take you to a place. Paimeng hesitated for a while, but still didn't say it. She was afraid that the eightfold son of God would be in a bad mood, so she could only take the eightfold son of God there. Because there is a God who can suppress her there. Aang, let's go. Paimeng turned his head and said to Aang, you are worthy of it, Paimeng, you are really thoughtful. Aang gave Paimeng a thumbs up. Paimeng smiled and replied, hey, no. So Yi Shenzi followed Aang and Paimeng with a puzzled look on his face to the small island where Liusu was. Aang? Yi Shenzi shouted in surprise when he saw the familiar figure lying on the beach chair. Hearing the voice, Aang turned around, and before he could swallow the three-colored dumpling in his mouth, he said vaguely, huh? Shenzi, why are you here? Yi Shenzi, you ask me why I was here, shouldn't I ask you why you were here? And there was that woman next to you. What on earth did you do without me knowing? Resisting his excitement, Yi Shenzi asked, I should be the one asking you this. Why are you here? Aren't you hiding in the Aishin Pure Land in the castle tower now? Aang nodded and said, oh. Just one oh, that's it? Do you know how worried I'm about you? Wait until I finish eating this three-colored dumpling, then I'll tell you. Aang said vaguely. Aang, let's leave for a while. I always feel that something bad is going to happen. Paimeng whispered to Aang. Yeah. Let's go first. Aang agreed, because she had a new commission at this time. This was of course modified by Liusu. She didn't expect Aang to bring Yushinko with her, so for the sake of continuity, she had to modify the commission and let Aang do it alone. Anyway, the current Kyujo couldn't beat Aang. Aang and Paimeng sneaked away, and except for Liusu, the other two didn't notice. Still eating? Speak. Yushinko rushed up angrily, and pounced on Aang with his teeth and claws bared. Hey, what are you going to do? After being interrupted by Yushinko, Aang couldn't eat anymore, and could only reluctantly put down the three-colored dumpling in her hand. I was so worried about you, but you are enjoying yourself here? Tell me, how long have you been here? Only a few days? Aang thought for a while and replied. Only a few days? So, you came out after the traveler entered the Pure Land of One Heart that day? Yushinko asked loudly. Aang nodded and said, yes. Yi Shenzi, the rock god and the wind god are here. Did you know? Aang, yes. Yi Shenzi, they are here to deal with you. Did you know that? Aang, yes. You knew? Yi Shenzi was dumbfounded. You knew you were still so calm. Aang replied, of course I know. It wasn't Liusu who told me. I failed to fight her in the Pure Land of One Heart, so I came out. Yi Shenzi, actually, this is also good. Come and have a tree-color dumpling. It tastes very good. Aang looked at Yi Shenzi who was tangled, picked up the tree-colored dumpling, and put it to her mouth. Although she was very angry, Yi Shenzi felt that the tree-colored dumpling at her mouth was particularly tempting, and she couldn't help but eat one. Don't say it, the taste is really good. No wonder Aang didn't go back here. Aang saw Yi Shenzi eating a tree-colored dumpling, and took a bite of it himself, and said vaguely, how is it? Not bad, right? Yes, it tastes delicious. The best tree-colored dumpling I have ever eaten. Yi Shenzi nodded and said, no, now is not the time to change the subject. Don't try to bribe me with food. I'm not the little fox from 500 years ago. Alas, the little fox before has grown so big. Aang sighed after eating. Zen left, and the fox palace also left, and even ignored me after coming back. Do you know how I have been living these years? Yi Shenzi couldn't hold it in after hearing Aang's sigh, and lay on Aang's body, and began to sob. Hey, don't cry. Aang was a little embarrassed. She didn't know what to do in this situation. She could only look at Liusu, who looked like she was eating watermelon, for help. In response, Liusu spread her hands to Aang, indicating that she didn't know what to do. However, under Aang's gaze, Liusu didn't know where to take out a piece of watermelon, looked at herself with a playful look, and then took a fierce bite. Woo. Do you know how worried I'm about you? The god of wind and the god of rock said they want to deal with you. I was so scared these past few days that I couldn't sleep. But what about you? You're eating and having fun here. It's really too much. Yushinko shouted to Aang excitedly. Aang couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The grown-up little fox is so troublesome. How can she be more troublesome than before? And it's not easy for her to deal with her. If it were an ordinary person, Aang would have drawn her sword long ago. So now Aang has a headache and doesn't know how to comfort Yishinko. As for Liusu, who was eating melons on the side, Aang also knew that this unreliable god of wisdom could not be relied on. Aang, the heart of God has been taken away by the scattered soldiers of the Fachu. Yishinko suddenly said. I know. Aang replied. You know? Yishinko was no longer calm. Her emotional breakdown again would often be a trivial matter in Aang's eyes. Woo woo woo. It seems that I'm the only one who doesn't know. I'm the only one who doesn't deserve to know about you. Woo woo woo. Aang, you have such a cruel heart. Woo woo woo. I'm just a poor little fox, lonely for 500 years, still worried about you, and in the end, you treat me like this. Aang hurriedly comforted her clumsily. No, no, you are the most important. Don't cry. Woo woo woo, you are talking nonsense. I'm the unimportant one, hiding everything from me, even not telling me that you came out, leaving me alone to worry. Woo woo woo, I'm the unimportant one. I'm a little fox that no one wants. Aang. Headache, big head. Aang can no longer describe his mood at the moment. This is more uncomfortable than fighting against a strong enemy. Puchy. Seeing the situation develop like this, Liusu laughed unkindly. Hearing Liusu's laughter, Aang turned his head again and looked at Liusu, who was eating melons with resentment. It was agreed that the 5 members of the slacking team would help each other, but in the end, what happened? You are eating melons here. Don't cry, eat a dumpling first. Aang took out the 3-colored dumpling again and put it to Yi Shenzi's mouth. Yi Shenzi instinctively ate one of the delicious food that was in front of her mouth, chewing the food in her mouth with tears in her eyes. Although she felt uncomfortable, she still didn't want to let down the delicious food in her mouth. Woo woo woo, don't try to bribe me with delicious food. I'm not the little fox I used to be. I tell you, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I will ignore you. Liusu, what should I do? Aang was a little overwhelmed. Although she was a little eager for Shenzi to do this, her instinct told her not to say her thoughts, otherwise there would be problems. Aang could only use her divine thoughts to ask Liusu for help. I don't know either. I'm just an ordinary bystander. Liusu replied with a smile. Let's talk about business. Shenzi is like this. It gives me a headache, but this is indeed my problem. You didn't tell me that the god of rock and the god of wind were coming to get rid of me, right? Aang replied. Of course I'm not going to get rid of you. It's the little fox who thinks too much. It has nothing to do with me. What should we do now? Help me. I really have a headache. You do this, then this, and then this. Liusu answered seriously. Aang asked suspiciously, is this really okay? Are you lying to me? Of course, I guarantee it will work. If you don't believe me, try it. Seeing Liusu's serious expression, Aang also believed what Liusu said and began to comfort Yishinko according to what Liusu said. Yishinko suddenly let out a soft cry, which made Aang, who was preparing for the next move, stop, because this sound made her ears itchy and her heart numb. Aang, what are you doing? Yishinko stopped sobbing and asked Aang instead. It really works. Aang nodded secretly. Yishinko stopped crying and making trouble, which was a success for Aang. Aang replied expressionlessly, nothing, I'll give you a reasonable explanation. Don't move, there's no such explanation. Yi Shenzi exclaimed. Aang's behavior directly upset her heart, and she didn't care about finding trouble with Aang, and hurriedly stretched out her hand to stop Aang's behavior. But her physical strength was no match for Aang, and coupled with some indescribable behaviors that Aang did to Yi Shenzi had no strength to resist at all, and could only let Aang explain to her. Yi Shenzi fell softly on Aang's body, and then she caught a glimpse of Liusu holding a watermelon in her hand, looking at her side with an excited look and teasing eyes, and immediately knew that Aang's sudden behavior towards her was also the instruction of the woman in front of her. After knowing that all this was Liusu's idea, Yi Shenzi looked at Liusu angrily with a pair of purple eyes, but Liusu didn't care about this non-threatening look at all. Not only that, she also showed a warm smile to Yi Shenzi. Ye god. Damn, I can't get angry now. Aang, how could you be so stupid to listen to this woman's idea? Thinking of this, Yi God could only lie softly and dared not show his expression to Liusu again. If Liusu hit him again, it would be absolutely devastating. The effect is really good. Aang said to Liusu in a voice transmission. That's right, don't you see who I am? I have long seen the weakness of the little fox. If she makes trouble again next time, you can deal with her like this. Liusu said in a proud voice transmission. I know, don't say it, such a child of God is also quite cute. Aang said in an excited voice transmission. Liusu said in a voice transmission, it's okay. Ye God. Ye God saw Liusu and Aang flirting with each other and knew that they were communicating in a voice transmission. Suddenly, she felt particularly sad and angry. You were communicating in a voice transmission, but I was the one who got hurt. It's really abominable. Thinking of this, Ye God was full of despair for the dark life in the future. It was really unfortunate for her to have such a god. After a while, Aang asked Yi Shenzi, son of God, have you forgiven me? No. Yi Shenzi said with a sobbing voice. Aang nodded and said, then explain it again. You, don't do this. Yi Shenzi was dumbfounded. You keep asking, why don't you keep asking, can't you just ask again? Maybe I will forgive you. Alas, don't do it directly. Liusu looked at the two people interacting and suddenly said with a tiger face, alas, the joys and sorrows of the world are not mutually understood. I just think they are quarreling. Yi Shenzi, you say, who is the culprit who caused this result? How can you say this so shamelessly? Ha ha ha, that little fox has a lot of resentment towards you. The great compassion tree king couldn't help laughing and conveyed this information in Liusu's consciousness. It's okay, she will thank me when the time comes. Liusu replied with a smile. Knowing what Liusu was thinking, the great compassion tree king snorted and dived. Chapter 155 Payman, Yingzi, avenge me. Goddess, can you get up first? You've been lying down for 2 days. Aang said helplessly to Yi Goddess who was sitting on a beach chair with her. No, what if you run away? Yi Goddess said, and squeezed closer to Aang. I won't run away, so can you make a chair for yourself? Aang looked at Yi Goddess who was clinging to her, and felt a slight headache. No. Yi Goddess firmly rejected Aang's proposal. I think you deserve to be punished. Aang said with gritted teeth. Facing Yi Goddess who was unyielding, she decided to explain to her again. Hearing Aang's words, Yi Goddess hurriedly refused. Don't do this. But her body did not move at all, as if waiting for Aang's explanation. Liusu. Looking at the two people next to her who were caught in an unknown atmosphere again, Liusu also felt a slight headache at this time. You did it, buddy. The great compassion tree king conveyed the message to Liusu with a smirk. Hold on, I want to be quiet. The great CI tree king sighed. Alas, the old are indeed not as good as the new. You don't miss me anymore, but you miss Jingjing. Just wait, you will suffer the consequences. The great CI tree king. Why are you still so angry? At the same time, Aang obtained a series of results according to the golden exclamation mark prompts, and successfully obtained some confidential documents with the help of her partners, although Aang didn't know why she did this. When she met Kyujosera, the other party was obviously unwilling to talk to her, so Aang subdued Kyujosera by force, and showed Kyujosera the secret documents that she had secretly obtained from the Kyujo family before, preparing to reason with her. Tenryo Bujio, is he really deliberately deceiving the general? Kyujosera looked at the documents in her hand in disbelief, and slowly closed her eyes, as if she was asking herself, and as if she was getting an answer. Aang said with reason, yes, think about it, who'll benefit from the implementation of the eye hunting order? Here is also a secret letter, which is the correspondence between Tenryo Bujio and the Fachu, and it was deliberately hidden by the head of the Kyujo family. Payman handed the letter in Aang's hand to Kyujosera and said, Kyujosera, what do you think? Do you believe us? The things you want to see, and the things you don't want to see, are all in front of you. Aang said threateningly, you don't want to escape, do you? Or, let me talk to you again. If Kyujosera is not persuaded to rebel, the next step cannot be taken, so in order to carry out the so-called mission, Aang has to do this. Kyujosera, everything I have insisted on so far is just, hateful. The act of betrayal is unforgivable. I will go and confront the head of the family face to face. Payman watched Kyujosera leave angrily, turned to Aang and said, Aang, this means Kyujosera has succeeded in inciting rebellion, right? Aang nodded and said, yes, let's follow her. Let's go to the Kyujo family. Payman urged. After a while, at the door of the Tenrai Bujio, Kyujosera stood quietly outside. Kyujosera said to Aang, and Payman behind him, are you guys coming too? You're really brave. As witnesses, I can protect you from being arrested before I ask the head of the family for confirmation. But, if it is proven that what you said before is slander, not only will you not be able to leave, but you will also be charged with other crimes. Do you understand? It doesn't matter if it's slander. The Tenryo Bujio can't keep me, and the Kyujo family is not something to be afraid of. Aang replied arrogantly. Even the Thunder God has been turned against, so what else is there for Inazuma to pay attention to? General Raiden? She's just an artificial intelligence. Kyujosera has already asked Aang for advice on her eloquence. It's really hard to talk her out of it, and it's hard to beat her. The other party can also accurately provoke your anger, which is even more annoying than Arate Kichito. You're quite arrogant. Let's go. After saying that, Kyujosera walked towards the Tenryo Bujio territory. As soon as Kyujosera entered the door, he was stopped by the soldiers of the Tenryo Bujio. Lord Kyujosera, the head of the family has ordered that no one is allowed to trespass here. Kyujosera looked at the Bujio guards blocking the door and said lightly, get out of the way. I want to see the head of the family. Don't blame me for being rude. Let's go and stop him. A leading guard of the Bujio looked at the tough Kyujosera and gave an order directly. Aang spoke first and said, Humph, you can do it. Aang would certainly not miss the opportunity to fight. After all, a mosquito leg is still meat, no matter how small it is. Then before Kyujosera could react, Aang kicked all the surrounding Bujio guards to the ground one by one. Kyujosera looked at the guards of the Bujio who were blocking him in front of him, and said with emotion, it seems that what you said is true. Payman said angrily, of course we said it is true. When the head of the Kyujo family, Kyujo Takeoki, heard the voice coming from outside, he didn't pay attention at first, but he didn't expect Kyujosera to really take action. Kyujo Takeoki came out and said to Kyujosera, stop. Sera, are you crazy? How dare you ignore my ban? Kyujosera was suppressed by Kyujo Takeoki's momentum and slowly said, head of the family. Ask, don't be suppressed by his momentum. Payman encouraged from the side. After hearing what Payman said, Kyujosera took a deep breath and said, HMPH. Lord Takeoki, I have read the official documents submitted by the Bujio and the letters written to the Fachu. Please give me an explanation. Those lost documents and letters were taken away by you? HMPH. Not only did Kyujosera not answer her, but she also accused her of the crime. This strange behavior stunned Aang, who was standing beside her. Kyujosera stepped forward and replied unyieldingly, can I understand your words as, those are really from your handwriting, and not forged? Please tell me, head of the family, tell me if Tenryo Bujio really betrayed the shogunate. HMPH. I did have dealings with the Fachu, and the official documents you have seen were indeed from my hand. Kyujosera replied indifferently, as if he was talking about a trivial matter that I didn't know. With Kyujo Takeoki's previous record, Payman exclaimed at this time, you actually admitted it just like that. Kyujo Takeoki explained, you only need to assist in the promulgation and implementation of the eye hunting order, and you can get the benefits promised by the Winter Envoy. There have always been so many people who covet the status of the Kyujo family, and there are countless families who want to bring us down. Not only can we get strong support from other countries, but we can also use the eye hunting order to weaken the combat power of those enemies. I think it's a good deal, but there is no need to inform you, Sera. After listening to Kyujo Takeoki's incredible remarks, Kyujosera said in disbelief, you have always respected the general so much, why do you say betrayal so lightly? After listening to Kyujosera's words, Kyujo Takeoki sneered and said, betrayal? Can this be considered betrayal? Those Fachu are just being used by me in turn. What can they do? In Inazuma's land, once the thunder strikes, they are nothing but trembling ants, and will never dare to act rashly. After all, Kyujo Takeuchi said this, and continued with a fanatical look on his face. We have the unparalleled Thunder General and the unthinkable sword. Is his brain broken? Paimon looked at Kyujo Takeuchi worriedly, and said to Aang. Aang nodded and said, well, he doesn't seem to realize the seriousness of the problem, and he just over-identifies with General Raiden's martial arts. He doesn't know that there are people out there who are more powerful than General Raiden. Well, what he admires is not so much General Raiden, but rather General Raiden's martial arts and Wuxiang's sword, right? Moreover, it's almost fanatical. Kyujo Sera questioned Kyujo Takeuchi, but, where is your loyalty, head of the family? Since I was adopted by the Kyujo family, you have been teaching me the way of loyalty as a subject. It seems that you just want me to be loyal to the Kyujo family, and you are worried that I will betray you one day. Kyujo Sera said this, looked at Kyujo Takeuchi with some disappointment and shook his head. Those big principles are just tools for you to cover up your own ugliness and selfishness. Selfishness? I'm also guarding the eternity that belongs to the Kyujo family. I believe that the general will understand me, and the former head of the family, he will also understand me. Looking at the hopeless Kyujo Takeuchi, Aang didn't intend to listen to his reasoning anymore. She was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and beat him to death. Aang asked Kyujo Sera, what do you think? Kyujo Sera sighed, I have also doubted in my heart. Is it really right to execute the eye hunting order? Even if it goes against the morality in my heart, am I willing to do it? But I'm still determined. As long as that is the path guided by the general, who can judge right or wrong, before reaching the end. But it was not, until now that I realized, that the eternal road has no end, and this road, has long been stained with filth, because of your selfishness. So, I want to correct the emperor, at least give an explanation for my determination so far. Hearing what Kyujo Sera said, Kyujo Takeuchi said angrily, you are stubborn and unnecessary. Go if you want to. No one can shake the status of the Kyujo family now, and the current situation will not change because of you. The general is in the castle tower now, receiving the envoy from Zidane, the executive officer called a lady. Having said this, Kyujo Takeuchi revealed another important information to Aang. Madam. Aang's eyes lit up when she heard it. This kind of facho executive officer, whether it was a soldier or a lady, gave her a bad impression. The young master, at least in Aang's opinion, was a normal person, so next time they met, she would just beat him up. The instigator behind the Inazuma, is it a lady again? Paimon said to Aang. Aang replied with bright eyes, yes, there is a chance to take revenge. Yes, although the singing girl deceived us, she actually froze me into a popsicle at that time. Aang, you must teach her a lesson, and help me vent my anger. Paimon also said angrily. In Mond, although Wendy was acting, and handed over her heart of God, the airflow caused by the lady froze Paimon beside her into a popsicle. During that time, Paimon took a long time to recover. Kyujo Sera touched his chin and said, the envoy of Zidane just happened to be here. She shouldn't think she can get away from Inazuma unscathed. Sera rushed out. Is he going to break into the castle tower directly? Paimon said puzzledly as he looked at Kyujo Sera, who ran out after saying that. Let's go quickly too. We haven't done this kind of thing before. Now I have the excitement of being a bad guy and robbing the city. Aang licked her lips and said excitedly. Paimon listened to Aang's words and complained angrily. Hey, don't think of yourself as a bad guy. And what's this strange feeling you have? Let's go. It's not important. Let's go up quickly. By then, all the combat experience will be taken away by Kyujo Sera. Aang said, and then he used his power to rush towards the direction of the castle tower. Paimon looked at Aang, who disappeared in a flash and didn't react for a while. Hey, wait for me. Paimon came to his senses and chased in the direction where Aang disappeared. Looking at Kyujo Sera and Aang and others who were leaving, Kyujo Takeuchi snorted coldly and said, with Wuxiang's sword, the people of Energy can rest easy. Sera can't see through this. Humph. When he arrived at the gate of the castle tower, Aang found that all the guards had fallen to the ground. He said angrily, Kyujo Sera is too much. She didn't even leave me one. I'll find a chance to beat her up next time. Paimeng, who caught up with Aang's pace, heard Aang's speech and said helplessly, Aang, now is not the time to think about this, and why have you been thinking about beating people recently? Because beating people is fun. You won't understand this feeling, even if I tell you. Paimeng, when I have a question mark, it's not that I have a problem, but that I think you have a problem. Aang, how did you become like this? Exclamation mark. Paimeng and Aang walked towards the castle tower unimpeded, because all the guarding shogunate troops were knocked to the ground by Kyujosera. At the main gate of the castle tower, Paimeng spread his hands to Aang and said, the castle tower is in front of us. Let's go in. Kyujosera was really ruthless. Not a single shogunate soldier can stand up. Aang nodded and said, yes. Aang, look, that's the lady, right? Paimeng pointed to the lady on the high platform with General Raiden. Yes, Aang said as he walked towards the lady. Oh, another one broken. The lady looked at the person who came in with a sidelong look and said, if I didn't know this was the castle tower, I would probably think this was some kind of street market or something. The lady turned around, looked at Kyujosera who fell beside her and said, you should be more sensible now, right? Paimeng followed the lady's gaze and saw Kyujosera lying on the side and exclaimed, ah, Kyujosera was killed by the lady, not dead, still breathing. Aang replied. General lay down said to the lady expressionlessly at this time, I should punish the faults of the people of Inazi. You are not qualified, lady. Point I'm so sorry, General. The lady said sorry, but there was no corresponding expression on her face. Madam. Paimeng shouted angrily at the lady. Hearing Paimeng's words, the lady turned her head and said indifferently, okay, I know you can't forget me, so you don't have to mention my name all the time. I also know that you hate me, the lingering traveler. I'm not surprised to see you here. I linger. Are you mentally ill? Aang glanced at the lady and said. Hearing Aang's words, the lady said angrily but with surprise, oh, you didn't even expose my crimes in front of the general, but mocked me instead. Who gave you the courage? Wow, are you going to expose yourself before you even say it? Paimeng said in surprise. Of course not, I'm just a diplomatic envoy from Winter Solstice, I don't know what you're talking about. Her attitude is still quite bad. Aang, she doesn't take us seriously, teach her a lesson. Paimeng pointed at the lady and said to Aang angrily, to help you get revenge, watch me. Aang walked out and said, you really hold a grudge, but you only froze this little thing once, and you still remember it now. But you are different now, have you become smarter? Aang. You don't even mention those insignificant people. You've made a lot of progress. How about joining the Fachu? Who wants to join the Fachu? Aang. Beat her up. Paimeng directly helped Aang reject the lady's invitation. The lady was not annoyed after hearing Paimeng's words, and continued, haha, the ideal of the Queen of Winter is the most noble and pure thing in the world. Although you have made changes now, it is still a little bit lacking. I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. It's time to make a break. Aang ignored the lady's crazy talk. In her opinion, is there any ideal greater than the stars? Break? Ha ha ha. Hearing Aang's words, the lady laughed, as if she heard a funny joke. I'm also a little tired of this face of yours. I had changed my impression of you a little, but I didn't expect that you are still such a brave but reckless person. Before you brag, have you ever realized that you are still Inazuma's #1 wanted criminal? Think about your situation first. Breaking into the castle tower and speaking nonsense in front of the emperor, isn't that just walking into a trap? I hope you can realize the gap between you and me, whether it's status or strength. Aang replied indifferently, there's no point in saying more. I'm going to challenge you to a duel in front of the emperor. Lady. General Raiden nodded and said, yes. The lady didn't expect General Raiden to agree to Aang's request, and said in disbelief, actually, you have this trick. Have you learned to take advantage of the rules of this country? I admit that it's a bit unexpected that you've barely brought you and me to an equal position. But the loser will die, you know? Have you thought it through? Aang raised his eyebrows and said to the lady, I've thought it through. I won't die no matter what, but you may not. Aang, beat her up. She's so abominable. You must be ruthless and avenge me. Paimeng didn't worry about Aang getting into trouble at all. Aang was very strong now. She was just a lady, not even as good as a scattered soldier. Hearing Aang and Payman's serious response, the lady laughed a little crazily and shouted, "Hehe, then let me condescend to dance with you until the end of your life, with me." Aang couldn't help but complain, "Tui, who wants to dance with you? Look at what you can do." Lady, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 156. There will always be creatures on Earth who dare to face the power of thunder. I will interpret the power and elegance of the executive officer here, as you wish. After saying this, the lady took a fighting stance. Elegant? TSK, you are as bloated as a slime, and you are still elegant? Aang turned his skill to the lady, the ginseng rooster. The lady gritted her teeth, and looked at Aang and said, "You are sharp-tongued. I haven't seen you for many days. You are comparable to Sanbing. What you say is annoying. If you are willing to join us, I think you two will get along well." "Oh, the Sanbing you are talking about is the waste on Bayan Island? He is just a defeated general," Aang replied. "I didn't expect that Sanbing would be defeated by you. Your growth really surprises me." When she said this, the lady's originally frivolous and disdainful expression became solemn. If Aang was right, Sanbing was defeated by her, then she was obviously not as strong as Sanbing, and would definitely lose in Aang's hands. The result of failing the duel in front of the emperor was death, which would be executed by General Lei Dan himself. Aang smiled and said, "Oh, really? But I saw fear in your expression." "Lady, yes, be more afraid, because your fear will turn into my strength." Aang showed a weird smile, and walked towards the lady step by step with a sword. "Paimang, Yingzi, we are the righteous. What is the standard speech of your villain? I know you are very excited and happy, but don't be like this." If Aang knew what Paimang was thinking, she would definitely say to her, "You don't understand. The lady not only has high combat experience, but also has a bounty commission from Liu, which is a contribution. If you collect 100% of the information of a Fachu executive, you can directly get an extra 5-star weapon." However, Aang felt a little pity at this time. No matter how he fought the scattered soldiers before, the progress bar had always been 50% and would not rise. Aang suspected that it should be related to Liusu's plan. Only when he met him later could he complete the progress later. And Aang also discovered a little battle rule. There is an old saying in Liu that dogs will jump over the wall when they are anxious, and rabbits will bite when they are anxious. So Aang guessed that, as long as he angered the opponent, he would be able to exert a stronger power than before. For the enemy, Aang would use any means to squeeze the opponent's value, so the ginseng rooster was just one of the small means. The result was obvious. Aang succeeded. These were all tested on the scattered soldiers. Every time the opponent became more angry, Aang also gained a lot of combat experience. In the end, the opponent fainted, otherwise Aang could still pull him out. The lady looked at Aang, who was walking towards her with a sword in his hand, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll. Suddenly, Aang's figure flashed, and suddenly appeared behind the lady. Before the lady could react, she was kicked aside by Aang. But, so strong. The lady struggled to get up, and her face was no longer arrogant. Aang blinked at the lady and said innocently, "Hey, I just kicked you. Why are you hiding so far away?" The lady heard Aang's ridicule and roared angrily, "Don't underestimate me." After that, the lady exerted her strength with all her strength, and countless ice spikes rose beside her and attacked Aang. But these attacks are just a piece of cake for Aang. The speed of this attack is not as fast as the slime in Genshin Impact. Aang glanced at the lady and said sarcastically, "Is this all your strength? It's really not good enough. Let me help you." After that, Aang's figure disappeared and appeared next to the lady again. Sensing that Aang wanted to attack, the lady quickly formed a layer of ice outside her body to defend against Aang's attack. The sound of the ice breaking was also accompanied by the lady's figure flying backwards. "Ahem, I can't fall down in a place like this." The lady struggled to get up and said with gritted teeth, "Go to hell, go to hell, go to hell." The lady launched an indiscriminate attack on Aang like a madman and used the power of the Eye of God with all her strength. But the lady's attack was futile to Aang. During the process, Aang kicked the lady from time to time to stimulate the other party's anger. Aang beat her like this, kicked her hard. Paimon looked at the one-sided battle on the field and waved his little fist excitedly. Huff, huff, huff. Kicked to the ground by Aang again. The lady gasped violently. The lady also noticed Aang's behavior and murmured, "Cat playing with mouse. I never thought that one day I would be the object of teasing." The lady said this with a little self-deprecation. Seeing that the lady suddenly stopped attacking, Aang shouted in confusion, "What are you thinking about? Hurry up." After listening to Aang's words, the lady gritted her teeth and said, "The power of the executive officer is a bit cumbersome. I want to make my destiny reappear. Before breaking out of the cocoon, look forward to it and tremble." After that, the lady was wrapped in a huge ice ridge. Aang looked at this ice ridge curiously, which was different from the previous one, because this ice ridge would also attack the surroundings. Aang walked to the ice ridge formed by the lady, kicked it and said, "Hey, come out." The lady, after waiting for a while, there was no movement in the ice ridge. Aang threatened the lady inside impatiently, "If you don't come out, I will break the ice." The lady, "The pale fire is burning. You don't want to come out, right? Open it for me." After Aang finished speaking, he gathered his strength under his feet and kicked the ice ridge formed by the lady. Suddenly, the seemingly solid ice ridge was covered with cracks under Aang's kick. As the cracks in the ice ridge became more and more, the breath of ice element emerged from it from time to time, which represented the burning heat of the fire element bursting out from the ice ridge, and the lady also changed into another appearance in the ice ridge. Paimon exclaimed to the lady, "Wow, what a big fluttering moth." When the lady heard Paimon's words, even though she didn't like the name of witch, it sounded better than fluttering moth. She couldn't help but turn around and correct him. "What fluttering moth? It's a witch. The burning blazing witch." That's about it." Paimon shrank back cautiously when the lady suddenly noticed him. "The pale fire has melted the ice. Witness my pain. I will burn your soul in the flames of sin and punishment." "Oh, burn." Looking at the lady with fire all over her body, like a fire butterfly, Aang had a bold idea. "Spread it." Aang used a grass elemental power on the lady flying in the air. What is this? It can actually intensify my burning. It's so painful. It hurts. It hurts so much. The grass element used by Aang reacted violently with the lady's own fire element, and the lady's whole body burned. "Aang, she's burning." Paimon pointed at the burning lady and said. Aang nodded and said, "I saw it." The lady was flying in the air and looked at Aang below and said calmly, "Although I don't know what you did, my strength has become stronger." At this time, the lady's face had become distorted because of the burning pain. Although Aang's grass element enhanced her strength, it also brought her corresponding pain. Now because of the unbearable burning pain, there was only one thought left in her mind, that is, to attack Aang and then win the duel in front of the emperor. In the burning of the fire, the nostalgic pain, did you feel it too? After the lady finished speaking, the butterfly wings behind her opened, and the flames attacked Aang like a tide. Under the all-round attack of the lady, Aang could only take out her own weapons to resist. "Aang, are you okay?" Paimon looked at Aang wrapped in the raging fire and asked worriedly. "No, it's okay, I can still hold on," Aang said with gritted teeth. She admitted that she had gone too far and strengthened the lady's strength by a large section. The lady's indiscriminate fire element attack made her unable to dodge, and the fanatical fire element around her made her feel a little uncomfortable. Burn, suffer, and destroy. Aang didn't provoke the lady at this time, because the other party was already crazy and couldn't hear her words. The most important thing was that she was a little thirsty from the fire element attack caused by the lady. Paimon looked at Aang who was constantly dodging in the venue and shouted anxiously, "Aang, get rid of her quickly. Aang, I want to, but isn't the progress bar still not at 100? If I get rid of her directly, won't all my efforts go to waste?" Aang didn't say anything, but kept dodging the oncoming fire element in the venue, and then found the right time to kick the lady to stimulate her potential. "No, I'm thirsty." Thinking of this, Aang found the right time, took out a glass of juice from her backpack, and drank it quickly, otherwise it would be evaporated by the surrounding fire element. After a while, Payman looked at Aang, who was still dealing with the lady, and whispered to comfort her. Aang, forget it, let's get rid of her quickly, your condition is a little bit wrong. Aang said to Paimeng in a hoarse voice. No, Paimeng, it's already 95%. I can't give up like this, otherwise all the previous efforts will be in vain. Then you be careful. Hearing Aang's words, Paimeng replied with some concern. Paimeng didn't understand why Aang fought so hard, just for those Mora. Aang is no longer short of Mora, but Aang has made a decision and she can only support it silently. Don't call me a witch. Suddenly, the lady yelled, and her body turned into fire element, sweeping around the venue. Aang kept dodging these fire element storms generated by the lady. Paimeng scratched his head, feeling that the lady was a very strange person, sometimes letting him call herself a witch, and sometimes not letting him call herself a witch. After the firestorm formed by the lady swept through, Aang's mission was also completed. Aang had already seen that the so-called task progress had reached 100%. She licked her dry lips and forced a smile at the lady, saying, "Huh, you still have this trick, no wonder. Damn it, why are you still okay? Impossible, absolutely impossible, you are a monster, you are not a human." Seeing Aang slowly walking towards her with a sword, the lady's body kept retreating under Aang's momentum. "Fall down," Aang said, and her figure flashed. The sword in her hand passed through the lady's body. Under Aang's sword, the lady could not maintain the form of a witch and fell to the ground. "Why?" The lady knelt on the ground and turned her head to look at Aang and asked, "Your power is so strong. Why do you have to deal with it for so long? Just for a little game of cat and mouse? Or do you also think that the dying struggle of ants is very pleasing?" Paimon flew to Aang's side and said worriedly, "It's finally over. Aang, don't take such risks next time." "Okay, I'll listen to you," Aang said hoarsely with a smile to Paimon. "Well, drink some water quickly, your lips are about to crack." I know. Hearing Paimon's words, Aang took out a few glasses of juice from her backpack and drank them with her head tilted back. After replenishing the water, Aang breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Huh, I feel comfortable. Aang, take a break." Seeing Aang's unstable figure, Paimon hurried forward to support her. Aang comforted her, "It's okay, I'm just a little tired." While Paimon was talking to Aang, because the winner was decided, General Lei Dan, who was standing on the steps, walked towards the lady step by step with a long sword in his left hand with an expressionless face. This was the divine punishment for the loser of a duel in front of the emperor. Paimon said with some concern, "Huh, General Lei Dan is not going to attack us, right?" "Probably not." Although Aang said this, she was ready to open the shield given by Liusu, which was one of the reasons why she dared to deal with the lady like this. As Aang said, General Lei Dan, who came down, did not pay attention to Aang and Paimon, but walked past them and walked directly towards the lady. The lady looked at General Lei Dan, who was walking towards her, and knew what he was going to do. She threatened him, "I'm the envoy of the winter. You know the consequences of attacking me. I swear, if you really swing your sword at me, I will make your country." The lady struggled to get up and kept threatening General Lei Dan, but as General Lei Dan, who only knew how to follow orders, the lady's words were in vain. General Lei Dan still approached the lady step by step. "The Fachu will make your cherished Inazuma." General Lei Dan still walked towards the lady without saying a word, but the long sword in his hand began to flash with the power of the lightning element, and the Eye of Thunder punishment behind him had been opened, and the originally calm eyes were now emitting purple light. The lady looked at General Lei Dan, who was walking towards her step by step, and shouted hysterically, "Stop! I command you. You. And you." When the lady looked at Aang, Aang smiled and gave her a middle finger. How could I? The lady, knowing that she couldn't dodge, attacked the Thunder General, who was walking towards her, because in her opinion, gods were not much stronger than herself, and as long as she could hit the Thunder General, she would have a chance of survival. Of course, all this was an illusion given to her by Venti and Zhongli after they played badly. Facing the lady who was attacking her, the Thunder General raised the long sword in his hand, and his figure flashed, just like Aang before. The purple sword light penetrated through the lady's body, and the lady was completely swallowed up by the thunder under this sword. Payman looked at the lady who was reduced to ashes under the Thunder General's sword and murmured, "Lady, dead." Aang replied calmly, "Yes. You are the eternal enemy." The Thunder General said to the lady with her back to Aang, "But I recognize your honor as a winner. So, I allow you to leave the castle tower standing." After listening to the Thunder General's words, Aang did not stay any longer, because she knew that Aang was now with Liusu, and the Thunder General was just an order executor, and it was useless to talk to her. After leaving the castle tower, Paimon said worriedly, "General Raiden, he might not let us go so easily, right?" "I think so too, but now that the problem has been solved, I still have the shield given by Liusu, so it shouldn't be a big problem," Aang said weakly. Paimon echoed, "Well, let's be careful. I feel that the atmosphere in the air has suddenly become so oppressive. Is it the pressure from General Raiden?" Aang replied, "Well, this is the pressure from the gods. This is the first time I have felt it up close. Yeah, I didn't expect that the seemingly unreliable gods are still so powerful. So, Liusu and Zhongli should also have it. I don't know, but I don't want to experience it," Aang replied. "The pressure from the gods is too terrible, but I didn't expect that the lady would actually attack General Thunder in the end. Maybe Wendy and Zhongli are too easy to talk to, and the scene played by Wendy gave the lady an illusion. Well, that's right. Although the lady deserved it, she died in front of us, which is still a bit touching." Aang suddenly felt a headache and couldn't help but cover her forehead. Paimon asked worriedly, "Hey, Aang, do you have a headache? Cheer up. Let's leave quickly. I have a bad feeling." "Yeah." After the headache got better, Aang slowly walked towards the gate of the castle tower. The thunder element in the air was too strong. Aang, who was already tired, felt a little dazed at this time, and felt that she was a little laborious to walk. Speaking of which, when I killed the lady, that Wuxiang's sword move was so powerful that it was unbelievable. How did you take it at that time, Aang? "That's because of the shield given by Liusu. Otherwise, I might have ended up like the lady." "Well, that's right. After all, Liusu is so strong. There seems to be a constant sound of electricity in the air, and my chest is stuffy, and I can't breathe. Because the concentration of lightning element is too high now. Aang, let's get out quickly." "Yeah." Near the outside of the castle tower, Aang and Paimon heard the noisy sound coming from outside. Paimon was puzzled and said, "It seems that I heard a messy sound coming from outside the castle tower. Is there a conflict?" Aang said to Paimon, who was talking next to her, "Don't talk for now, my head hurts." Paimon scratched his head and replied, Okay. When Aang and Paimon walked out of the castle tower, Aang felt that the suffocation of being submerged by the lightning element was much less. At the same time, she also saw One-Eye Goro and his group rushing up from below. Paimon saw Goro, Manai and the others, and greeted them with a smile, but Aang felt a chill on her back, as if some crisis was about to come. She saw that Manai and Goro's smiles had also faded, replaced by a sense of seriousness. The space behind Aang cracked again, and an evil eye opened, and the figure of General Thunder and Lightning appeared from it, raising his knife and slashing at Aang. Aang, who was exhausted physically and mentally, had no time to react at this time. "Ah!" Paimon also exclaimed beside her. "As solid as a rock." A faint voice sounded in Aang's mind, and the golden power gathered towards Aang's direction, replaced by a golden jade shield that protected Aang and Paimon. Paimon shouted happily, "Zhongli!" At this time, a figure was faster than this voice. At the moment when General Thunder and Lightning drew his knife, the thunder element god's eye belonging to his friend on Manai's waist lit up. At the same time, the words of his friend emerged in Manai's mind. "There will always be creatures on Earth who dare to face the might of thunder." He rushed to Aang like lightning, and just as the jade shield was formed, he resisted the unexpected sword of General Lei Dan. Paimon exclaimed, "Wan Yi." Aang also looked at Wan Yi, who took the sword of General Lei Dan in surprise. Wan Yi gritted his teeth and resisted the knife in the hand of General Raiden. At the same time, the god's eye that belonged to his friend on his body suddenly lit up with a strong light, and a powerful force surged into Wan Yi's body. This force made him directly shake General Raiden away. General Raiden showed an incredible expression on his face and was repelled by Wan Yi. This kind of thing was beyond her expectation, but she still rushed towards Won Yi with the knife in hand to fulfill her duty. Payman shouted anxiously on the side, "Aing, help quickly." Chapter 157 The Joyed Reigner of the Eightfold God. The moment General Raiden was repelled by Man Yi's friend's God's Eye, he immediately stabilized his body and rushed towards Man Yi. Facing the attacking General Raiden, Man Yi quickly held the tiger fish knife in his hand horizontally in front of him and used the remaining power of his friend's God's Eye to barely resist General Raiden's swift attack. However, he was still knocked out by General Raiden's power and landed after spinning in the air for a few weeks, using the knife in his hand to stabilize his body. And Man Yi's friend's God's Eye also fell out in this battle. The God's Eye, which originally emitted a strong purple light, also calmed down and turned gray. Go. Charge. Seeing that Man Yi was fine, the rebels behind Man Yi shouted at General Raiden. Goro shouted, "Let's go." As Goro led the rebels to attack, the God's Eye embedded in the 1,000 hands and 100 eye statue seemed to resonate, and all flashed the light representing that element. Aing. No, don't die. Although I admire your courage, but don't you know that this is an existence that cannot be defeated? The most important thing is that the core brain of General Lei Dan in front of him is gone. Payman looked at the people rushing up and said to Aang anxiously, "What should we do? They are no match for General Lei Dan." "How do I know what to do?" Aang said speechlessly. With the Jade Barrier shield given by Zhongli, she is extremely confident at this moment. Although her body has not recovered yet, her life safety is guaranteed. Although she said so, Aang still relied on Zhongli's Jade Barrier shield to deal with General Lei Dan. Every time General Lei Dan cuts, the Jade Barrier shield on his body flashes violently, which makes Aang's eyelids jump, fearing that General Lei Dan will break through the Jade Barrier shield and cut at her small body. The battle scene where Aang seems to be evenly matched with General Lei Dan gave great confidence to the rebels and others, and at this time Aang only wanted to escape, but if she ran, the people behind her would be miserable, and Wendy and Zhongli would not be able to show up in such a scene. At the same time, Wendy and Zhongli were watching the show. They didn't know that Aang had already walked out of Yixin Pure Land and was still carrying out the previous plan. Aang didn't tell them, because Aang thought that Aang had joined the Moi team, so Wendy and Zhongli should know it. Who knew that Liusu only verbally asked Aang to join the Moi team and hadn't even given Skynet to them yet? Hey, these Inazuma people are interesting. They actually dared to raise their weapons against the gods of their country. Zhongli nodded and said, "Well, but all this is in vain." "Alas, I know that too, but the traveler state seems to be a little wrong. She has the intention of running away." Wendy looked at Aang, who wanted to run away, and said with some confusion, "Of course Aang wanted to run away at this time. Facing an artificial intelligence, why should she fight? There is no benefit in winning, not to mention that she can't win." As for collecting the data of Thor, Aang didn't even think about it. The knife of Wuxiang was taken by her head. "Oh, did something happen?" Zhongli said, touching his chin. "Traveler, what are you doing? Hurry up and lure Baal-Zeb out," Wendy said to Aang on the field. Aang was full of questions when she heard Wendy's voice. "What are you luring out?" "Aang is fishing with Liusu and Shenzi on Heiji Island. The one in front of us now is General Lei Dan, not Aang." Wendy. After hearing Aang's words, Wendy said to Zhongli next to him with a tangled face, "Old man, I heard something extraordinary. The General Lei Dan in front of us is just General Lei Dan, and Baal-Zeb has already left the Pure Land of One Heart." Zhongli asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" "If I guess correctly, it should be the last time that Liusu brought Baal-Zeb out of the Pure Land of One Heart, but she didn't tell us." At this point, Wendy spread his hands to Zhongli. Zhongli sighed and said, "Liusu, you are worthy of it. Then what should we do now? If it is according to what the traveler said, this battle is unnecessary. We can just let the traveler take us to find Baal-Zeb," Wendy asked. "Then let's leave first. You notify the traveler," Zhongli replied. "Okay," Wendy said with a tangled face after hearing Zhongli's answer. "Why do I always do this kind of thing? Can't you send a message yourself?" At the same time, the traveler also got the answer from Wendy, which was to retreat. Aang, what's wrong with you?" Payman said to Aang with a wrong expression. Aang replied, Wendy told me to evacuate and not fight with General Lei Dan. That's right, because the current battle is meaningless. Let's run quickly. But what about the resistance army below? Aang sighed and said, I don't know either. Who knew they would suddenly come here today? I told you not to help before, but Coral Palace Zinhei just didn't listen. I can't save them in this situation. Manai, Goro, run. Aang suddenly shouted to the people below. Manai, Goro, the rebels. Manai asked in confusion. Traveler, why? Aang replied, don't worry about it. I'll explain it to you later. Just run now. We won't back down. Now that we are here, we must convey our determination to the general. Goro rejected Aang's proposal and said righteously. Aang resisted the attack of General Raiden while persuading Manai. Manai, trust me, go quickly. Well, okay, brothers, let's go. Although Manai didn't understand what was going on, he still shouted to the people he brought with him. Manai looked at the group of people who were evacuating in the back wearing the uniforms of the rebels, and said to Goro, Goro, you guys should leave too. No, we finally got here, how can we stop here? Manai sighed and said, then we will evacuate first. Goro said with a serious face, you guys should leave. Before leaving, Manai said to Aang, Traveler, the people we brought have already evacuated. Goro refused to leave, so you should be careful too. I see. Aang nodded when she saw Manai evacuate. After Manai and others evacuated for a long time, Aang shook the sword of General Raiden with force, and then spread his golden wings in an instant, turning into a stream of light, and flying towards the direction of Umajima. Goro and others. Aang's sudden departure made everyone stunned. The loss of their backbone made them look seriously at General Raiden at the door of the castle tower. The hands of the rebels holding their weapons were soaked with a layer of cold sweat. General Raiden was stunned when he saw Aang suddenly escape. Then he lowered his head and looked at the rebels below and said, the remnants of KG Island? Come on, take them away. General Raiden didn't even think about using his sword against the weak. As soon as General Raiden finished speaking, a bunch of shogunate soldiers rushed up. Because Aang was there, they didn't dare to go up without General Raiden's order. Now the backbone of the opponent, the boy named Fingyu and Manai, has left. Damn it. Goro watched the situation reversed in an instant, lowered his head, and hammered the ground hard. Goro, what should we do now? A rebel asked. Goro adjusted his mentality and said, let's rush out. These rebels are miserable. Wendy looked at the people on the field, and said with some gloating, Zhongli. As Wendy expected, after a while, the rebels led by Goro did not break out of the siege, but all the rebels including Goro himself were captured alive by the shogunate army. Let's go. There's nothing to see. Let's go find the traveler. The direction she fled should be where Liusu is. I think Beelzebub is there too. Wendy suggested. Zhongli nodded and said, yes. Old man, can't you say a few more words? Let someone say a few more words. Wendy said speechlessly. Zhongli replied, no, because short words can express my meaning. Heiji Island. How many times has this happened? Liusu looked at the ornamental fish in the fish tank and asked helplessly. Aang touched his chin and replied, if I'm not mistaken, it should be the third time. Huh? Did you catch it before? Yi Shenzi said in surprise. After Aang's explanation for a few days, she couldn't get angry, even if she wanted to. Well, we caught it once before. Aang replied. Yi Shenzi asked with a gossipy look on his face. Tell me, how did you catch it? What can I say? It's just that a fish was too stupid and tied itself to my fishing line. Liusu glanced at Shanhu Gongxinhei, who was curled up in the fish tank with his hands on his knees, and answered in a flat tone. Shanhu Gongxinhei. Shanhu Gongxinhei felt so tired. Why was he caught like a fish by 3 different people? The most hateful thing was the first 2 times. One was an accident, and the second time was my curiosity, but the third time was too much. It's okay for you to not hang normal bait on the fishing line when you go fishing, but one of them just used a fishing line without any hooks or bait, and the other one was even more outrageous, directly electrified the fishing line. Are you here to fish? As for the third one was even more hateful. Not only did he electrify it, but he also hung a book on the fishing line. who would hang a copy of Shenqiu Yushi Jianlu newly published and printed by Yi Tang on the fishing line. Although today was a day of war, Coral Palace Xinhei was still diving in the water. As she swam, she found a sealed book on the bottom of the sea. Curious, she swam over and saw that it was the newly printed Shenqiu Yushi Jianlu by Yi Tang. So she instinctively reached out for the Shenqiu Yushi Jianlu. As a result, when she first touched the book, she was not calm. What was that familiar electric feeling? Her hand seemed to be sucked by the book, and the electric current from the book made her whole body numb. What she thought in her mind at that time was that it was over. Sure enough, a huge force took her out of the water. What she saw was a person holding a fishing rod who was different from the previous 2 times, but she was familiar with this person because she was the Yi godson in charge of Yi Tang. Yi Shenzi smiled and looked at Shanhu Gongxinhei who was holding Shenqiu Yushi Jianlu, and said in surprise, "Oh, there is really a fish on the hook." Shanhu Gongxinhei, son of God, hurry up and throw it into the fish tank. Liusu made another fish tank, filled it with water, and placed it on the ground. Because the previous one had been shattered by Ying, this time she decided to make a stronger one, at least to block Ying's knife without breaking it. Here it comes, don't rush it. After saying this, Yi Shenzi threw Shanhu Gongxinhei on the fishing line into the fish tank accurately. After hearing Liusu's explanation, Yi Jinko understood everything and teased Coral Palace Xinhei in the fish tank. "Oh my, isn't this the living god priestess of Yumi Island? How could I catch her with a fishing rod?" Coral Palace Xinhei. Coral Palace Xinhei just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. In her opinion, Ying and Liusu were different. They were high gods, so Coral Palace Xinhei could get out of this embarrassing situation by comforting herself in her heart. But Yi Jinko was different. He was in charge of Yi Tang light novels and Yi Gangshi of Naruga Mitaisha. With his temperament, if he found someone to write his experience into a novel, and Coral Palace Xinhei had a hunch that, if it was really written into a novel and published, this outrageous novel would definitely be a big hit. By then, everyone in Inazuma would know that she was Coral Palace Xinhei, the living god priestess of Yumi Island, being caught as a fish 3 times. Not only that, her experience might also spread overseas. Thinking of this, Coral Palace Xinhei felt ashamed to see people. What kind of social death is this? Seeing that Coral Palace Xinhei didn't say anything, Yi Shenzi rolled his eyes and continued, "Let me think about it. You say, if the experience of Coral Palace Xinhei, the present-day human god priestess of Heike Island, is written into a novel, it will be sold well. If you think about it, what you fear will come true." When Coral Palace Xinhei heard Yi Shenzi's words, her body froze. She could already see the time of her social death. How would everyone in Heike Island comment on her at that time? Thinking of this, Coral Palace Xinhei's head shook like a rattle. No, absolutely not. Coral Palace Xinhei raised her head out of the water and refused loudly. "Oh my, I'm just trying to make people understand more about the present day gods and shrine maidens on the island of KG. Really, you've ruined my kindness. Woohoo, I'm so sad." Coral Palace Heartsea. Good guy. Coral Palace Heartsea is just good guy. Yi Godchild is completely different from the rumored Yi Palace Master. The rumored other party is resourceful, especially in the aspect of shrine maidens, and can be impeccable. Now it seems completely different, just like the majestic Thunder General in my original impression, but now he is eating tree-colored dumplings and drinking sweet milk with a happy expression. The same is true for Yi Godchild. The way he smiles with his eyes narrowed is like a fox playing with people's hearts. Although he is a fox, this drastic contrast has shocked Coral Palace Heartsea's worldview. Speak. Yi Godchild looked at Coral Palace Heartsea, who looked demented and had lost focus, as if he had been played with. He walked to the front of the fish tank with some unhappiness and knocked on the fish tank with his hands, which was taller than her. Coral Palace Xinhei came back to her senses. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it at all. "Let me think about it. I got a little gadget a few days ago. It seems to be called a camera." After saying that, Yi Shenzi took out a small brown box from somewhere. Yi Shenzi pointed the camera at Coral Palace Xinhei in the bathtub and said with a smile, "Come on, smile." Your current appearance is very suitable for the cover of the new novel. Click. Hearing the sound of the camera, Coral Palace Zinhei showed a horrified expression again. She couldn't understand why Yi Shenzi had such a thing. Well, it's very good. I have thought of the name of the novel. It's called I Went Out Fishing, but I didn't expect that the one who caught the hook was the living god priestess of the sea island. Or shocked, the ornamental fish in the fish tank turned out to be the living god priestess of the sea island. And also, what happened after I caught the living god priestess of the sea island? Yi Shenzi became more and more excited as she spoke, and the emotion of happiness was about to overflow from her body. Coral Palace Hard Sea. Master Yi Palace, please don't do this. Coral Palace Hard Sea heard the titles of the books mentioned by Yi Shenzi. She couldn't imagine what she would do in the future if these books were written by Yi Tang. Coral Palace Hard Sea couldn't help but think in her mind that when she met someone in the future, the other party would greet her cordially. Isn't this Miss Ornamental Fish? Are you coming to Yido to buy new books today? Miss Ornamental Fish, how did you get caught by 3 people in a row in the same place? Miss Ornamental Fish, I'm your fan. I have a fish tank as big as this one at home. Do you want to try it? Miss Ornamental Fish, this is a new fish tank from our store. It is absolutely comfortable and has eating and heat preservation functions. It is like taking a hot spring bath in it. Coral Palace Zinhei hurriedly threw these strange thoughts out of her head. No, absolutely not. Yido said to Coral Palace Zinhei with an innocent face. What's wrong with this? I want the people of Inazuma to admire the grace of Coral Palace Zinhei, the present-day shrine maiden of Umajima. Isn't it what you want to spread your deeds throughout Inazuma? If he hadn't seen the smile on her face that she couldn't hide, Coral Palace Zinhei would have really believed her words. Who would think that? Coral Palace Zinhei felt a surge of blood in his blood, and his originally fair cheeks turned red because of excitement, and steam was almost coming out of his head. Aang looked at the crazy Yi god with a sad face, and asked Liusu with some concern, why is the son of God so excited? Liusu replied with a strange look on his face, maybe he found something interesting? Is that so? Aang nodded after listening to Liusu's explanation, indicating that he understood, and did not ask any more questions. How could the affairs of Yi God be as important as tree-colored dumplings and sweet milk? Chapter 158, The Coral Palace Hard Sea transformed into a shadow. Liusu looked at the excited Yi God child interacting with the Coral Palace Hard Sea, and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for the ornamental fish. She saw that Yi God child was just venting his emotions, because she was almost autistic, after being bullied by the Traveler and Liuan Jifeng's engine, so the Coral Palace Hard Sea just happened to hit the gunpoint, and became a tree hole for Yi God child to vent his emotions. Aang, what if Wu Lang and the others refuse to leave? Paimeng said to Aang during the flight. What can I do? Can we really defeat General Lei Dan with just a few of us? It's impossible. Well, we have already shouted to him to leave, but with General Lei Dan's temper, I guess he won't do it himself. Aang analyzed on the side. Paimeng asked worriedly, what if he really uses a knife? Aang glanced at Paimeng and said, then use the knife. You know what the Coral Palace Hard Sea is like. Virtue. Okay. Paimeng scratched his head. Traveler, why are you flying so fast? It made me chase you for a while. Suddenly, Wendy's voice came from behind Aang and Paimeng. Wendy? Paimeng turned around in surprise and saw Zhongli standing on the ridge with his hands behind his back. Wendy was still pushing from behind like last time. She was stunned. Why are you in this style again? Paimeng asked in confusion. Zhongli replied calmly, well, to experience the so-called feeling of flying on a sword in the legend. A question mark slowly floated above Paimeng's head. Aang asked, it should be more than that, right? Wendy complained helplessly. Oh, don't mention it. The old man just said that I didn't help, so I use the saved strength here. Who doesn't know him? He just found an excuse to let me push again. Paimeng scratched his head and said, okay. By the way, do you want to go to Liusu? Wendy asked. Yes, go to her to see how to solve the problem of General Lei Dan. We can't beat that artificial intelligence. Aang replied. Wendy complained. Oh, really? You didn't tell us again. You'll get used to it. Zhongli seemed very calm about this. If Liusu didn't do anything strange, he would find it strange. If Liusu did something strange, he would not find it strange. Wendy couldn't understand Zhangli's calmness and said in surprise, "Grandpa, you just accepted it like this?" Zhangli sighed. "Her wear and tear is far more serious than you think." Wendy hesitated for a while, swallowed the complaints in her heart and said, "You are right. Liusu, we are back." Payman greeted Liusu excitedly before landing. After landing, Payman saw the eightfold god in the Coral Palace Hard Sea in the fish tank and asked in confusion, "Hey, why is the Coral Palace Hard Sea here too?" "You have to ask the god," Liusu replied. "Alas, we run around for Inazuma, sleeping in the open all day long, but you are just enjoying life here with a few people." Wendy complained to the two gods lying down. Liusu heard Wendy's complaints, turned his head, and glanced at him and said, "It seems that you have really worked hard in Inazuma during this period." "How can you say that, old man? Look." Wendy turned his head and wanted to pull Zhangli into the friendly party, but when he turned around, he saw that Zhangli had taken out his own small stool and a table. Not only that, Zhangli's tea was already brewed. "Are you Barbatus, Mondstadt's drunkard wind god?" Aang said to Wendy while chewing a tree-colored dumpling. "Hey, don't say this with a questioning tone, as if you don't know me, and don't add the word drunkard. Oh, it turns out that you have a temperament that doesn't match me." Aang nodded at Wendy and said, "Wendy." Wendy felt like a clown at this moment. There were 4 gods. One was lying on a beach chair with his eyes closed to rest. One was constantly eating tree-colored dumplings and drinking sweet milk. Another was looking at the sea in the distance with a calm demeanor. He raised his steaming hot teacup and took a sip of tea, sighing from time to time. Only he stood out from the crowd. After a moment of silence, Wendy took out his bench like Zhangli did and found a suitable place to put it down. Then he took out the table and set it up. He took out the wine in stock and sighed with some sorrow while drinking. Aang. Payman. "So, are the gods of Teyvat not normal? Look at them one by one. What have they become?" After hesitating for a while, Payman asked the excited Yi goddess, "Goddess, what happened to Xinhei?" "Oh, you are talking about this. It was an ornamental fish I caught. I was going to write a novel for her to make her famous, but she refused to agree. Oh, my heart is broken by her." Payman. "So, why was the Coral Palace Xinhei thrown into the fish tank by several people?" And looking at her pale face and unfocused eyes, it seems that she has suffered a lot of damage. "Well, can you tell us about it? I'm very curious. This is what happened. And now you know it." Yi goddess told the originally brief incident in a very long story after her polishing. After listening to Yi Shinko's story, Payman exclaimed, "Wow. He was caught 3 times? Yes, look at this ornamental fish. It was actually attracted by a novel by Yido. It's so cute." Yi Shinko couldn't help laughing when she talked about Xinhei being attracted by a novel. "Traveler, Payman. Why are you here? Where are Goro and the others?" Coral Palace Xinhei asked hurriedly when she saw Aang and Payman. "Goro and the others should have been captured by the shogunate army, right?" Aang said uncertainly, "because there is another possibility. That is, Goro was chopped by General Raiden." Coral Palace Xinhei widened his eyes and asked, "Should it be?" "Well, there is another possibility that he was chopped by General Raiden." Aang replied, "How could it be? Isn't General Raiden always here?" Coral Palace Xinhei murmured, "This is not General Raiden, she is Aang, although you are right to think so." Payman replied. Xinhei continued to ask, "Then why did you come back?" "We came back because we couldn't defeat General Raiden. I talked to Goro and Manai before. Manai listened to me and retreated, but Goro had no resistance, so they stayed." Aang answered calmly, "What do you mean, that Goro might have been chopped by General Raiden?" "Well, it's very simple, because as a wanted criminal of Inazuma, I broke into the castle tower and defeated so many shogunate troops. General Raiden would certainly not sit idly by. Facing the angry General Raiden, I could only run." Aang spread his hands and made a helpless expression and said, "But Goro refused to run, so he was kept by General Raiden, and I told you before not to go." "Impossible. Goro and the others will not be in trouble. You must be lying to me, right?" Coral Palace Xinhei asked Aang excitedly. The Goro you mentioned should be fine for now, because except for the duel in front of the Emperor, General Raiden will not kill ants. At most, he will be locked up by the Shogunate army, and then be dealt with by the Shogunate army as a death row prisoner in a few days. Aang said. Aang, come to think of it, the eye hunting order was broken when it came to General Raiden, so you are the real decision maker. Aang replied, well, your trip made me discover a lot of criticisms about Inazuma. I didn't expect the three great magistrates to be so unbearable. As for the eye hunting order, I just need to issue an order to let General Raiden announce its abolition. Paimon asked puzzledly, three great magistrates? Aang understood Paimon's confusion and explained, well, the society magistrate is also included. Although the starting point is for the people, Kamisato Ayaka of the Kamisato family actually colluded with the rebels and allowed the rebels to directly enter Inazuma Castle. This is also not exempt. The problems with the Kanjo Bujiyo and Tenryo Bujiyo are much more serious than those with the society magistrate. Colluding with foreign countries and falsely transmitting orders, each of these can be convicted. Paimon asked in surprise, Aang, you know all this? I didn't know before, but now that I've come out of Aishin Pure Land, of course I will observe everything that happens in Inazuma's native land. So how do you plan to deal with these people? Paimon asked cautiously. She didn't care about the others, but she didn't want anything to happen to Kamisato Ayaka and Thomas. Aang said calmly, kill them. Kill them? Paimon exclaimed. Aang replied, killing them directly is of course the fastest and most effective way. Inazuma still needs to pursue eternity. These are unstable factors on the road to eternity, so of course we must do our best to eliminate them. Paimon said reluctantly, but, wouldn't this be too cruel? Aang replied expressionlessly, for the enemies of eternity, we need to take swift and decisive measures, and being kind to the enemies is cruel to ourselves. Aang, what should I do? Paimon asked Aang. How should I know what to do? And this is someone else's national affairs. What Aang said is right. This is how we should treat traitors and enemies. Aang replied, and she also agreed with Aang's behavior. But Ayaka, Thomas and the others. Aang thought for a moment and said, I'll try my best to save them when the time comes. Paimon replied, that's the only way. It seems that you are friends with Kamisato Ayaka, the magistrate of the society? Aang asked suddenly. Paimon quickly replied, yes, we are good friends with Ayaka and Thomas. Well, in that case, since you have done so much for Inazuma, I will not pursue the responsibility of the magistrate of the society. But there won't be a next time. Remember to notify the several magistrates of the society about this matter. Paimon was surprised to hear Aang's words and said, I know. We will notify Ayaka, Thomas and the others when the time comes. Aang, I didn't expect Aang to agree to let Ayaka, Thomas and the others go. Aang, traveler, please save the people of the resistance too. Coral Palace Zinhei pleaded with Aang. Aang replied, I'm sorry, I can't help you. I told them to retreat before, but they didn't listen to me, so I can't do anything. Before, Aang herself entered Inazuma Castle, because she had the two gods as a backing and the shield given by Liusu to enter Inazuma Castle to face General Raiden. What can a group of ordinary soldiers do? The most important thing is that Aang is not there. Facing General Raiden who only knows how to follow orders, these ordinary people are nothing. Shan Hugang was so angry. Why did he let Goro lead the troops in when he heard Aang say that they didn't want to enter Inazuma Castle? Yi Shenzi poked the ornamental fish floating in the fish tank with a dead face and said helplessly, okay, Aang, don't tease her. Aang took a sip of sweet milk with an expressionless face and said, I don't know you yet. You are still very relieved for the people of Inazuma. Now that the people of Inazuma can really grow up, you must be very happy now. Yi Shenzi smiled and joked. Ahem. The Yi god said the key point, and Aang almost choked on the liquid in his mouth. You still don't admit it. If it was the former Thunder General, I could see the lightning appearing from the castle tower from here. Now it hasn't appeared. What does it mean? It means you are interfering. Is all this planned by Aang? I thought that what the serious Aang said was true. I was worried for so long. Paimon said angrily. If Aang becomes like this, she is not unrelated to it. After saying this, Yi God looked at Liusu, who was resting with her eyes closed. Paimeng said with some annoyance, "Well, I should have guessed it earlier. You are too stupid." Aang glanced at Paimeng and said, "Then, Aang, have you guessed it a long time ago?" Aang replied calmly, "No, you didn't guess it. Why do you say I'm stupid?" Aang showed a puzzled expression and said, "I can't say you're stupid if I didn't guess it." So angry. "Aang, you've changed. You're not the same Aang as before. I won't forgive you for saying I'm stupid without a big meal." Looking at the angry Paimon, Aang said slowly, "It's up to you. Son of God, from now on, Inazuma will be handed over to you and General Raiden," Aang said suddenly. Aang's sudden words made Yishinko, who was originally smiling, freeze her smile. She asked in confusion, "Why?" Aang said with a serious face, "The world is so big, I want to see it. Be normal." Yishinko replied, "I want to travel, go to other places with Liusu and the others." Aang said this, and took out another tree-colored dumpling and ate it. Yishinko, listen to what you said. Are you talking like a human being? You disappeared again in just a few days? The name Aang really suits you. No. Yishinko rejected Aang's proposal righteously. Aang glanced at Yishinko and said calmly, "I'm just informing you, not asking for your opinion. Your saying no won't change anything." Wow. Aang, are you going to abandon me again? Woohoo, I'm really a pitiful little fox that no one wants. Yishinko showed Aang a sad expression and said pitifully, "Son of God, be normal. Now Inazuma can be regarded as a peaceful development. When the time comes, you can deal with the affairs of the three major magistrates and the resistance army, and then lift the isolation order and the eye hunting order." Yishinko said to Aang firmly, "I want to go too. What if you go to Narukamitaisha? What if something happens to General Raiden?" In response to Aang's words, Yishinko said with a tangled face, "If something happens to General Raiden, I can't stop it. With your skills, you can avoid it. I believe you." Aang said to Yishinko seriously, "Ye God. If there weren't so many people here, I would have made you cry, make a scene, and then hang yourself, so that you would be ready to leave me." Still in the fish tank, Coral Palace Zinhei heard Aang say that he was just joking and didn't really want to kill them. He breathed a sigh of relief and asked Aang with an expectant look, "General, what about Wu Lang and the rebels? The death penalty can be forgiven, but the living crime cannot be escaped. You should contribute to the construction of Inazuma in the future." Aang replied. Coral Palace Zinhei was stunned. "What do you mean by contributing? Inazuma now needs to develop and cannot stagnate, so you should also contribute." After Aang learned from Liusu about the rapid development of Liu in the past few hundred years, he was no longer so worried. No matter how much Inazuma developed, it could not keep up with the speed of Liu. If the sky fell, there would be tall people to support it, so Liu would definitely be the first to get into trouble. Coral Palace Zinhei was entangled. According to Aang's words, wouldn't this make them do hard labor? But if they didn't agree, Wu Lang and the others would be struck alive by General Lei Dan. I know what you are worried about. Let's put it this way. Heiji Island is not a suitable place to live after all. Your ancestors have been coveting the Bayou Island near Heiji Island. Even Oropus died because of this. His body is still there now. But I can make the decision to divide Bayou Island to you, provided that you are loyal to Inazuma and cannot do anything that harms Inazuma. Really? Coral Palace Zinhei raised his head and asked in surprise. Aang nodded and said, "Of course. Bayou Island has Wuxiang Blade Gorge, and Oropus's body is still exposed there. It is obviously not a place suitable for people to live in for a long time, but it is different for Oropus's people. The most important thing is that Inazuma has a small population now, and it does not need so much space. Dividing Bayou Island to the people of Heiji Island can not only gain their loyalty, but also allow them to help develop Inazuma. Why not do it? Thank you, General. I swear that I will be loyal to Inazuma and never have second thoughts." Coral Palace Zinhei answered seriously. Under Aang's big stick and sweet dates, Coral Palace Zinhei chose to surrender directly. Otherwise, what else could he do? Would he really use his head to receive General Lei Dan's unthinking knife? Coral Palace Zinhei thought he was not stupid enough to this extent. Moreover, Aang said in person that they would live on Baying Island, so there would be no need to worry about the problem of food. The people of Heiji Island will live better in the future. As for building in Azuma, they can also build their own homes while building in Azuma. Well, it's done. It feels so simple. So we have done so much. It's better for Aang to come forward in person. Paimon looked at Coral Palace Zinhei, who had a fanatical face and eyes full of longing, and spread his hands to Aang and said. Aang smiled and said, at least, we also gained a lot from it, didn't we? That's right. Paimon scratched his head. Chapter 159 Leisure Time. After getting Aang's response, Shanhu Gongzinhei changed his previous decadent state and hummed an unknown ballad in the fish tank. However, when Yi Shenzi saw Shanhu Gongzinhei with a happy face, she felt unhappy. She felt that her happiness must have been stolen by Shanhu Gongzinhei. So, Yi Shenzi took out the Shenqiu Yushi Jianlu that caught Shanhu Gongzinhei and walked towards Shanhu Gongzinhei, who didn't know that he was about to face a terrible thing. Paimon looked at the setting sun in the distance and asked everyone, it's so late, aren't you going back? What are you going back for? Aang replied, go back and rest. Aang changed to a comfortable position and lay down and said, you can rest here too. Paimon, it's rare that so many people are here. Let's have hot pot. How about I cook it? Liusu's eyes rolled and she suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. Paimon was the first to shout excitedly, great, Liusu is making hot pot. I want to eat it. I want to eat it. Liusu touched her chin as if asking herself, but, what should we eat? Aang suggested, why don't we eat seafood? We can catch a lot of seafood here, so we don't have to worry about the ingredients. Zhangli frowned when he heard Aang's suggestion. He also admitted that Liusu's cooking was indeed delicious. The last time Liusu made a feast for him in Liu, he was still savoring it. However, if it was seafood, he was a little unsure if he could eat it. Okay, but you have to prepare the ingredients. I'm only responsible for cooking. Paimon made a gesture like a fly rubbing his hands and said to Aang, leave it to us. Aang, let's go catch fish. Paimon, you only know how to eat. Paimon urged, hey, Liusu's cooking is not something you can eat often. I know you want to eat it too, hurry up. I can't do anything about you. Aang showed a helpless expression to Paimon. It wasn't that she wanted to eat it. It was all because of Paimon. Paimon, yeah. You go catch fish too. Ye God said to Coral Palace Zinhei in the fish tank. Coral Palace Zinhei, can I not go? Coral Palace Zinhei said with a tangled face. Ye God showed a foxy smile and said to Coral Palace Zinhei, no, otherwise, I will write your experience into a novel and publish it. Miss Coral Palace Zinhei, the living god of Heiji Island, you don't want your story to be known to the world, right? I'll go right away. Coral Palace Zinhei said, then jumped out of the fish tank and dived directly into the sea. After Aang and Coral Palace Zinhei prepared the ingredients, Liusu used her divine power to make it cook automatically. After a while, a fragrant hot pot appeared in front of everyone. Wow. It smells so good, I can't wait. Paimon rubbed his hands and looked at the seafood hot pot in front of him with shining eyes. Paimon, wait, it's not done yet. Although Aang was also drooling secretly, she still restrained her behavior. Okay, but where are Nashida and Klee? We haven't seen them for a long time. Liusu. It seemed that she had forgotten the two little ones, so she looked at the space in front of her expressionlessly, and two little ones, one red and one green, were pulled over from other places. Wow. Sister Nashida, Klee was captured by the big devil. Hurry up and save Klee. Little Klee, who was grabbed by the collar by Liusu, struggled in her hands. Unlike Klee, Nashida seemed very calm, looking around with curiosity, as if it was not the first time she was pulled back. It's okay, Klee, it's not the big devil. Nashida comforted Klee. Oh, really? Klee opened her eyes when she heard what Nashida said, and her originally panicked expression suddenly turned into surprise. Honorary Knight Sister, Little Paimon, and the singing brother, you are all here. Wendy walked up to the front and asked with a smile, Little Klee, long time no see, where have you been playing all this time? Klee and Sister Nashida were frying fish. We fried a lot of fish, but we seemed to be in trouble because after Klee and Sister Nashida threw a bomb into a big furnace, the furnace began to make a loud noise as if it was going to explode. Sister Nashida and I were just about to run, but we were caught by Liusu. Klee said a little embarrassed. Wait, a big furnace? Yi Shenzi found the blind spot and said to Klee with a horrified face. Yes, it's a big furnace. We were frying fish below and a bomb was suddenly sucked into the big furnace. Yi Shenzi. It wasn't sucked into the big furnace, but the bomb blew up the bomb that hadn't exploded yet. Nashida explained in a low voice, but at this time she had already protected her head with both hands. So, why would the bomb blow up the bomb that hasn't exploded yet? Payman complained in confusion. Shouldn't the bombs explode together? Because I added grass element on them, they are still very solid before they come into contact with water. Nashida explained in a low voice. Boom boom, Payman exclaimed. Wow. Thunder. It's not thunder, it should be that the furnace of the stepping sand is about to explode. Yi Shenzi rubbed his forehead and said. That furnace is not very stable. If the furnace explodes, the area within 100 miles may be reduced to ruins. Liusu glanced at Nashida who was shrinking her head and sighed. You are worthy of it. I'll go and deal with it now. Nashida said and hurried away. Liusu. Come back. Liusu stretched out her hand and caught Nashida who was escaping again. Liusu reached out and poked Nashida's forehead and said, what's the point of you going? You didn't learn any skills, but you are good at getting into trouble. I didn't mean to, it was really just an accident. Nashida argued. Liusu nodded and said, well, I believe it. Really? Nashida blinked her big eyes and asked Liusu expectantly. Liusu replied expressionlessly, it's fake. Boom. The sound of Liusu hitting Nashida's head made Kelly next to her shrink her head and involuntarily protect her little head like Nashida. Nashida squatted with her head in her arms and complained to Liusu pitifully. Liusu, you hit me again. You will become stupid. Anyway, I'm not smart. Nashida, I am. I'm wisdom, what are you? Liusu glanced at Nashida and she immediately became honest and didn't say the rest of the words. Nashida answered sincerely, nothing. Liusu turned to everyone and said, you guys eat. I'll go take care of it. Okay. Nashida scratched her head and replied. I don't know if it was an illusion, but Nashida felt that her head was a little hard. After Liusu hit it this time, it didn't hurt all of a sudden. Liusu should be able to handle it, right? Payman said with some concern. Nashida replied, of course she can, because she is Liusu. That's right, Liusu said we can start. Let's eat. Payman said, and turned his head excitedly to the huge hot pot on the table. His eyes lit up. Wow, so many fish. Klee likes it. Well, why are they all seafood? Nashida walked over with some discomfort. Payman said on the side, this is made by Liusu herself. Try it. Okay. Hearing that it was made by Liusu, Nashida didn't resist so much. After everyone sat down, Nashida picked up a squid tentacles and frowned in pain. Do you really want to eat this? This slippery species exists deep in the sea. It's delicious. Nashida, try it, don't you think so? God. Payman said, turning his head to look at the Yi god who was eating fiercely. Delicious. Yi god replied with satisfaction. Yes, really. Nashida was still a little afraid of the squid tentacles in front of her. After all, this squid tentacles are different from ordinary fish. This is the real seafood. Try it. If it doesn't taste good, forget it. Nashida made up her mind, closed her eyes, as if facing something terrifying, and then ate the squid tentacles in one bite under Zhangli's surprised eyes. Zhangli, old man, why don't you eat it? This seafood is really delicious. Liusu made it delicious. There is no fishy smell of seafood, and it also stimulates the deliciousness of the ingredients. Now have a glass of good wine. The taste is so good. Wendy said to Zhangli, while eating and shaking his head. I have some wine here. Aang said, sharing his inventory. Wendy looked at the wine Aang handed over with wide eyes and said, Traveler, that's too much. You still have the limited sea idea from the last Windflower Festival? Aang replied expressionlessly, didn't I buy a few more? This is the taste, comfortable. Picking up the wine Aang gave, Wendy took a sip happily. Nashida, how is it? Payman looked at Nashida chewing the squid tentacles with her eyes closed and asked curiously, well, it's not that bad, and it doesn't taste like a dirty black cloud. On the contrary, it tastes very delicious, but I feel a little uncomfortable. Nashida opened her eyes and answered, I told you, it's delicious. Is it really edible? Zhongli also picked up a squid tentacles, and looking at the squid tentacles bouncing on the chopsticks due to the force, Zhongli felt that his eyelids were also jumping along with the squid tentacles in front of him. Grandpa, stop looking and eat quickly, or the ingredients prepared by Liusu will be gone. Wendy urged, look, they eat much faster than us. Aang and Yi Shenzi didn't say a word, but the chopsticks in their hands kept moving. Their only purpose was to get the food in the hot pot into their stomachs. Zhongli looked at Nashida who was stuffing food into her mouth with her eyes closed, and sighed inwardly. Forget it. After sighing, he also ate the squid tentacles on the chopsticks into his mouth. Unlike the expected seafood, it tasted very good and delicious. It was a rare delicacy, but because of his instinctive bad impression of seafood, Zhongli was entangled. Coral Palace Xinhei looked at Aang Payman, Aang Yi Shenzi, Wendy, Klee and others. The chopsticks were about to have after images when they ate, while Nashida and Zhongli were stuffing food into their mouths with their eyes closed, and the other frowned while eating. Coral Palace Hard C. She couldn't understand Nashida and Zhongli's behavior, because if you think seafood is not delicious, don't eat it, but you too force yourself to eat it. What's the situation? Then, under the temptation of Yi Shenzi, Coral Palace Hard C was really fragrant, and she kept using the chopsticks in her hand with tears in her eyes, because this seafood hot pot was really fragrant, although she felt a little uncomfortable after eating fish. As time passed, the thundering sound from the stepping sand was also slowly decreasing until it disappeared. After solving the problem, Liusu, who had gone and returned, looked at the strange three people and scratched his head in confusion. He didn't understand why they were like this. Even if it was delicious, they didn't have to eat while crying, right? Well, I'm so full and satisfied. After finishing the meal, Paimeng rubbed his bloated belly and sighed happily. I envy Yi Shenzi and Aang's stomachs. They can still eat now. Yi Shenzi, Aang. Yi Shenzi and Aang didn't say anything, but still moved their chopsticks. After the meal, everyone started to leave. Aang suddenly remembered that there were still some things to do in Inazuma, so he wanted to go there. Zhongli and Wendy planned to find a place to rest for the night. They were not used to staying out overnight. Nashida and Klee also left to find a good place to fry fish and visit Inazuma. Aang thought that after the eye hunting order was over, Ling He would give her a large commission. Although the eye hunting order was not solved by her, she also contributed. After getting the permission of Yi God, Xinhei of Coral Palace also returned to Coral Palace to organize people to migrate to the nearby Yang Island. Yi God also left because he had not returned to Mengshantasia for a long time, so Liusu was the only one left on Heiji Island. They all left. The voice of the Great Compassion Tree King sounded in his mind. Liusu asked expressionlessly, what do you want to say? Choked by Liusu's plain words, the Great Compassion Tree King responded dissatisfiedly, ahem, really, you only know how to ruin the atmosphere. The next day in Inazuma Castle, Mulati House. As soon as they entered the door, Paimon shouted to the inside, Ayaka, Thomas, we are back. Ah. You are back, how are you? I heard that Goro and the resistance were all captured by General Raiden. Are you okay? Kamisato Ayaka heard Paymon's voice and ran out anxiously. We ran away at that time, and so did Manai. Goro didn't listen to Aang, and insisted on staying there. Paimon explained. Then what should we do? If even you can't solve this matter, won't the community be in danger? Is General Raiden really invincible? Aang looked at Ayaka with an anxious face, and suddenly said to the side, Ayaka, I have good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear? There are two pieces of news, so let's hear the good news first. Kamisato Ayaka said after a pause. The good news is that the eye hunting order and the closing order have been abolished. You should receive a notice later. Aang replied. Kamisato Ayaka asked in surprise, really? What about the bad news? The bad news is that General Raiden intends to clean up all those who are causing trouble in Inazuma, including the rebels and the three magistrates of Inazuma now. What? Kamisato Ayaka's originally happy face suddenly turned pale when she heard the bad news that Aang said. She asked in disbelief, is General Raiden really going to clean up the three magistrates? Payman echoed, yes, she said this herself, and we all heard it. How could it be? Kamisato Ayaka murmured. Miss, the head of the Kyujo family, Kyujo Takeoki, and the head of the Hiraji family, Hirajishin, were all detained by the shogunate army. It is said that it was the order of the general. At this time, Thomas ran in from outside and shouted to Kamisato Ayaka, hey, traveler, Payman, why are you here? Is General Raiden so quick? Is he arresting people now? Payman asked in confusion. Thomas looked at Kamisato Ayaka, who looked a bit strange, and asked with concern, Miss, what's wrong? Kamisato Ayaka said with a bitter face, Thomas, the traveler brought a good news and a bad news. The good news is that the eye hunting order and the seclusion order have really been abolished, but the bad news is that General Raiden will deal with those who are causing trouble in Inazuma, including the three great magistrates, including the magistrate of the shrine. How could it be? Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the Milauti house. Open the door, the shogunate army. What should I do? What should I do? The other party must know we are here. Thomas was also panicked when he heard the sound outside, and he wandered around anxiously. Aang and Payman looked at each other. Payman spread his hands and said, it seems that I have gone too far. Yes, I have gone too far. Aang echoed. Traveler, if the shogunate army breaks in later, you will take the young lady away. Thomas said to Aang. Kamisato Ayaka asked, Thomas, what will you do then? I will cover the rear. Thomas replied. Miss Kamisato, we know you are in the Milauti house, so please come out quickly. Here is the decree written by the shogun. Please don't embarrass us. Kamisato Ayaka and Thomas were anxious for a while, but the shogunate troops outside did not break in, but shouted inside. Kamisato Ayaka was stunned when she heard the voice outside, as if the other party was not here to arrest people. Thumma, it seems that the shogunate troops are not here to arrest people. I will go out and take a look. Kamisato Ayaka said. Thomas advised, Miss, don't take risks. What if they are here to arrest people? If they are here to arrest people, I will accept it, because it was us who let the rebels into Inazuma Castle. Kamisato Ayaka sighed and said, I just hope that this action will not implicate my brother. Besides, the eye hunting order and the closure order have been abolished, and our goal has been achieved. There is nothing wrong with the general's move. Thomas gritted his teeth and replied, okay. Kamisato Ayaka took a deep breath and walked out of the Milauti house alone. Thomas knew what Kamisato Ayaka was thinking, but did not follow. Payman looked at Thomas with a worried face and said, don't worry, Ayaka is fine. Thomas. Chapter 160, Zumi is the Kingdom of Wisdom? Payman scratched his head and said embarrassedly, hehe, just now we were joking with Linghua to create a tense atmosphere, but we didn't know that the shogunate army really came. So, yes, Linghua is fine. The only ones in trouble are those heads of the families who collaborated with the enemy. Thomas was relieved after hearing Payman's explanation and said, then I'm relieved. I didn't expect you would play this trick. You scared me and my lady. Payman scratched his head. After a while, Kamisato Linghua, who had returned, came to the front of them. Miss, are you okay? Thomas asked. It's okay, but I'll be a little tired later. Kamisato Ayaka replied, General Raiden is going to rebuild Inazuma and needs our help. Thomas breathed a sigh of relief and said, did the general mention anything about the three magistrates? Kamisato Ayaka said, yes, the three magistrates are still the three magistrates, but the people in them will be replaced. The community magistrate is okay, because it was my fault, and the general did not hold it against my brother. She hopes that I will make up for it in the future, and perform my duties well. After hearing Kamisato Ayaka's words, Thomas said with some joy, that's good, that's good. By the way, traveler, since the eye hunting order is over, my request for your commission is also completed. When I finish my work, I will settle the commission fee with you at that time. It's okay, we are not in a hurry. You should complete General Raiden's task first. Payman waved his hand. Thank you very much, Thomas, and I will leave first. Kamisato Ayaka thanked them seriously. You're welcome. Well, thank you again for everything you've done for Inazuma. After saying that, Kamisato Ayaka left with Thomas. Eyeing, the eye hunting order is over. Where are we going now? Payman asked Eyeing as he watched Kamisato Ayaka leave. Let's go to Narukami-taisha to find Yikamiko. Eyeing replied. Payman asked in confusion, why? Didn't we just meet yesterday? How should I know? She just contacted me with the amulet and asked me to go to Narukami-taisha to see her. Eyeing glanced at Payman and said, okay then, let's go to Narukami-taisha. Eyeing followed the instructions and came to Narukami-taisha and walked directly to Yikamiko's location. Yikamiko was standing under the sacred cherry tree at this time. She turned her head in surprise when she noticed the arrival of Eyeing and Payman. Aren't these the traveler and Payman? Why are you planning to come to Narukami-taisha to pick cherry blossoms again? Yikamiko teased Eyeing and Payman. Payman waved his hands and said, no, we have collected enough cherry blossoms. You know that too. Tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Shenzi asked. Didn't you ask us to come? Payman asked curiously. Haha, just kidding. Shenzi said with a smile. Payman turned to Eyeing and said, Shenzi seems to be in a good mood. How about we? No, you have collected so many cherry blossoms and haven't eaten them all yet. Let's talk about it after you finish eating. I won't let you collect cherry blossoms before that. Yi Shenzi noticed Payman's thoughts and refused directly. But you are right. It was a rare opportunity to reminisce with old friends who I haven't seen for many years a few days ago. It is a happy thing anyway. Yi Shenzi said this and thought of Eyeing's explanation again. Her cheeks suddenly blushed, but she quickly concealed it. But what I didn't expect was that you really had a duel in front of the Emperor in Inazuma, although it was with the Fachu's executive officer instead of General Raiden. How was it? Was the opponent strong? It's okay. Eyeing can definitely beat him. Payman replied. You are too modest. I heard from Eyeing that you were just playing a cat and mouse game with that lady at that time. Phew, that lady is so hateful. Luckily Eyeing helped me get revenge. Payman was still a little angry when he thought of the lady. By the way, where is the heart of God? The plan of Liusu last time. Payman suddenly thought of something and asked. The heart of God. It should have been taken away by the scattered soldier, right? I put it on the table next to him at the time. If he is not blind, he should not let go of the heart of God. Yishinko said, touching his chin. Should it? If Sanbing doesn't get it, it won't ruin Liusu's plan, right? You'll definitely be in trouble. Probably, maybe, possibly. Yi Shenzi said this and was a little uncertain. Payman was right. If this plan failed, because of her playfulness, not to mention Liusu, Eyeing would probably make her look bad. Because she learned from Eyeing that the heart of God was really given to Sanbing by Eyeing, and Liusu was just the executor of the plan. She also learned that Liusu and Eyeing must have had bad intentions in giving the heart of God to Sanbing. What? You can't even do a task with the heart of God. Payman glanced at Yi Shenzi and said. Yi Shenzi changed the subject and said, let's not talk about this. Just think that it was taken away by Sanbing. After all, no one else in Narukami-taisha knows the purpose of the heart of God. I don't know why I called you here today, but there is a will driving me to do this. Yi Shenzi rubbed his head and said, why is the heart of God in your hands? Payman asked in confusion. Because Eyeing transformed herself into a puppet before, the heart of God had nowhere to go, so she gave it to her best friend, me, for safekeeping. Then why don't gods need the heart of God? Yishinko replied, I don't know, but according to Eyeing, she no longer needs the power of the heart of God, and she has also severed contact with Sky Island. In this case, the heart of God is useless, and will only cause disputes. But what do you think? Did the other three gods also give away their hearts of God? Yeah, I don't know about Liusu's, but Zhongli and Wendy's have been given to the Fachu, and Wendy even put on a show for this. It really pissed me off, and I was so worried about him. Payman replied angrily. Haha, as the god of wind of the free city, it seems normal for him to do this. Yishinko said with a smile. I also know that you have been traveling in Teyvat. Now the Inazuma journey should have come to an end, right? Although the process was a bit bumpy, the result is still good. As a reward, whether it is the future road or the past doubts, let me answer them for both of you. Yi Shenzi said this, and his expression paused. Although I don't know why I say this, I feel that a consciousness is driving me. So, is there anything you want to ask? Payman. But eyeing next to him nodded in understanding, because she saw the golden box with an exclamation mark on Yi Shenzi's head. About the puppet general, about the former thunder general, about my brother, about the next stop of the journey, nothing else to ask. Eyeing hesitated for a while, and finally chose the first one. What's the puppet general? Eyeing asked. Yi Kamiko answered. The technology of the puppet general originated from some now lost knowledge. Perhaps only she, as a god, can know the source. Before Aang began to transform his divine body, he created a prototype puppet out of thin air. Payman wondered, are there 3 thunder generals? No, that prototype was just to verify the feasibility. Neither the appearance nor the intelligence was designed based on Aang himself. It can be said to be a prototype. According to the original plan, Aang should have abandoned him directly, but perhaps Aang thought that doing so was too cruel, so he chose to seal only the power in his body. Later, he wandered on the land of Inazuma like an ordinary person, relying on his self-awareness, until the Fachu took a fancy to him. Fachu? Payman exclaimed. And that prototype puppet was adjusted by some strange people in the Fachu, and the seal of power was lifted. It may even be more powerful than before the seal. This puppet is Sanbing, right? Yes, the creation of God took the heart of God himself. That prototype puppet is today's Sanbing. But Sanbing is not as strong as you said? Payman asked in confusion. It's not that Sanbing is not strong, but you, traveler, are too powerful. Yi Shenzi said with a smile. I didn't expect Sanbing to be born like this. I thought it was just an ordinary puppet made by Aang, but I didn't expect it to be made according to the template of General Raiden. So, Sanbing's power is equal to General Raiden? No, that was the former General Raiden. Because for some reason, after Aang separated from the Pure Land of One Heart, General Raiden's strength became stronger than before. Yi Shenzi rejected Payman's conjecture. Payman scratched his head and said, what? So this is a reason why I can defeat the scattered soldiers, but can't beat General Raiden? Of course not. General Raiden is just a puppet after all, but Aang is a real thunder god. There is only one possibility why you can't beat General Raiden now. That is, Aang secretly did something. Aang. Payman exclaimed. Wow, does this mean that General Raiden in the castle tower is controlled by Aang? We are not facing General Raiden, but the real thunder god Aang? Yi Shinko nodded and said, yes. But why can Manai withstand the sword of General Raiden? Payman asked puzzledly. Yi Shinko answered, because the shadow will not use his true power to a great extent, and the one called Manai probably inherited a strong desire, which is how such an impossible miracle occurred. But this power is not your own after all. After using it once, it will not work anymore, while the power of the gods is endless. Aang nodded and said, so that's how it is. But since there is a shadow, then there must be a real side, right? So who was the former General of Thunder? You, a stranger, actually know that the Thunder God once changed. This is also rarely known among the people of Inazuma, but as a friend of the 3 veteran gods, it's not surprising that you know this. Yes, Zhongli mentioned before that the Thunder God Baal has passed away, and the current shadow seems to be Baalzabul. Yi Shinko explained. Well, that's indeed the case, because Baal and Baalzabul are actually a pair of twin demons. Payman asked puzzledly, twin demons? In response to Payman's doubts, Yi Shinko said, they won the demon war together, and later after Baal established the shogunate, Baal-Zeb became Baal's substitute as a shadow warrior. Baal-Zeb is the shadow you and I are familiar with, and Baal, its name is truth. In the eyes of the world, the two of them have always been a unified existence. The two of them have always complemented each other and governed Inazuma together, so there is no need for the people to know the truth. Whether it is the name of the demon Baal or the title of Thunder General, it can actually be regarded as referring to both of them at the same time, until, Payman said. Yi Shinko sighed and said, it was not until Zen died in a war hundreds of years ago that I did not experience in person that Aang came to the stage. It must have been a big blow to Aang. If they were sisters, Aang touched her chin and thought, the war hundreds of years ago should be the Battle of Canria. So Aang's transformation also started from then. This was the biggest loss for her. Payman continued to ask, so there is such a past. It seems that I understand Aang a little better. So what kind of god is Zen? Yishinko replied, I didn't spend a lot of time with her. In my impression, she is a gentle god who always cherishes all the beautiful things in front of her. Payman scratched his head and said, is that so? Aang directly ignored the option about my brother and asked Yishinko, what about the next stop of our journey? Yishinko touched her chin and replied, after leaving Inazuma, I think it should be more convenient to go to Sumeru. Sumeru? Hearing this answer, Aang and Paimeng looked at each other in bewilderment, because they were familiar with Zumi, and except for the Wisdom Palace in Zumi City, they had been to all other places they could go. Why, you know? Yi Shenzi asked in confusion. We went to Zumi before we came to Inazuma, and met many scholars in Zumi. Paimeng answered. Aang said with a cat-like face, I hate scholars. Although Yi Shenzi didn't know why Aang had such a big grudge against scholars, he continued, since you went there, what do you know about Zumi? What is Zumi like? Paimeng asked Aang in confusion. Aang said uncertainly, a lot of mountains, a lot of trees, a lot of caves, a large desert, and many ruins of the underworld. Are you going on an adventure? After hearing Aang's answer, Yi Shenzi rubbed his eyebrows and said, why do you feel that you didn't go to Zumi after your trip? What is Zumi like? We heard that the god of Zumi is the god of wisdom. Paimeng said, well, Zumi is the kingdom of the god of wisdom. Their pursuit of wisdom and knowledge is endless. Yi Shi nodded, but after she said this, she found that Aang and Paimeng looked at her strangely. Yi Shi asked in confusion, why, is there something wrong with what I said? No, go on. Paimeng waved his hand hurriedly. Zumi is a country that pursues wisdom and knowledge. Paimeng and Aang don't believe it, because their god's pursuit of force has left an indelible impact on them. Although Yi Shi was puzzled by Aang and Paimeng's behavior, she still said, but this persistence often leads to some puzzling things. For example, in Zumi, knowledge is managed as a resource. Knowledge is also a resource. Paimeng asked in confusion. Although they entered Zumi and got the void terminal before, they still didn't understand these. Well, I just don't know whether it was those sages or the little lucky grass king who made this decision. Wait, little lucky grass king? What's wrong with you? Isn't this known to everyone? Yi Godson said helplessly to Paimeng. Paimeng said with a tangled face, isn't the great kindness tree king worshipped by Zumi? This, you should also know, that the great kindness tree king died in that war 500 years ago like Zen. So it was the new little lucky grass king who took over Zumi, and the little lucky grass king is the nickname of the god that Zumi believes in. Paimeng. Aang. Why is the Zumi that they learned from Yi Godson completely different from what they saw? Wasn't the little lucky grass king imprisoned in the Genshin Palace for so long? People still believe in the great kindness tree king. Speaking of which, Liusu is also a god. From Aang's mouth, I learned that Liusu is one of the 7 rulers of the world like her, but I don't know which country the god belongs to. Yi Godson sighed. Is it possible that she is the god of wisdom of Zumi? Paimon hesitated for a moment and answered. Huh. Hearing Paimon's words, Yi Shenzi showed a puzzled and unbelievable expression. She is the god of wisdom? Are you kidding me? I would believe you if you said she was the rock god Morax. But the result is like this. Paimon spread his hands and said. Yi Shenzi shook his head and said, it's impossible. Liusu uses golden divine power, which gives me a sense of calmness, strength, vastness, and unstoppability. It is not the power of grass element. The god of Zumi is the grass god, and the divine power used should be grass green. So, Liusu can't be the god of wisdom, but Morax did appear in Inazuma, and Mon's wind god is also there. Paimon also said helplessly, so believe us, we are right, she is the god of wisdom. The current Zumi should be the little auspicious grass king, and her appearance is seriously inconsistent. And Yi Shenzi wanted to say something else. Paimon interrupted Yiko and said, because Nashida who came to Inazuma is the little auspicious grass king you mentioned. After hearing what Paimon said, Yiko knew why he said Zumi was a kingdom of wisdom. Paimon and Aang showed a strange expression. A god who seemed to be the god of wisdom used a power that did not belong to the grass element, and the other one who seemed to be the little auspicious grass king was even more outrageous and almost blew up Inazuma. Yiko rubbed her aching head hard. Payman's answer made her unable to recover for a long time. Now I understand why you said that. If it were me, I would not believe that Zumi is a kingdom of wisdom. Is that right? Because the god of wisdom once told us, as long as you are strong enough, then everything you say is the truth. Payman said in the tone of Liusu. Yiko. Chapter 161, The Tree King's Leisure Travels, Liusu's Fishing Adventures. Let's stop here. Have you taken good care of the amulet I gave you last time? Yishinko suddenly asked, eyeing. Payman nodded and said, of course. This amulet has helped us a lot in Inazuma. Yishinko asked suspiciously, helped a lot? Of course, every time Aang encountered a problem in Inazuma, she would take out the amulet you gave her, hang it around her neck and tell them, this is the amulet given to me by my wise and beautiful sister Yishinko. After saying this, she could solve a lot of problems. Yishinko could already imagine the scene where Aang took out the amulet she gave her and told everyone she met. When she thought of this, she felt a headache. Son of God, what's wrong with you? Do you have a headache? Payman looked at Yishinko who was rubbing his head and said in confusion. No, I'm really happy to know that you cherish my amulet so much. Yishinko said with some gritted teeth. Aang scratched her head in embarrassment and replied, thank you. Yi Godson sighed and asked Aang, forget it, traveler, do you have any wish? Yes, to cross the sea of stars. Well, it's a really grand wish. Yi Godson said with a tangled face. I didn't expect Aang's wish to be so grand. In comparison, her wish was like a sparrow trying to understand the ambition of a swan. Paimeng echoed, yes, we agreed to travel together in the Sea of Stars in the future. Then I wish your wish will come true. Godson, Liu's Lantern Festival is coming again. Are you going this time? Paimeng suddenly said to Yi Godson. The eightfold god's eyes lit up. Liu's Lantern Festival? Yes, Liu's Lantern Festival is fun. We will go to Liu sometime before the Lantern Festival. Is that so? It's been many years since I left Inazuma. I don't know how Liu has developed. And I don't know if Sister Ganyu is doing well after all these years. Sister Ganyu? Paimeng said in surprise. Yes, is there any problem? No. Paimeng waved his hand and said. But no matter how he thought about it, Ganyu was called sister by the eightfold god in front of him, which made Paimeng feel a little strange. Yi Godson spread his hands and said with regret, although I want to go to the Lantern Festival, so many things have happened in Inazuma now, I can't go. Aang suddenly asked, well, Godson, is there any special place in Inazuma? We want to go and see it. Yi Godson touched his chin and said, in that case, there is a place called Kinglei Island in the south of Mingshan Island. It is covered with thick thunder element all year round. If possible, you can go there to take a look. We know, thank you Yi Godson, then we will leave first. Yi Godson nodded and said, okay. Aang, who knew the location of Kinglei Island, successfully explored the entire island and collected a lot of materials and treasures, as well as a new monster information, Thunder Sound Power Appearance. A week later, under the 1,000 Hands and 100 Eyes statue in Inazuma Castle, Aang and Paimon saw Thomas talking to two people he didn't know and walked over curiously. Thomas said, if the Tenryo Bujio cannot help with the thunderstorm, there may be great risks. It's not that we don't want to come forward, but we really can't spare the time now. I hope you can understand. A man with glasses answered. A person who looked like a follower echoed, yes, that's why we need to discuss and consult more. Paimon greeted Thomas. Hey, Thomas, did anything happen? It's you. We are worried now, because of the new order from the general. The three major Bujayas, including our company Bujio, have a lot of things to do. Paimon asked in confusion. Let me introduce you. This is the head of the Kyujo family. Thomas introduced the man with glasses to Aang. Hello, my name is Kyujo Kamajima. I have heard about your rumors from many places. It's really amazing. Kyujo Kamajima smiled and greeted Aang and Paimon. No way. Paimon replied, scratching his head a little embarrassedly. It's your friends. I'm the master's little follower, just call me IP. It sounds like you have some troubles? Aang said. Well, the three magistrates used to collect information for the general and carry out the tasks she assigned. But recently the general announced that he would rest behind closed doors and would not meet anyone. In other words, there is no one to make decisions for us. But didn't General Raiden ask you to build in Azuma before? Paimon asked in confusion. Yes, but after the general issued a series of orders, it has not appeared again, and we are also acting in accordance with the general's orders. We can understand that the general needs to rest after dealing with so many things, but almost at the same time, the thunderstorm off the coast of Inazuma became chaotic again. Aang asked curiously, I heard that it was a manifestation of the general's will to close the country, but haven't the eye hunting order and the closure order been lifted? Thomas explained, yes, the scale and shape of the thunderstorm have never changed over a long period of time. But now, it seems to be approaching Inazuma Island. Although the closure order has been lifted, the thunderstorm outside still exists, and we don't know about this. Paimon analyzed from the side. Do you think General Lei Dan is? I forgot that there are thunderstorms outside the Rice Wife. He said, Lenovo's God's God has just left, and we don't think this is a good sign. Many people now think that the disorder of thunderstorms is because there is a problem with the general of the general. No one sees anyone, and he is worried that the impact will expand. Paimon, knowing the truth, she tangled her face and opened her mouth to say, Servant, do you contact her and let her come out? Paimon smiled. He took a look at Paimon. How to contact? Paimon, okay, I have forgotten that the shadow has no Skynet. What should I do now? I thought so too. So, before the rumors spread, I was asked by the young lady to discuss countermeasures with the Tenryo Bujio, so as to avoid being unable to respond in time when chaos occurs. Thomas replied. Kyujo Kamijiro said helplessly, but that being said, the Tenryo Bujio is very unstable now. The Kyujo family has lost control over other families, and I'm just an empty shell with the title of head of the family. Paimon asked, what's going on? The Kyujo family became an accomplice of the Fatu and almost destroyed Inazuma. After the judgment of the Shogun, although it is still one of the three magistrates, it is already dead in name only. Everyone knows that the Tenryo Bujio will be replaced. Our current situation is just to make up for our previous crimes, but the final order of the Shogun has not come down yet. Thomas listened to Kyujo Kamijiro's words and concluded, to put it simply, no one under my command listens to me anymore, but I still have to do my job. If Master Takeuchi was still there might be a way, but now. After hearing what Ippei said, Kyujo Kamijima blamed himself and said, it's all my fault that I have limited ability. I failed to find out the truth in advance and failed to stop my father. Now I'm doing the job of the head of the family in place of my father, but I'm unable to quell the civil strife. Ippei consoled him, don't say that, second young master. You have to cheer up and at least hold on until the eldest young master comes back. The Kyujo family can't stand any changes now. Kyujo Kamijima nodded and said, yeah, that's true. My eldest brother is also in a state of panic now, and we can't cause him more trouble. Then, Thomas, let's discuss what happened just now another day. Now I'm going to see Iangxi's family's head Iangxijin. He is the only one who is capable of presiding over the overall situation now. Thoma nodded and said, well, go. It will be good for us to deal with the affairs of Shinling Bujio as soon as possible. Paimon analyzed, in fact, whether it is the thunderstorm or the Shinling Bujio, it is because the general suddenly decided to rest, right? If this goes on, I'm afraid people will panic. Aang glanced at Paimon and said, then let's go find General Lei Dan. Huh? Can this kind of thing really be done? Yipping asked in surprise. I don't know, but you can take a look. As for whether you can find it or not, that's another matter. After hearing what Paimon said, Yipping asked in confusion, isn't the general in the castle tower? This, I can't explain it to you. Paimon scratched his head and said. Thomas smiled and said, it seems that you have a good idea again. I'll leave this matter to you. Everyone is very worried about the general. If you can see her, all the rumors will be broken. Let's try our best. Aang replied. So, let's ask Liusu and see if she knows where the general is. Payman suggested to Aang. Aang tried to send a message to Liusu, but after waiting for a long time, the other party did not reply. Aang. Seeing Aang using Skynet for half a day, Payman asked anxiously, "What's wrong? Is there any news?" Aang shook her head and said, "No news. That's difficult. I guess Liusu should have taken down Skynet again by now. What should we do now?" Payman said with some distress. Aang replied, "Then we can only wait. Let's find a place to eat now. I'm hungry too." Payman agreed excitedly. "Yeah, then let's go to Moon and Ryotri." After that, the two walked towards Moon and Ryotri. On the way, Payman suddenly pointed to a figure wandering in Inazuma Castle and said, "Aang, look, is that Liusu?" "Don't be confused, that's Liusu," Aang replied. "Then let's go up quickly and ask about Aang." But it's strange that Liusu appeared in Inazuma City alone. It's not strange for her to appear anywhere. Aang glanced at Paimeng and said, "With Liusu's weird spatial ability, where can't she go?" Paimeng scratched his head and said, "That's right." After getting closer, Paimeng shouted to Liusu's back, "Liusu." Liusu was stunned, turned around and asked with a smile, "It's the traveler and Paimeng, what's the matter?" Paimeng explained, "We learned that there is a thunderstorm problem off the coast of Inazuma, and General Lei Dan suddenly said that he needs to recuperate. Now the people of Inazuma are in a panic, so we need your help." Liusu shook her head and said, I can't help you either." "How could it be? Don't you know where Aang is?" Paimeng said with a look of loss. Aang suddenly discovered something and suddenly asked, "What are you doing in Inazuma City? Shouldn't you be fishing now?" "I've been fishing for too long, so I want to relax and come to Inazuma City for a stroll," Liusu replied with a smile. Aang, I feel that Liusu is weird," Paimeng said to Aang with a tangled face. Aang touched her chin and said, "Because she is not Liusu." "Ah." Paimeng looked at Aang in disbelief. Think about it, how could Liusu say that fishing is boring? She would like to sit by the water all day long. As long as there is a pond, she can fish. "Okay, it seems so," Paimeng asked with a tangled face. "Then who is she?" Aang replied expressionlessly, "She is Liusu." When Paimeng heard Aang's answer, a series of question marks floated above his head. "Aang, you are hesitating with me. You said she is not Liusu, and I believed it. I asked you who she is, and you told me she is Liusu? Is there something wrong with me or you? So is she Liusu or not? How should I know? Go ask it yourself." Aang glanced at Paimeng and said. Paimeng turned around and suddenly shouted to Liusu, "You are not Liusu. Tell me, who are you?" At this time, a series of question marks floated above Aang's head. The great Ci King was stunned by what Paimeng said, and then smiled and replied, "I'm Liusu, for sure." But Aang said, "You are not Liusu." Paimeng scratched his head and said, "Actually, what the traveler said is right. I'm Liusu, and I'm not Liusu, but generally speaking, the name Liusu also represents me." The great Ci King touched his chin and replied. Paimeng asked, "Then don't you have your own name?" The great Ci King replied, "Yes, Liusu is my name." Paimeng. Looking at the tangled Paimeng, Aang spread his hands to her and said, "I said she is Liusu. Why don't you believe it? It was you who said she was not, and now you are saying I'm not." Paimeng replied with a tangled face. Aang glanced at Paimeng and said helplessly, "I told you that you are stupid, but you still don't believe it. No matter whether she is Liusu or not, just treat her as Liusu." Okay, I'll listen to you. It's Liusu, but it's not Liusu. It's really strange." Paimeng was still thinking about this puzzling question. What about Liusu? Where did she go? Can you let her out for a while? While Paimeng continued to struggle alone, Aang asked the great Ci King. The great Ci King spread his hands and replied, "I'm afraid this won't work." "Why?" Aang asked in confusion. "This is a long story." The great Ci King frowned and said. Paimeng suggested, "Then let's make it short." The great Ci King spread his hands and said, "To make it short, I don't know. I was the one who controlled my body when I woke up this morning." What can she say? Because this morning Liusu forced her to act on her own and said that she also wanted to dive. The great Compassion Tree King couldn't figure it out. The new consciousnesses all wanted to occupy the original consciousness strongly, but Liusu was different. She chose to start, and for this, she was kicked out from the deep sea of consciousness, where she could fish. In the future, it means that Liusu can use this ability at will. She was kicked out to the surface, and he fished in it. Thinking of this, the Great Compassion Tree King had a headache. Why did he show his body in the golden tree in the first place? Wouldn't it be better to watch honestly? Now he has to work overtime again. You made the choice, you can't blame me. At the same time, Liusu's voice came from his mind. I didn't choose. I want to go back. The Great Compassion Tree King quickly replied. It's impossible. Don't even think about it. It's so much fun to go fishing in the sea. At this point, Liusu suddenly exclaimed in the Sea of Consciousness, "Ah, the Sea of Consciousness is so comfortable, with birds singing and flowers blooming, the sun shining, and I can still perceive the situation outside. This is too happy. Now I know why you don't come out. I won't come out either. Don't be complacent. When I learn this ability, I will kick you out too." Dassy Tree King heard Liusu's exaggerated sigh and said hatefully, "Well, I'm waiting. So during this period of time, my body will be controlled by you. You can do what I can do, but you have to understand this by yourself. I'm going to dive. Even if you call me, I won't come out." After saying that, Liusu's voice disappeared. "You. Damn it." Dassy Tree King gritted his teeth and accused Liusu of this immoral behavior outside, but the other party pretended not to hear it. But what she didn't expect was that Liusu said these words in her tone. Aang saw the change in the expression of the Great Sea Tree King. It was obvious that he was exasperated when talking to someone, which made Aang think about it. Could it be that all this is related to Liusu? It is really possible, when you think about it. Liusu always does some strange things. You said it, and didn't say it, so how can we find Aang? Paimon said to the Great Sea Tree King with a confused face. Looking at Paimon and Aang, the Great Sea Tree King's eyes lit up, and then he thought of something interesting. Since happiness was stolen by Liusu, he couldn't get it back for a while, so he could only take happiness from others. I don't know why Paimon and Aang felt a sudden malice, which came quickly and disappeared quickly. As for Aang, I can feel that she is in the castle tower now. The Great Sea Tree King thought for a while and replied. So it's in the castle tower. But how can we get in? The castle tower is heavily guarded now. The Great Sea Tree King narrowed his eyes and smiled and suggested, "That's easy. Can't we just break in?" "No, absolutely not. We don't want to be wanted again." Paimon quickly rejected the Great Sea Tree King's proposal. Paimon suddenly thought of something and said to the Great Sea Tree King, "By the way, Liusu, you can teleport. We can just go there directly." "I'm sorry, this ability can't be used for the time being." The Great Sea Tree King replied helplessly. "Why? Can't Nashida use it?" "Because he took away some of his abilities, and now only his own strength is left." The Great Sea Tree King explained expressionlessly. Aang widened his eyes and asked, "Take it away. So Liusu is gone? Left this world?" "According to my guess, it's like this, because her existence disappeared this morning." The Great Sea Tree King replied with a serious face. "Then will she come back?" Aang asked anxiously. The Great Sea Tree King thought for a moment and said uncertainly, "I will be back, but not now." "Ah, but it's good to be back." Hearing that Liusu will come back, Aang breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Sea Tree King is happy +1. Paimon asked in confusion. But then again, if Liusu can't use teleportation, how can we enter the castle tower? If we just want to enter the castle tower, it's very simple. We can go in directly. The Great Sea Tree King replied. Paimon scratched his head and said, "Go in directly?" The Great Sea Tree King nodded and said, "Yes, go in directly." Paimon and Aang followed the Great Sea Tree King all the way to the door of the castle tower very smoothly. Wow, we really got in, and those people outside seemed to have not seen us. How did Liusu do this? This is a little trick to conceal our figures. The Great Sea Tree King replied. There were two identical figures sitting in the castle tower. One was constantly wandering, and the other was sitting on the ground eating. Aang looked helplessly at the Thunder General who kept wandering in front of him, and said helplessly, "General, can you please stop moving? It gives me a headache." The Thunder General replied calmly, "You gave the order to recuperate, but I don't need to recuperate." Aang, "Then can you stop first?" No, the setting is that I need to move non-stop to pursue eternity, so I don't allow myself to stop. Otherwise I will become a waste like you who only knows how to eat and wait for death. The Thunder General replied expressionlessly, eyeing hard, fists hard. Why is this Thunder General who I set up so irritating? Eyeing, we are here. Payman approached and greeted eyeing inside. The Thunder General stopped wandering and asked a few people, how did you get in? Anyone who trespasses here should be eliminated immediately. Payman pointed at the Thunder General and exclaimed to eyeing, wait a minute, eyeing, it's sus. Why does the Thunder General look like he sees an enemy again? Chapter 162 General Lei Dan, you are just a useless person who only wants to eat and wait for death. Ahem. Well, General Thunder had a little accident. Aang answered awkwardly. Payman heard Aang's words and asked in confusion, accident? But she wanted to kill us just now. General Thunder rubbed his head and said, no, the use of force is prohibited. Anyway, go back. Don't interfere with my cultivation. Payman looked at General Thunder who was making a series of unknown movements and turned to Aang and asked, so, is General Thunder broken? You can understand it this way, because no matter what, I have violated my previous pursuit of eternity. Aang answered while sitting cross-legged on the ground. What about the prohibition that General Lei Dan mentioned? General Lei Dan glanced at Aang and replied disdainfully, this body does not need rest, but I'm an inner helper after all. Resting is her will. Since she wants to be a useless person who eats and waits to die, then let her do as she wishes. Aang. Payman. It's amazing. General Lei Dan actually said that Aang is a useless person who eats and waits to die. Payman feels that his brain is not enough at this time. It seems that the attitude of General Lei Dan created by Aang is as bad as that of the scattered soldiers. Payman looked at Aang with an uncomfortable face and said, so, Aang, what's going on? Alas, since Liusu made some changes to the general, she has been like this. I can only limit her functions, such as force and the previous command to pursue eternity. Aang replied with a sad face. Liusu, since it was Liusu who did it, why not let her come to help repair it? Liusu, take a look at the condition of General Lei Dan. Can her settings be modified? Payman turned to Liusu and said, no, this is not a body I made, and I can't use some of its abilities. The Great Compassion Tree King replied. Payman said with a disappointed look on his face, ah, how come that is the case? You are the true god of wisdom? Aang looked at the Great Compassion Tree King and suddenly said. The Great Compassion Tree King smiled and greeted, yes, long time no see, Beelzebub. What about her? Aang asked with a frown. The Great Compassion Tree King replied, she left this world. What? Left this world? Aang frowned even more at this time. Then, can you cook? The Great Compassion Tree King replied with a serious face, no, Aang, then life will be difficult in the future. Because no one cooks for you, you think life will be difficult in the future. You might as well be a waste who eats and waits to die. General Thunder mocked at Aang. Aang, what's wrong with this general? Why does he keep mocking you? Payman asked with a tangled face. She was really confused by General Thunder's behavior. Aang answered with a painful look on her face. Alas, it's all my fault for being too naive before, because at that time I considered that I might modify the general's operating rules in the future, so I didn't set up channels for modification, and then with the increase of Liusu's power, the general became what it is now. The Great Sea Tree King looked at the general and nodded and said, well, the general has a strong grass elemental power in his body, but she uses the thunder element, which is very strange. Grass element? Why is General Thunder a puppet created by Aang, filled with grass element in his body? This was not made by Liusu. I said I didn't need it at the time, but she directly created the general's body. I didn't have a chance to refuse. So, the current General Thunder was actually made by Liusu? Payman asked in surprise. Aang replied, that's right, except for the different body. Liusu inherited all the original settings of General Lei Dan without any difference, so the current General Lei Dan is the same as the previous General Lei Dan, except that there is one more, a grass element. Aang, grass Aang, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the grass element? Aang shook her head and said, nothing. Then is the thunderstorm disorder outside Inazuma also caused by the general's problem? Payman asked Aang. Aang touched his chin and said, thunderstorm disorder? This is the first time I've heard of it. Huh. This is what happened. Payman told Aang what happened before. The thunderstorm you mentioned, I see. It won't be a very tricky situation. No, because I forgot about the thunderstorm, now I just need to reset it. Aang replied. Payman exclaimed, I really forgot. Don't look at me like that, I've never done this before. The structure of the general is very complicated. As long as it is adjusted, problems are inevitable. In addition, after so many years, I really forgot that there is a thunderstorm outside Inazuma. Yes, I'm not making excuses, this is the fact. Aang said at the end, scratching his head embarrassedly. General Thunder glanced at Aang and said with disdain, hypocritical excuses, just like your pursuit of eternity, are all hypocritical. You are just a waste who eats and waits to die. Hearing General Thunder's complaints, Aang couldn't bear it anymore. She clenched her fists and gritted her teeth and said, I really want to tear her down now. Aang, calm down. Tearing down General Thunder won't solve anything. Payman hurriedly comforted. General Lei Dan still looked at Aang with disdain and said, Humph, with your current weakness, you can't cause any effective damage to me, let alone tear me down. Even if I stand here, you can't hurt me at all. Aang, is what General Lei Dan said true? Aang. Although he was reluctant to admit it, what General Lei Dan said was right. Because of the addition of Liusu, General Lei Dan's body was completely constructed of lightning element and grass element. Therefore, General Lei Dan was immune to lightning, and Aang's attacks were basically ineffective against General Lei Dan. Humph, of course it's true. Isn't her silence a better proof? I've said that she is no longer the same as before. She is just a waste who eats and waits to die. General Lei Dan continued to taunt. When Aang heard General Lei Dan's taunting again, he was furious. He stood up and shouted at General Lei Dan, I want to challenge you to a duel in front of the Emperor. General Lei Dan said calmly, a duel in front of the Emperor is a very sacred thing, and I should not refuse the challenge of a duel in front of the Emperor. However, if the challenger is you, I refuse. I will not fight you. Aang, or to looking at the frustrated Aang, Payman asked worriedly, Aang, are you okay? No, I'm fine. Hearing Payman's voice, Aang stood up with an uncomfortable face. Looking at the frustrated Aang, Aang silently activated the will of Zinho. Infected by Aang's will, Aang found that his emotions seemed to be ignited, and there was no negative emotion at all. Aang asked Aang with an excited face, what is this? Oh, this is a skill that can affect the emotions of people around you. It can eliminate negative emotions and bring positive emotions. Aang explained. Turn it off, it's boring. Aang said with an excited and tangled face. Aang replied, okay. After Aang shut down Zinho's will, Aang's excited little face collapsed again, turning into the frustrated look before. The great Ci Tree King looked at the frustrated Aang with concern and suggested, how about we go out for a walk? Relax a little? Huh? Go fishing? Aang raised his head and asked. Of course not. Look at the scenery of Inazuma Castle. I guess you haven't seen it carefully. The great Ci Tree King said with a smile. Payman echoed. Yes, because of the problems that occurred before. Everyone is worried about you. As long as everyone sees that the general is still healthy, the speculations and rumors outside will be self-defeating. Speculations and rumors? Aang asked in confusion. It's like this. Payman told Aang what happened outside. Aang nodded and said, so that's how it is. I understand. It's good this way. I don't have to face General Raiden who only knows how to annoy people. It might be good to change my mood. General Raiden heard what Aang said and said coldly, go. Anyway, it's the same, whether Inazuma has you or not. I'm doing all the work. You are just a useless person who eats and waits for death. Aang, let's go. Hearing the general's ridicule again, Aang left the castle tower with Aang, Payman, and others with a stiff face. When General Raiden saw Aang leaving with everyone, she silently walked to the seat where Aang had been sitting before, took the 3-colored dumpling left by Aang, and took a bite. General Raiden murmured while eating, well, it's still pretty good. I don't know why Aang has been staying in the castle tower all this time. It made me unable to eat and read novels properly. Now she finally left. Is this the feeling of being alive? It's great. If Aang saw General Raiden sitting in her seat eating at this time, showing a human expression, she would probably be shocked. That's right, General Raiden was pretending to be so. She just wanted Aang to leave quickly. She didn't expect that he could eat calmly under her ridicule. General Raiden was very greedy, but she couldn't reveal that she had her own thoughts. Otherwise there would be a lot of trouble later, which she didn't want to see. You have locked yourself up for 500 years, Aang. You should go out for a walk. I will take care of Inazuma's affairs. I hope you can live more comfortably in the future, because now I have the ability to protect Inazuma. General Raiden murmured as she looked at the tightly closed castle tower, as if she saw Aang and his group directly through this door. Immediately, General Raiden thought of something and pulled out her dream from her chest. Looking at the long sword covered with purple thunder in her hand, General Raiden couldn't let it go and observed it, as if observing a rare treasure. Is this the dream of Karen Aishin? Great. Walking onto the street, Aang looked at the street. That was completely different from his impression inside. Is this the market now? It's far from what I remember. The shops on the street, and the people doing business, well, of course, they are not what they were before. Aang, have you never been out before? Payman asked. No, I followed Liusu as soon as I went out, and I went straight back to the castle tower. After I came back, and I didn't observe the scene inside Inazuma carefully. Aang shook his head and said, General? Ogurumyo exclaimed at the sudden appearance of Aang. Why did the general come here? The owner of the Nezuki no Origin shop, Midayu Genichi, looked at Aang who appeared on the street of Inazuma Castle, and asked in confusion, isn't the general sick? Why did he suddenly? It seems that he scared the people here. Payman explained. After all, it was the general who suddenly appeared, and everyone must be panicking. The great Sea Tree King smiled and said, fortunately, no one here knows me. That's true. After all, you have. Aang said and didn't say anything else, but Aang and Payman understood what she meant. But if I return to Zumi in my current appearance, it will definitely cause a great shock, although I won't go back. The great Sea Tree King said with a smile. Why? Payman was still confused about the fact that the Zumi grass god was unwilling to return to Zumi. Just like her idea, I hate most of them. The great Sea Tree King said nonchalantly. Payman scratched his head and said, so that's how it is. What did Zumi do to make the gods hate them? I can't really tell you. You will go to Zumi by then, and you will discover the secrets by yourselves. Payman sighed. Well, this Liusu is also a riddle man. What you hear from others is often not as much as what you experience yourself. What's more, if I tell you now, it will interfere with your thoughts and make you observe with tinted glasses, which is not conducive to your journey. Aang agreed. That's right. Only by experiencing it with your own eyes can you tell whether something is good or bad. Everyone has different ideas, and we will not impose our attitudes on others. So that's how it is. Payman nodded. Has the general never patrolled the streets before? Aang asked Aang after listening. Aang answered, patrolling the streets is the job of Shanling. The general needs to deal with a lot of information and issue orders, so he won't have time to do it himself. The general doesn't need to rest, so there's naturally no need to kill time or relax. Payman suggested, then what should we do now? Should we leave first and come back later to keep a low profile? Aang put her hands on her waist and smiled at Payman. Why? I'm not here to cause trouble, just be at ease. I'm worried about the ordinary people here, Payman said, turning his head and looking around. At this time, everyone around was looking at this place with a reserved look on their faces. Forget it, it doesn't matter. It sounds like what you think. The few of them walked while facing the reserved gazes of the crowd. Aang asked nonchalantly, the citizens should still be using Mora for transactions now, right? Well, it's the same as before. It's still very shiny and fascinating. At this, Paimeng suddenly thought of something and asked Aang, wait, Aang, you don't have Mora either, do you? Of course not. There is no demand for transactions in the Pure Land of One Mind. Even if there is a need for some items, just ask the followers to send them over. At this, Aang looked at Paimeng strangely and asked, why are you talking about this? Well, Aang, why don't you say it? Paimeng poked Aang next to him. Aang refused and said, I won't say it, because the words at this time are for you. Then, Liusu, you explain why. The great compassion tree king smiled and replied, I don't know. Paimeng. Aang said to Paimeng as he walked, everyone seems to be very disciplined. I don't see the excitement you are talking about. Paimeng replied, how can it be lively in front of the general? Is that so? Aang was a little confused. She didn't quite understand what was going on here. Yes. Paimeng nodded. Hey? What is that? I've never seen it before. Let's go and take a look. Everyone followed Aang to a snack stand. When the snack stand owner saw Aang, he clasped his hands together and raised them above his head and said to Aang, General, I'm sorry. Aang comforted the reserved stall owner. It's okay, no need to be polite. I'm here to change my mood today and just take a look. Can you introduce me to the things you sell? The snack stand owner immediately replied, of course, no problem. I sell all kinds of snacks here, including octopus balls, dumplings, and, milk and so on. Paimon spread his hands and said, milk, it feels a bit strange. What you mean by strange is actually the specialty of this place. The snack stand owner explained, because there are many shops with a long history in the city, I can't compete with them, no matter what I sell. So what I do is to create some new combinations to give customers a fresh experience. For example, what I developed recently is this dumpling milk. The dumplings are made into a very viscous state and mix well with milk. The main feature is not just the taste, it's also the novel taste. Aang touched his chin and said, it's a bit like the pearl milk tea made by Liusu. Pearl milk tea. What is that? Paimon's eyes lit up when he heard the words pearl milk tea made by Liusu. Aang explained, it seems to be a mixture of milk and black tea, then iced, and then added with appropriate sugar, and then added with Q-elastic black balls. After drinking it, you feel that your whole body is cool and comfortable. Wow, it tastes good. As soon as you hear it, Liusu, I want to drink it too. Paimon showed an expectant expression to the Dassy Tree King next to him after hearing Aang's words. Okay. Dassy Tree King said, and took out a cup of pearl milk tea from the space for Paimon and Aang. I won't drink it yet, let's try this one first. Aang said after putting away the pearl milk tea given by Dassy Tree King. Can I try the bull milk you mentioned? Aang asked the snack stand owner. Of course, please. Yes. Aang picked up a can of bull milk, took a straw, and took a sip. General, how is it? The snack stand owner asked expectantly. Aang nodded and said, it's sweet and delicious. It also tastes like dessert, and it's very novel to drink. How did you discover this novel way of eating? Actually, I just thought of it by chance. One time, when a friend was entertaining guests, he made too many dumplings. Because he couldn't finish them, he gave me some, but that amount was too much for me. At that time, my family's milk was not selling well, and dumplings and milk couldn't be kept for a long time. With the mentality of giving it a try, I mixed these two things together. I didn't expect that with the right proportion, it tasted surprisingly good. When he said this, the snack stand owner scratched his head a little embarrassedly. Aang continued, it's like drinking porridge, but it's different. Anyway, I like it very much. Thank you for your affirmation, General. After hearing what Aang said, the snack stand owner put his hands together and raised them above his head again to thank him. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 163. The domineering general falls in love with me. Aang asked the snack stand owner, such a delicious dumpling milk should sell well, right? Well, to be honest, the sales are very ordinary. The snack stand owner scratched his head again and answered. Aang was puzzled and said, oh, it's not selling well. Why? Although it is much worse than the milk tea and sweet milk made by Liusu, it is considered very delicious among ordinary drinks. The snack stand owner explained, because many people are unwilling to try it. They think this combination is strange, although those who have tried it have good reviews. I'm not saying that the general has a strange taste. Please don't blame me. After saying this, the snack stand owner seemed to have discovered something and explained in horror. Aang touched his chin and suggested, "Oh, this is simple. Let the people in the community buy hundreds of cups and deliver them door to door." "No, no, no, General, this is too exaggerated." The snack stand owner quickly rejected Aang's suggestion. When Aang heard the snack stand owner refuse, she said with a look of regret, "Is it exaggerated? I just want them to try it. It's a pity that they haven't had the dumpling milk." Then, Aang, "Do you want another cup?" Aang asked. She didn't expect that Aang, who had chopped her off when they met before, would have such a cute side, so she took the initiative to ask. "I want." "Forget it, don't want it. I'm not obsessed with it to this extent." Desserts can really relax people. Compared with a person thinking hard, it's much happier. The great Sea Tree King looked at Aang with a tangled face and took out a string of 3-colored dumplings from somewhere to tempt her. "Do you want to eat 3-colored dumplings?" "Yes." Aang snatched the 3-colored dumplings from the great Sea Tree King's hand like thunder. Aang took a bite of the 3-colored dumplings happily and said vaguely, "Well, no matter how many times I eat it, the 3-colored dumplings you make are still so fascinating. By the way, Aang, do you have any more 3-colored dumplings you made yourself? I haven't tried it myself before, but I feel from her that the 3-colored dumplings you made are delicious." The great Sea Tree King suddenly said, "Well, there are some of these. Here." Aang took out a string of 3-colored dumplings that were obviously purple, but had colorful lights, and there were arcs of electricity flashing on them from time to time. The great Sea Tree King, electric. "Chew, wow, is this really edible?" Paimon said with horror as he looked at the great Sea Tree King with arcs on his face. Aang said uncertainly, "It should be edible, right?" Aang took out 2 strings of 3-colored dumplings she made by hand again, and said to Aang, "Paimon, do you want one too?" No. Paimon quickly refused. "Thank you, I don't need it either." "Oh, okay." Aang and Paimon didn't accept the food she made herself. Aang felt a little uncomfortable, but when she saw the King of Great Compassion Tree eating happily, she felt better again. "They didn't give it to me. It tastes really good," the King of Great Compassion Tree said, while chewing the 3-colored dumplings, and thunder floated out of his mouth from time to time. Aang. Paimon spread his hands, and said to Aang with a tangled face, "Should I say, this is worthy of Liusu?" "Yeah, Liusu is so strong." Aang nodded seriously. Aang suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, Shenzi once mentioned to me that she built a Yedo hall, selling what, light novels. She always brags to me, but I have no idea. This is a good opportunity. Can you take me to have a look?" "Light novels? It sounds good," the King of Great Compassion Tree replied. Paimon suggested, "Then let's go and have a look." Aang came to the Yedo hall under the leadership of Aang. "General?" Like the previous snack stand owner, Yedo editor Kuroda also looked incredulous when he saw Aang. Kuroda hurriedly asked, "General came to Yedo in person. May I ask if you have any instructions?" "Nothing, don't be nervous. I just came to see." Aang replied calmly. "Sorry, I don't quite understand. May I ask if it's about management, publishing regulations, or fire protection issues?" Kuroda asked nervously. Paimon heard Kuroda's nervous words and complained helplessly, "The general just wants to read a book." "General wants to read light novels?" Hearing Paimon's answer, Kuroda's reaction was even more exaggerated than when he saw Aang before, and his eyes almost popped out. Aang nodded and said, "Yes, do you have any good books to recommend?" Yedo's novels are mainly for ordinary people, and the content is all kinds of strange. Maybe many of them don't suit the taste of the general. Kuroda replied with a tangled face. Aang comforted the nervous Kuroda. "It's just a taste of something new. It's boring to keep the same. Don't worry, as long as it's a story written in words, what can't be understood? Although that's the truth." Hearing Aang's words, Kuroda still scratched his head embarrassedly, mainly because the light novels here are really too strange. Although all this is the intention of Yi God. It doesn't matter, even if there are things we don't understand, we will explain to the general. Kuroda whispered, "You'd better not explain, otherwise I'll be finished." "What are you talking about?" Aang looked at Wada with a puzzled look. Kuroda was frightened by Aang and quickly replied, General, no, nothing. Don't be nervous. Take out the book. I will help you stop the general, if there is anything." The great Ci Tree King said with a smile. While speaking, he poked Aang's cheek with his hand. This disrespectful behavior in his eyes made Kuroda's little heart beat. Oh, why do you like to poke my face so much? Aang used his hand to resist the behavior of the great Ci Tree King. The great Compassion Tree King smiled and said, because it feels good and numb. I only knew about this feeling before, but now I can experience it myself. Whatever you want. Aang replied helplessly, and then ignored the great Compassion Tree King next to him. Seeing Aang, who had no reaction to the great Compassion Tree King's actions, Kuroda breathed a sigh of relief and said, okay, then please move to the bookshelf over there. There are all the latest best-selling books on it. There is also an award-winning work of this novel is really amazing, which has just been compiled into a book and put on sale. Don't take it too seriously, just take it as a joke. Okay, let's go. Aang took the opportunity to escape from the clutches of the great Compassion Tree King after hearing Kuroda's explanation and walked towards the bookshelf. Aang took a book from the bookshelf with interest, and then as she flipped through the pages, her expression began to slowly fall and finally turned into a frown in a tangled look. The great Compassion Tree King walked to Aang's side, looked at Aang, who was observing the book with a frown on his face, and asked in confusion, do you understand it? Aang replied nonchalantly, no, of course I can understand it. Then tell me what this book says. The great Compassion Tree King pointed to a book in front of Aang and said, Aang. Okay, I admit that I underestimated you. Aang replied with a serious face. I know the names of these books, why can't I read them together? For example, reincarnated as a hilichurl, as long as you eat sunset's fruit, you can keep getting stronger. It's so long. The great Compassion Tree King explained. Isn't it easy to understand? It means that the author has a dream of becoming a hilichurl, and then he can become stronger by eating food like sunset fruit. Huh, is that so? Aang asked in surprise, but why does the author want to become a hilichurl? The great Compassion Tree King replied with a cat-like face, I don't know, maybe the author is mentally ill. Can hilichurl people really become stronger by eating sunset fruit? At least they should eat meat. Aang continued to wonder. So the author has a brain problem, you don't have to worry about it. So that's how it is. After hearing the answer from the great Compassion Tree King, Aang had an expression that said, I understand. Paimeng hurriedly stopped the conversation between the two gods. Hey, that's totally wrong. This is just the setting of this book. It has nothing to do with the author. Why do you say that he has a brain problem? Aang turned his head and asked Paimeng in confusion. Setting? It's the author's imaginary situation. Aang said on the side. So that's how it is. Aang was puzzled again. Then Liusu's explanation also makes sense. Why do you say it's completely wrong? Well, no matter what, it's simple like to say that someone is sick. Paimon replied with a tangled face. What is the setting for? Without a sense of reality, can the story still be credible? Besides, the hilichurls should not have the ability to write stories. Are the authors recording the lives of the hilichurls? Looking at Aang, who was lost in thought again, Paimon said helplessly to Aang, I understand why Kuroda said that the general would be confused. But, isn't Liusu reading with relish? Aang looked at the great Ci Tree King, who was flipping through the books on the bookshelf with excitement. Well, you know that Liusu is a little different from the gods we think of, Paimon said, scratching his head. How about this? The two of us will help you choose first, pick out the novels that are easier to understand, and then tell you. Paimon turned and suggested to Aang, who was still confused. No, I want to read it myself. If she can understand it, why can't I? Aang said, pointing at the great Ci Tree King, who was flipping through the books on the bookshelf. Paimon replied with a tangled look on his face. This is different. You don't have the experience of Liusu. Aang. She felt that Paimon was euphemistically saying that she was stupid, but since the object of comparison was the great Compassion Tree King, she could only accept this reality silently. Aang thought about it for a while and accepted Paimon's suggestion with a helpless look on her face. Well, I think I have read a lot of books, but when reading a story like this, I don't even know what to pay attention to. But I'm still looking forward to it. I feel that this is very similar to the style of the Son of God. It must be very interesting, although the current Son of God gives me a headache. Then leave it to us. Wait a moment. Payman said, and went to the side of the Great Compassion Tree King with Aang to look for books. Payman walked to the bookshelf and asked the Great Compassion Tree King, Liusu, what are you reading? Let me see. The tyrannical general falls in love with me? Payman said in surprise. I think this book is very good. It tells the story of a little fox and a general. The cute little fox is favored by the most powerful being in a country, and then a torturous and bizarre love story is staged. It is well written. The great Ci Tree King explained to Paimeng, while flipping through the book with a smile. Could this little fox be the son of God? Paimeng said suspiciously. The great Ci Tree King shook his head and analyzed. I don't know, because the author is anonymous. The prototype of the little fox seems to be a bit like the eightfold son of God, and the general is not very similar to Aang. I think someone may think that the eightfold son of God and the general of thunder are a good match, so they wrote this novel. Well, Aang, what book should we bring to Aang? Let me see. This book is called Reincarnated as the General of Thunder, and then Invincible in the World. After reading it with Aang and Paimeng, this book tells the story of the protagonist being struck by lightning under the Thunder Sakura tree, and when he opened his eyes, he turned into the General of Thunder. Because the original protagonist was always bullied and couldn't do anything well, but after becoming the General of Thunder, he had infinite force and power. But why was it him? Paimon scratched his head and put the book back and said to Aang, well, what a strange book. No wonder Kuroda is still afraid. There are books of this theme. I think it's better not to tell this story to Aang, otherwise the author may be held responsible. I think it's not bad. It's quite novel. Aang replied. If someone becomes Paimon and does a lot of things that Paimon would never do, I would feel very uncomfortable. Paimon said angrily. The great Ci Tree King put down the book in his hand and said to Paimon, I think it's okay. If someone becomes me and does a lot of things that I can't do, I would be very happy. Yes, is that so? Should I say it's worthy of being Liusu? It's so obvious that he's slacking off. Paimon scratched his head and said, let's take a look at the next one, about my chaotic youth romance story. According to Aang and Paimon's reading, this book tells the love story between an ordinary male protagonist and 7 beautiful girls. The work describes the protagonist's daily life in chronological order, with many small plots that make people smile. The author's writing is solid, the sentences are fluent, and the charm of each character is presented vividly. However, the story ends at the critical moment, when the protagonist's childhood sweetheart is about to confess his love. So anxious. Paimeng angrily looked at the novel that had no sequel. Although I only glanced at it briefly, this girl has liked the hero since she was a child, and she devoted everything to him. Aang was silent for a moment and said, I hope the author can be happy. Paimon came back to his senses and prayed, yes, it's still a novel after all. I hope the author is a good person. I hope the author is a good person. I hope the author is a good person. Having said that, Paimon said to Aang with a puzzled look on his face, the plot is quite attractive, but can Aang understand this kind of love between mortals? The great Compassion Tree King smiled and replied, the answer is of course no. Most gods don't have this need, so naturally they won't have love, and Aang is also in the majority. Paimon scratched his head after hearing the explanation from the great Compassion Tree King, and continued to pick up the next book and said, okay, let's take a look at the next one. In the Jianghu, but just want to write novels well. What a strange name. According to Aang and Paimon's reading, this book tells a martial arts story that takes place in Liu, focusing on the open and secret struggles between various gangs. The protagonist's ideal is to become an ordinary light novelist who lives in peace with the world, but because of his unique martial arts physique, he is involved in the fighting of the rivers and lakes. The selling point of the story is that the protagonist has never joined any faction, but is always mistaken for a hidden master of a certain faction. The various masters who regard the protagonist as an imaginary enemy always make a lot of jokes, and the protagonist is in the middle of it, but he never forgets his original intention of becoming a novelist. Paimeng, who has hastily finished reading this book, said with a puzzled look on his face, what a strange person. Why must he be a light novelist? If he is so powerful, he should be able to easily become the #1 in the martial arts world. Maybe he is a salted fish? Aang replied in a low voice. Well, forget it. Let's not continue this topic. Paimon thought about what she wanted to say, but looking at Aang and the great Ci Tree King who cast their eyes over, she chose to shut up. So which book should we choose? The great Ci Tree King took out the book The Tyrannical General Falls in Love with Me that she had just read and handed it to Paimon and said, I think this one is better. Paimon said with a tangled face, isn't this one not so good? How do you know if you don't try it? I think Aang should be quite interested. The great Ci Tree King said with a smile. Okay, Aang, let's read it. So Paimon and Aang finished reading the book with frowns on their brows, and the embarrassment on their faces was about to overflow. Wow, so embarrassing. Is there really someone who talks like this? Paimon complained with a tangled face. After reading the book, Aang echoed with an embarrassed face. I think so too. This book is too embarrassing. I feel like I can dig my toes out of Teyvat all day with embarrassment. Do we really want to share this book with Aang? Liusu, do you want to reconsider it? The lines in it are so embarrassing that I can't say them out. I think it's okay. I can say it out. Aang replied after adjusting her mood. Although the content of this book made her feel embarrassed, she would not feel embarrassed if she could bring this kind of embarrassment to others. Aang, are you serious? Paimon exclaimed, but it's true. You can say such things while holding the amulet of the Eightfold God. Aang replied expressionlessly, as long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Okay, then you share the content of this book with Aang. I'll do it. Aang said and strode towards the direction where Aang was waiting. Aang looked at the people who had returned and said with a smile, you are back. Judging from your expressions, you must have read a good story, right? It's a very good story. Aang, tell it quickly. Paimon urged Aang from the side. Chapter 164 Memories of Inazuma. Aang took out the book in her hand expressionlessly and then began to tell the story in front of Paimon's shocked eyes. Aang looked at Aang, who had a strange and embarrassed expression on her face. She spoke more and more fluently and added a lot of emotions at the end. Aang's head lowered involuntarily and her feet tightly clasped the soles of her shoes. Kuroda looked at Aang telling a story to Aang with a pale face. Paimon saw something coming out of Kuroda's mouth. It's over. It's over. Why is it this book? Why is it this book? Paimon. Huh, that's it. General, how about this book? Aang asked Aang, whose head was almost buried in his chest, with a ruddy face. Aang looked up at Aang with an uncomfortable look on his face and asked, what's the name of this book? The Tyrannical General Falls in Love with Me. Aang replied, what do you think of this book? Aang. Although I don't understand some things, this book gives me an inexplicable sense of shame, and I feel like I want to cut the author of this book with a knife. By the way, who is the author of this book? Aang asked expressionlessly. I don't know. The author is anonymous, and the author who wrote such a story would not dare to reveal his name. Paimon spread his hands and said, that's true, but I hope the author is not easy to find. Hu. Yikamiko of Narukamitasha suddenly felt a chill coming over her, and she couldn't help sneezing. Yishinko shrank her neck and murmured, strange, who is talking about me? Could it be Aang? I just hope that she won't find out about the novel I wrote, otherwise I will have to escape from Inazuma first. Paimon turned to Aang and spread his hands and said, it seems that it is the right thing for the author of this book not to mark his name. But speaking of it, why does the little fox in the article have such a feeling? She was forced to do something by a powerful person and had her love imposed on her, but the little fox did not resist, but accepted it. This is something I can't understand. Aang said, touching his chin. This may be because she also likes the general. Paimon said uncertainly, is that so? But why would the general like a little fox who is much weaker than him? This is also something I can't understand. Maybe he thinks this little fox is special. He has a good impression of her. Paimon didn't know how to make it up at this time. Then what do you think, Aang? The general in this book seems to be based on you. Hearing Paimon's words, Aang touched his chin and frowned and replied, me. I don't know what love is, but if I were the general, no, I'm the general. I mean if I were the general in the book, I can't understand his behavior. No, it's just that, if it is a thing or person that is very precious to you, Aang, how would you treat it? The little fox in the book may also be a very precious thing to the general, right? Now that you put it that way, I can understand the general's behavior a little, but I still feel weird. I just don't know where to start. Aang shook his head vigorously. Is it that you can't put yourself in the role properly? Although the general is portrayed based on you, you have never thought about it in the original. This book should also be the little fox's wishful thinking. People should put themselves in the little fox instead of the general when reading this book. The great compassion tree king listened to Aang's words and explained with a smile. But I can't put myself in the little fox's perspective. Aang replied. The king of great compassion tree's eyes flashed and he immediately thought of a fun idea. He said to Aang, it's very simple. I'll help you put it in. How do you put it in for me? Aang asked with a puzzled look on her face when she heard what the king of great compassion tree said. The king of great compassion tree smiled without saying anything and slowly walked towards Aang. The king of great compassion trees, who was 1.75 meters tall, was a little taller than Aang, who was 1.7 meters tall. As the king of great compassion trees approached, Aang had a bad premonition and involuntarily took a step back. The king of great compassion trees pressed forward with a smile and said, don't hide. I'll help you. I don't want to know. Don't come over. Aang looked at the king of great compassion trees with a playful smile on his face and recalled what the woman in front of her did to her in the Pure Land of One Mind, which made her involuntarily step back one step after another until her body could no longer retreat and leaned against the guardrail behind her. Things are starting to get weird. Paimon looked at Aang, who was constantly retreating, and said to Aang with a tangled face. Unlike Paimon, Aang said excitedly, don't you think this is a replica of the general and the little fox in the novel? It's just that Liusu has become a general, and Aang, who is a general, has become a little fox. Yes, is that so? Paimon scratched his head. The great Sea Tree King approached Aang's figure, who had nowhere to retreat, until he was almost in front of Aang and stopped. She stretched out her hand to lift Aang's smooth chin, stared at Aang's purple eyes with her emerald eyes, and her lips parted slightly. The magnetic voice came into Aang's ears and entered her mind. Woman, you have successfully aroused my interest. Aang. Kuroda. Aang. Paimon. Aang's pupils shrank suddenly, and a different feeling rose from the bottom of her heart. She felt dizzy, as if she was attacked by the great Sea Tree King's vine again, and her body strength was drained away at once. Don't fall down. Seeing this, the great Sea Tree King hurriedly helped Aang up, who was about to fall. It's so exciting. Will the general kill me? And who is this woman in white? How could she treat the general like this? Kuroda ate the melon with a pale face. He was very happy to eat the melon, but he was worried about his life. You don't have to react so much. Isn't it just a replay of the scene in the novel? Aang looked at the great compassion tree king with a complicated face. She could understand the little fox's feelings in the novel at this time. This feeling of being watched by a strong man made her feel very subtle. She was thinking at this time, if the great compassion tree king really treated her like the general treated the little fox in the novel. Aang. No, this kind of thing can't happen. Aang hurriedly threw these strange thoughts out of her mind. Looking at the strange Aang, the great compassion tree king felt that she was a little out of her mind, so she asked worriedly, are you feeling better? The great compassion tree king suddenly gave her this, which reminded her of the intensive reaction in the Pure Land of One Heart. At this time, Aang's body had no strength at all, and she could only rely on the support of the great compassion tree king to maintain her body shape. No, it's okay. Aang took a deep breath and slowly stood up. Do you want to try the following plot again? Forget it, let's not do it. It would be impolite to continue. Finally, Paimon told Aang, who had returned to normal, about the novels he had originally chosen. Paimon asked Aang, who seemed to be thinking about something, so, what does Aang think of Yido's light novels? Are the stories we chose to your taste? The previous one was chosen by Liusu, right? Aang suddenly asked. Yes, what's wrong? Paimon asked with a puzzled look on his face. Nothing. Compared to the specific content of the novels you chose, what I felt from the stories was the traces of time left on Inazuma. When Aang said this, he showed a nostalgic look, as if he was recalling something. After a while, Aang continued, when I decided to stay in the Pure Land of One Heart, there was no Yido, and there were no stories like this. General, according to my wishes, you did your best to build an eternal kingdom, and this kingdom should not have any changes. But now, both the food and the stories are very different. The Great Compassion Tree King said, it is impossible to be completely still, because time is always passing, unless you stop time. But if time is still, then what is the meaning of life? As long as time is passing, people will pursue changes, and the eternity you think of does not actually exist. Payman echoed, yes, it is impossible to be completely still. I don't agree with you. If we are still in the pure land of one heart, I will definitely answer like this. Aang turned to the Great Compassion Tree King and said, no, even in the pure land of one heart, you will agree, because I have a way. When he said this, the Great Compassion Tree King gave Aang a meaningful look. Hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Aang did not refute, but breathed a sigh of relief and said sadly, yes, if it were you, I really would have no way. But now I have come out, and the fact that Inazuma has changed has also appeared in front of me. I can't refute the status quo. Payman continued, yes, I invited you to come out and see because I want you to have new ideas. Although it is different from what I remember, everyone loves the current life. This kind of love can't be wrong, right? Aang nodded and said, well, as you said, I'm very cautious about all changes, but I want to pursue eternity, and I will never stop humans from becoming better and better. What do you mean? Payman asked in confusion. Aang said, actually, I already have a new idea about eternity. I came out this time not because of eternity, but because General Raiden is too annoying. Payman asked curiously, what is your new idea? Can you tell us? Well, I can't tell you about this. Aang replied with a serious face. Of course, her idea was to slack off and leave the task of maintaining the new eternity to the general, but she obviously couldn't say it out loud. Although her future actions would prove everything, as long as she didn't say it, it wouldn't be slacking off. Why? Payman asked in confusion. Aang showed a smile that was inconsistent with her and said, you will know in the future, because it is not good to tell it now. It will be interesting, only when you slowly discover it, isn't it? Hearing Aang's answer, Payman puffed his cheeks angrily and said, what? Another riddle man? Thank you. If you hadn't invited me to go out and relax, I would not have thought of coming out. This trip has been fruitful. Payman replied embarrassedly, you're welcome. Although you were very fierce before, you are also a good god, after getting along with each other. Aang said, it's because you are used to it. For me, this trip is quite memorable. I've seen a lot and thought a lot. No matter how much I praise you, or how much I recall it, it's not too much. Payman asked puzzledly, then Aang, why are you like this? Aang replied, well, actually you can understand why I'm like this. In Rice you are the only ones who talk to me like this. As for the Son of God, although I can get along with him, I can't adapt to his style of doing things. Payman said with a smile, I can understand it. Your situation is just like the singing in Zhongli. This is what Liusu said, different people have different circles. If you communicate with someone who is not in your circle, it will be very difficult. Aang is in the circle of Zhongli and Liusu. Really? But no matter what, I'm only the last of the gods. Other gods are stronger than me. Is this not good? These have nothing to do with strength. It's mainly about your own behavior. For example, you don't like to bring Mora. Is it that not bringing Mora is a common thing among the gods? What you said before should be the god of rock and the god of wind, right? Yes, and Liusu is the same. So that's it. Aang replied, touching his chin, as if he understood something. So, how do you feel about getting along with them? Payman continued to ask. Well, although I don't like the drinking personality of Feng Shen, I feel relaxed and in a good mood when I'm with them. I don't have to pay attention to some unnecessary etiquette. Everyone is very casual. Payman said with a smile. That's it. When you have this feeling, it means that you treat us as friends. Friends? Aang's eyes were a little vague when she heard Payman's words. She hasn't heard this word for a long time. Yes, everyone is a friend. Aang thinks so too, right? Aang said seriously, well, everyone is a friend, and I'm very happy too. Then do you want to take a picture as a souvenir? Aang suggested on the side. Yes, since Aang likes it too, then let's take a picture as a souvenir. Liusu thinks so too, right? Well, okay. Dasi Tree King nodded. Take a picture? Is it the camera that the Son of God used before? Aang asked. Payman explained. Yes, it means that you can store a certain moment in time, and when you watch it again in the future, you will remember what happened at that time. Aang touched his chin and said, is that so? Let's take a photo together. Great, then where should we go? Since we are taking a photo, we must find a place with good scenery. Aang suggested, a place with good scenery? Then let's go to Naruto Taisha, because Shenzi has always said that Naruto Taisha is beautiful and the scenery is very good, and she likes it very much. Naruto Taisha? It's really good. When the time comes, let's invite Shenzi as well. Since we have invited Shenzi, then Venti, Zhongli, Nashida and Klee should also come. Payman touched his chin and thought, Aang, you are responsible for contacting them. Let's set off for Naruto Taisha. After receiving the news, everyone came to Naruto Taisha one after another. Hey, take a photo? It's really a good choice. Wendy said. Zhongli touched his chin and analyzed, using the means of taking photos, to record what happened at a certain moment is equivalent to deepening memory. It is indeed a good behavior. Klee shouted excitedly, take photos, take photos. Klee likes to take photos. When taking photos, Klee will stand with Sister Nashida and Sister on a night. Baal, no, it should be called Aang now. Have you come out? Wendy asked Aang. Yes, please take care of me in the future. Aang said and performed the etiquette of a wife to the gods. Alas, no, since you are willing to join us, we can't wait to welcome you. These cumbersome etiquettes are unnecessary. Everyone, be casual. Zhongli nodded and said, well, Wendy is right, just be casual, don't be so restrained. Well, I understand. Watching the conversation between Aang and several elderly gods, the son of the 8 gods also showed a relieved smile. She was so worried before, but now it's different. Son of God, don't you have a camera? It's a good time to use it now. Aang turned to the snickering son of God and said, I know, I'll go get ready now. Watching the son of God leave, Aang suddenly said, since it's a photo shoot, then you should pose in a nice way, but it's a bit embarrassing, no matter how you think about it. No, just be casual, do whatever state you think is most relaxed. Payman replied. Aang nodded and said, well, I know. So, Yi Shenzi found a shrine maiden to help them take pictures with the camera. When the shrine maiden saw that the subjects of the photo were Aang and Yi Shenzi, her hands were shaking with excitement. Don't be nervous, just take a good picture. Yi Shenzi looked at the nervous shrine maiden and smiled and comforted her. The shrine maiden hurriedly replied, yes, Lord Yi Palace Master, I will take a good picture. Relax, you can't get the desired effect if you are nervous. The final result was that several people stood in front of the sacred cherry tree. Klee and Nashida stood in front of Aang, and behind them were Aang and Payman. On Aang's left were Wendy and Zhongli, and on Aang's right were Liusu, the great compassion tree king, Aang, and Yi Godson. Click. As the witch pressed the camera, the images of everyone at that moment were frozen in the camera. Have you finished taking the photo? Let's take a look. Wendy said and walked over first. Wendy, who got the photo, touched her chin and said, well, the effect is good. Let me see. Payman said, and happily picked up a photo. In the photo, Wendy and Payman had the brightest smiles. Both of their mouths were grinning, followed by Klee in front of Aang, who also showed a happy smile, while Aang and Godson showed a sweet and happy smile. Liusu, the great compassion tree king, smiled lightly and reached out to touch Nashida's little head in front of him. Under Liusu's, the great compassion tree king, touch, Nashida's eyes narrowed comfortably. Although Aang's expression was a little unnatural, it was obvious that she was very happy because her purple eyes were particularly bright. Finally, there was Zhongli, who looked serious, with a calm face and steady golden eyes. However, under Wendy's careful observation, there was also an imperceptible curve at the corner of his mouth. It's a very good photo, we are all very satisfied. Yishinko said to the shrine maiden who took the photo, while holding the photo. After receiving Yishinko's affirmation, the shrine maiden asked excitedly, really? Yes, the effect is very good, I like it too. Aang nodded. Thank you, General, for your affirmation, and thank you, Lord Yi Palace Master. I will leave first. Well, go ahead. Aang replied. The Mika left with an excited look on her face. After receiving the double affirmation from Aang and Yi Shinko, she felt a little light-hearted when she left, and even her steps became much lighter, as if she was dreaming. These are our memories of Inazuma. Everyone should treasure them well. Paimon said. Wendy smiled and replied, of course. Klee said happily, yeah, Klee will also treasure them well. These are all new friends Klee met in Inazuma. Unlike everyone else, Nashida, who was standing aside, fell into deep thought while looking at the photo in her hand. Nashida took the photo and looked at the tassels that were slightly different from before. Suddenly, she shouted to the Great Compassion Tree King, Great Compassion Tree King. What's wrong? The Great Compassion Tree King asked with some confusion. Why did Nashida suddenly call her the Great Compassion Tree King at this time? Nothing. Nashida replied with some disappointment. Because the answer of the Great Compassion Tree King made her sure of one thing. After confirming this matter, she didn't know why she felt empty in her heart. Really? I can see worry and fear in your expression. The Great Compassion Tree King walked up to Nashida and said gently, Great Compassion Tree King, Nashida wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it. The Great Compassion Tree King whispered, don't call me Great Compassion Tree King, call me Liusu. Didn't she tell you that? But she. Nashida felt her eyes begin to blur. Knowing that Liusu in front of her was the Great Compassion Tree Queen, Nashida was very happy, but also very sad. She was happy that she saw the real sun, but also worried that she would lose the stars. I know what you are thinking, but these two are both me, so don't worry, because the sun is the stars, and the stars are also the Sunday. The Great Compassion Tree King walked forward, squatted down, and hugged little Nashida tightly in his arms. Yeah. Nashida smiled happily. Hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Nashida also understood the meaning of stars and sun, because stars are the sun, and the sun is also stars. They exist at the same time and are inseparable. Chapter 165 The Upcoming Moon Festival. Shenzi, come here for a moment. I have a question for you. When everyone was looking at the photos, Aang suddenly said to Yi Shenzi, what's wrong, Aang? Looking at Aang's expressionless face, Yi Shenzi had a bad feeling. Tell me what's going on with this book. Aang took out the book The Tyrant General Falls in Love with Me that she had picked up from Yi Hall and placed it in front of Yi Shenzi. Seeing Aang take out the book she wrote, Yi Shenzi felt her heart skip a beat, but she still pretended to be calm and said, Aang, I didn't expect you to like reading light novels. Oh my, let me see what this book is. The Tyrant General Falls in Love with Me. I didn't expect Aang's taste is like this. Aang said straight to the point, Shenzi, this book was written by you, right? How could that be? How could I write this kind of novel, and the little fox in it can't be me? Yi Shenzi replied with a wondering look. Aang asked in confusion, if it wasn't written by you, how did you know that the protagonist in it was a little fox? Ahaha, of course it's because I'm responsible for the publication of Yi Tang. Of course I've read this novel. Yes, that's right, that's it. Really? If it wasn't you, why are you so nervous? Aang stared at Yi Shenzi intently, trying to see something from her expression. Yi Shenzi's eyes were erratic, and cold sweat was dripping from her forehead from time to time, but she still pretended to be calm and replied, I'm not nervous, you saw it wrong. Aang felt that this book was very likely written by Yi Shenzi, otherwise her expression would not be so nervous, but she had no other evidence to prove that it was written by Yi Shenzi. What are you talking about? The Great Compassion Tree King suddenly came over because she saw the melon here. Oh, about the previous novel. I suspected that Shenzi wrote it, but she didn't admit it. Aang replied. Yi Godchild hurriedly defended himself. I've already said it wasn't me. How could I have written that kind of novel? And why do you look like I must have written it? I read Yi Godchild's mental activities and learned from her that the novel was indeed hers. Dassy Tree King replied, touching his chin. Yi Godchild. Wow, I haven't bothered you during this period of time. Why did you do this to me? If you tell Aang so directly, then I'm done for, right? Thinking of this, Yi Godchild looked at Daisy Tree King, who smiled at her playfully, with a face full of grief and indignation. Godchild, do you have anything else to explain? Aang heard what Daisy Tree King said, looking at Yi Godchild expressionlessly, but at this time, the thunder punishment evil eye behind Aang had been opened, and Meng Meng Yi Zin had appeared in her hand. Aang, stop, it was this person who slandered me. We have been friends for so many years, don't you know me? Yi Godchild wanted to struggle. It's because I know you too well, that I think you did it. Aang replied. Aang, listen to my explanation. Take my sword first. If you are fine, I will listen to your excuses later. Wait, Aang, you can do this. The Great Compassion Tree King suddenly stopped Aang, who was about to swing her sword at the Eightfold God, and whispered something in her ear. Aang nodded while listening to the Great Compassion Tree King's ideas, and looked at the Eightfold God from time to time. The Eightfold God was frightened by Aang's thoughtful eyes, and a bad premonition rose in her heart. She wanted to escape from Inazuma, but under Aang's gaze, she could only give up this decision, because if she ran, Aang's sword would probably cut her down. This is also a good idea, Aang concluded after listening to the Great Compassion Tree King's advice. Aang, what do you want to do? Where is your residence? Aang asked directly. The Eightfold God asked weakly. Yes, is there anything? Just tell me. In the end, the Eightfold God reluctantly told Aang where she lived. Son of God, come with me, Aang said expressionlessly, and walked straight to the residence of the Son of God. When the Eightfold Son of God heard Aang's words, his expression froze, and he followed Aang into his residence with a trembling figure. The Great Compassion Tree King looked at the two people who disappeared in the Eightfold Son of God's residence, and said with a smile, little fox, since you like this, then it shouldn't be too much for me to fulfill your wish. What the Great Compassion Tree King just told Aang was to let Aang reproduce the scene of the novel written by the Eightfold Son of God for her, so that she could truly experience this embarrassing line. Of course, there were many small interactions along the way. The Great Compassion Tree King watched with relish the two people who were being dragged by Aang to perform the script in the house. After a while, Paimeng flew over and asked the Great Compassion Tree King, Liusu, what are you doing? Why are you motionless? Nothing, I just saw something interesting. The Great Compassion Tree King replied with a smile. Paimeng asked curiously, what's the interesting thing? You can't tell me. Paimeng scratched his head and said, okay. By the way, what do you want to talk to me about? Asked the Great Ci Tree King. Hey, I just heard from Zhongli that Liu will have the moon chasing festival in a few days. Let's go back together then. Paimeng explained. The Great Ci Tree King sighed. The moon chasing festival. This year's moon chasing festival should be very lively. Thinking of the previous moon chasing festival, before Aang came, Liusu celebrated it alone. No, she and Liusu celebrated it together. Although she didn't show up at that time, at night, she would share Liusu's vision, looking at the bright moon in the sky, and sitting quietly on the sea cliff next to the golden house. Yes, the moon chasing festival is also a very lively festival in Liu, but we missed the moon chasing festival when we came to Liu at that time. We can have a good time this year. It is said that there are many delicious foods during the moon chasing festival. Paimeng said this, his eyes lit up. Paimeng, you just want to eat. Aang complained on the side. Paimeng turned to Aang and suggested, hey, let's put aside the Inazuma exploration for now. Let's go to Liu and celebrate the moon festival before coming back. Although we learned about Higuanguan before, the moon festival is more important now, because the moon festival is also once a year, and we can explore Higuanguan anytime. By the way, where are Aang and Shenzi? Why don't I see them? Paimon asked suddenly, after taking a look around. The Great Ci Tree King replied, well, they have something to talk about in the room. Maybe they will come out in a while. So that's the case, but I don't know if they are going to Liu. It will be more lively if they go. The Great Ci Tree King replied, wait until they come out and ask them. That's right, then Aang, let's go find Linghua and ask her if she is going. Paimon said to Aang. Aang, okay. Aang replied helplessly. Kamisato's house is next to Yangtze Mountain, and the journey is not far, especially Aang can fly, so it doesn't take much time to go back and forth. When Wendy heard about the moon festival, she said with a happy face, "Oh, I feel that life is getting more and more interesting now. It's so comfortable to celebrate the festivals of one country and then another. If it's always like this, and I don't have to work, how comfortable it would be." But the singing brother, I heard from brother Kiaya, that you don't work every day. You just don't do your job every day. You go to Uncle Dilek to eat and drink for free every day. When Klee heard what Wendy said, she blinked her big eyes curiously and said something that hurt Wendy's heart. "Kiaya, what are you teaching the little kid every day? You're waiting for me to remember you, and you'll have a hard time." Wendy heard Klee's innocent doubts, and with a stiff face, she wrote down Kia's name in the little notebook, where he hadn't written any names for a long time. The singing brother also has his own things to do, so don't listen to Kiaya, understand? Nothing he says is true. Wendy squatted down and said to little Klee. Klee replied cutely, "Klee knows." Although Klee thinks Kiaya is a good man, he also lies to Klee. He did that last time, and Nashida also said that Kiaya doesn't tell the truth, so I chose to listen. If Kiaya lies to Klee again, Klee will put the latest bouncing bomb in Kiaya's office. Wendy immediately agreed. Yes, that's it. If he lies to Klee again, Klee will definitely punish him. Yeah, Klee knows. Klee replied excitedly. However, the smart Klee had an idea in her mind. She knew that the singing brother in front of her was more powerful than the leader of the kin group when Wendy took her out last time, so she was ready to put all the troubles she caused on Wendy in the future. After listening to Klee's words, Wendy felt for the first time how pleasing Nashida, the little badminton, was. But what he didn't know was that the cute little Klee in front of him was framing him. Payman and Aang from the Kamisato family found Kamisato Ayaka, who was practicing swordsmanship in the yard. "Traveler, Payman, why are you here? This is it." After hearing Payman's story, Kamisato Ayaka touched her chin and thought, "Liusu's moon chasing festival? Ayaka, what do you think?" Payman asked Kamisato Ayaka expectantly. Kamisato Ayaka showed a helpless expression and replied, "It's a pity that, although I also want to go, Inazuma has too many things to do now, and I can't get away, so I can't go to this moon chasing festival." "What about Thomas?" Payman asked Thomas next to him. "If the lady can't go, then I certainly can't go either, because I'm busier than the lady, and I've been exhausted during this period, so I can only refuse your kindness." "Okay then." Payman was a little disappointed after hearing Kamisato Ayaka's words. Kamisato Ayaka looked at the disappointed Payman and apologized sincerely. "After the Inazuma matter is dealt with, I will definitely not refuse your request, so I'm sorry for what happened today." "It's okay, then it's a deal. Next time you have time, we'll go play together again." "Yeah, okay." Kamisato Ayaka nodded. "By the way, Thomas, take out the bag in the room." "Okay." Thomas turned and walked into the house after hearing Kamisato Ayaka's words. "What is this?" He looked at Thomas, who was leaving, curiously. Kamisato Ayaka smiled and replied, "This is the reward I prepared for you before, because I really can't get away. I don't have time to practice swordsmanship every day. I just came out to relax today, and you came, so I just gave you this reward." Paimon nodded and said, "So that's how it is. Miss, the things have been taken out. Just give it to the traveler." Kamisato Ayaka replied. Thomas, who had returned, walked straight to Aang with a bag full of Mora, and handed Aang a bag full of Mora. "Wow, there are so many Mora." Payman's eyes were completely transformed into Moras. It was the first time she observed so many Mora at such a close distance. "Really, Payman, you only know Mora, why don't you thank Linghua quickly?" Aang said to Payman expressionlessly, after putting away a large bag of Mora. Payman hurriedly said, "Thank you, Linghua." "Haha, you're welcome, this is what you deserve." Kamisato Linghua replied with a smile. "By the way, traveler, what do you want now? I heard that your swordsmanship is very strong. If possible, teach me some swordsmanship. I want to learn it." Kamisato Linghua suddenly thought of something and asked Aang expectantly, "No problem, no problem, no problem. I will teach you what I know." Aang, who received a large bag of Mora as a reward, accepted Kamisato Linghua's small request without hesitation. "Really, is it really possible?" Kamisato holding her asked in disbelief. You know, swordsmanship is generally a secret that is not passed on in Inazuma, unless you become a disciple or something. Of course, we are friends. Aang replied. Well, that's troublesome. Kamisato Ayaka said excitedly, and at the same time she felt that Aang was really a good person. Then, after a while, she didn't think so. Didn't you eat? So slow? Kamisato Ayaka. Yes, still looking. I'm talking about you. The sword holding posture is not right. Who taught you the soft sword holding method? Kamisato Ayaka. The attack must be powerful and fast. The sword moves are not for watching, although your dance is indeed beautiful. Kamisato Ayaka. No, your aptitude is too poor. You don't know how to do it after all I've said. Kamisato Ayaka. Paimon hurriedly tried to stop Aang's mocking behavior. Aang, don't be so strict. Is the traveler's teaching so strict? Thomas stared at the two people fighting in a daze. At this time, Kamisato Ayaka held the sword with both hands. Her face flushed, and she was panting, and sweat rolled down her smooth forehead. Unlike her, Aang on the other side calmly put her left hand on her waist, and held a small branch she had picked off in her right hand. What Thomas didn't know was that Aang didn't have any sword skills at all. After being tempered in the world of Genshin Impact, she abandoned many useless tricks. The purpose of using a sword is to cause effective damage to the opponent in a short period of time and be able to withdraw. This is her sword skills. Kamisato Ayaka stared at Aang on the other side and murmured, but, so strong. Her hands were shaking a little at this time, but she still held the sword tightly in her hand. The hilt in her hand was soaked with sweat from her palm. The feeling that Aang on the other side gave her was powerful and invincible. Aang looked at Kamisato Ayaka, who was obviously not doing well, and played a sword flower with the branch in her hand and said lightly, so, sword moves are not necessarily necessary, although it can indeed enhance your proficiency in sword skills to a certain extent. It is not enough. You have to learn your own sword skills, how to cause effective damage to the enemy in the shortest time, and still leave room for maneuver. I know. Kamisato Ayaka said. That's it for today. Have a good rest. Thank you, traveler. After hearing Aang say that the practice was over, Kamisato Ayaka's tense body relaxed, and she lost her balance, and fell directly into the pool behind her. Ayaka! Paimon exclaimed. Thomas also shouted anxiously, Miss. Although she would not be injured if she fell into the pool, Kamisato Ayaka was wearing a white shirt and black skirt kendo outfit, and she would definitely be in a mess if she fell into the water. Seeing this, Aang rushed towards Kamisato Ayaka. Her body turned into a residual image and appeared directly behind Kamisato Ayaka to support her body. Thomas was relieved to see Kamisato Ayaka's body being stabilized by Aang. Thomas gave Aang a thumbs up and praised, well done, buddy. Ayaka, are you okay? Aang asked Kamisato Ayaka in his arms. Kamisato Ayaka looked at him blankly, holding her waist, and felt a little fever on her face. However, because of the intense exercise before, she concealed her behavior very well. Kamisato Ayaka looked at Aang, who was close to her, and replied a little embarrassedly, no, it's okay, I'm just a little exhausted. I'll be fine after a rest. It's good that you're okay. Your physical fitness is still too weak. You need to exercise well. Hearing Kamisato Ayaka say that it was okay, Aang breathed a sigh of relief, and continued to preach to Kamisato Ayaka. I know. Because Aang was too close, the breath of her words sprayed on Kamisato Ayaka's cheek. This breath made Kamisato Ayaka a little dizzy, and her little heart beat violently, as if she smelled the scent of flowers. Are you really okay? Your heartbeat is so fast. Aang said doubtfully. Hearing Aang's words, Kamisato Ayaka replied in a panic, no, it's okay. Kamisato Ayaka didn't say anything, and Aang didn't mention it either. This was also the first time she hugged a girl's body. It was indeed soft and comfortable, just like a soft blanket. Kamisato Ayaka's weight was nothing to Aang. Aang felt that she could lift 10 Kamisato Ayakas effortless. Paimon scratched her head and looked at this place in confusion. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say it. But Thomas thought it was nothing. Aang was also a girl, and she was also Kamisato Ayaka's friend. In his opinion, there was nothing wrong with such behavior. Chapter 166. Aang wants to participate in the chef competition. Aang Xiangshan, Naruka meet Asia Traveler, you are back. Wendy greeted Aang and Payman who had arrived. You have been gone for so long. Aang and Yishinko have already come out. Aang just met Aika and taught her some swordsmanship. Payman explained. Is that so? How about Kamisato, Aika and the others going? Payman replied, they said they have something to do in Inazuma, so they won't go to the moon festival. What about Shinko and Aang? What do they say? Of course we are going. There is nothing to do in Inazuma, so it's good to go somewhere else with Aang. Yishinko said excitedly while holding Aang's arm. Aang. A drama had just been performed in Yishinko's house. Although she was in a good mood, Yishinko seemed to be starting to get weird. He became particularly clingy, just like the little fox before, but that was Yishinko as a little fox, and he was a little different from the human form of Yishinko now. This feeling made her feel weird. When are you going to leave? Payman asked. Of course now. Since we've decided, we should go there earlier. It will take some time to take the boat. Yi Shenzi replied. After Yi Shenzi finished speaking, everyone except Klee and Aang looked at her strangely, which made her a little flustered. She whispered, what's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that? Am I wrong? I don't want to fly directly to Liu. Go by yourself on the boat. Aang turned her head and glanced at Yi Shenzi and said, Yi Shenzi. Hey, then let's teleport back. But Aang and Shenzi don't seem to have this. Can they go there too? Wendy said, and suddenly thought of something, pointing to the green earrings on her ears. Of course not. Teleporting people can only be done within the range of the tree. It is not allowed to bring people in from outside. Zhongli replied. Then why don't you make one for them? Wendy said. The Great Ci Tree King said, no, we must let them enter the range of the tree to enter their information. Otherwise it will be too much trouble to enter the information directly from the outside. Wendy scratched his head and said, okay. Payman frowned and said, then how should we get there? We won't really let Aang and Shenzi fly over, will we? And Liusu's spatial ability can't be used at this time. It can be used. The Great Ci Tree King suddenly said. Ah. Payman looked up at the Great Ci Tree King in surprise and said to him in surprise, didn't you say it couldn't be used before? Oh, that was a lie I told you. Who knew you would believe it? The Great Ci Tree King replied expressionlessly. Payman. Whether this person is Liusu or not, her attitude is so bad, but I don't dare to give her a nickname. So tangled, so uncomfortable. Aang said to Payman, I told you that you are stupid, but you still don't believe it. She said it herself, right? Why are you calling me stupid again? I'm so angry. If you get angry again, I won't buy you any delicious food when we get to Liu. Aang's words made Payman's angry face collapse. He said to Aang with a flattering face, hey, I was just joking. How could I be really angry? So you bought me some delicious food, okay? Well, it depends on your performance. Aang replied expressionlessly. Payman. The Great Compassion Tree King used Liusu's method to reach into the space in front of him, set the position in Liusu's small courtyard in Liu, and then pulled it hard. With a tearing sound, a hole appeared in the space in front of him that could allow a person to pass through, and in this hole appeared the appearance of Liusu in the courtyard of Liu. But, very powerful. The Eightfold Goddess looked at the Great Compassion Tree King's method with a shocked face. She had never heard of such special authority. Let's go, the Great Compassion Tree King said, and took the lead to walk into the space crack. Wendy said with curiosity, hey, although I have seen it several times, this is the first time I have passed it by myself. It is really magical to take a step to another country. People gradually arrived in Liu through the space crack. As Zhongli finally walked out of the space crack, the Great Compassion Tree King wiped out the space crack in front of him, as if it had never existed. We are already in Liu, in the blink of an eye. Hearing the words of the Eightfold God, Aang turned around and glanced at her with disdain and said, you are surprised by what you have seen, just like a country girl who has never seen the world. The Eightfold God. It is obviously you who have not seen the world for 500 years. Why do you say I'm a country girl? Are you polite? Payman suggested to everyone, since we are back in Liu, let's go to Wanmin Hall for dinner first. I haven't eaten the food there for a long time. I miss it. Zhongli nodded and said, it's okay. But I left in a hurry and didn't bring more. Yi Shenzi frowned. I don't have any either. Aang replied. Klee has more. Klee said, jumping up and down. Hey? Why does Klee have more? Payman asked curiously. Klee took out a small bag and said to Payman, this is what Klee saved. Well, these more are too little, not enough for everyone to eat. Payman looked at the 500 more in Klee's small bag and said with a smile. Hearing Payman's words, Klee lowered her head a little disappointedly. Well, okay. I think 500 more is quite a lot. Wendy blinked and said. Payman. In the end, Aang offered to treat everyone because none of the group had more, and Liusu's wallet was also stolen by the apprentice. Wanmin Hall Xiangling, we are here. Paimon said to Xiangling who was helping Master Mao inside. Hey, it's the traveler and Paimon. Xiangling shouted in surprise. Master Mao greeted Aang enthusiastically. Hey, isn't this the traveler? You are free to come here today. What would you like to eat? Master Mao, please ask for a bigger table. There are many people coming today. Paimon said on the side. Master Mao replied. Are there many people coming? There happens to be a room upstairs. Hey, isn't this Miss Liusu? Long time no see. What would you like to eat today? Xian Xiaoqiang is ready. Master Mao greeted more enthusiastically when he saw the Great Compassion Tree King coming in, because Liusu is the #1 customer here. Although the price of Wanmin Hall is not expensive, Master Mao still makes a lot of money with Liusu's eating method. Oh, then bring as much as you can. Today the traveler will treat. The Great Compassion Tree King said with a smile. So the traveler is treating you. Come on, still at that seat. The dishes will be here soon. Well, it feels like Master Mao is more enthusiastic about Liusu than we are. Payman looked at Master Mao with a smile on his face and said helplessly to Aang, if you eat so often and for so long, he will be so enthusiastic about you. Aang replied expressionlessly. I learned from Xiangling that Liusu ate at Wanmin Hall when she was a child and the daily specials were the same. Although Liusu rarely appeared in Liu, Xiangling's family, who had always seen her at Wanmin Hall, gradually knew that she was an immortal, just like Ganyu. And Liusu sometimes gave them some advice on the seasonings for cooking. Although it was based on her own taste, how could the taste of an immortal be bad? These behaviors also led to the hot business of Wanmin Hall. However, as a people-friendly restaurant, Wanmin Hall naturally would not be very high-end, and the dishes were all affordable for ordinary people. Of course, eating out is far less cost-effective than cooking by yourself, so except for some necessary times, most people still like to cook by themselves. Some merchants would not hold banquets in the Wanmin Hall, but would rather choose places like the Liuli Pavilion that look high-end. Well, that's right. Payman said, scratching his head embarrassedly. Hey, Mr. Zhongli, why are you here too? And this monster bard, and who are these two? Master Mao saw Zhongli, Wendy, Yi Shenzi, Aang, and the two little ones, Nashida and Klee, who followed. Let me introduce you. The pink-haired one is Yi Shenzi, and this one is Aang. They are from Inazuma. Payman explained to Master Mao. Oh, so you are distinguished guests from afar. Take your seats quickly. What do you want to eat? The dishes will be ready soon. Master Mao, Klee wants to eat boiled black-backed sea bass. Klee said to Master Mao on the side. Okay, I'll make it right away. Master Mao smiled and said to Klee, who was as cute as his daughter. Master Mao also knew that Nashida should be at the same level as an immortal, so he certainly wouldn't treat her like Klee. However, Nashida's childish appearance still made Master Mao ask her kindly, Nashida, what do you want to eat? Still the same? Because she inherited Liusu's wallet, Nashida had come here to eat many times, and of course she had tried everything except seafood. Well, just the same as before. Nashida nodded. Okay, if you want to order other dishes, just tell Xiangling directly. I don't know your taste for the other dishes. Then I'll go cook first. You wait upstairs and the dishes will be ready soon. After that, Master Mao walked into the kitchen with a happy face. It seems that they are very familiar with this Master Mao here. He even knows the taste. The Eightfold God said to Aang with a smile. Aang replied, well, come here and try Liu's dishes. Everyone followed Xiangling to their seats and sat down. Xiangling took out the bill from behind her and handed it to Aang, saying, "The menu is here. There are still some things that are not written in full. If you need them, just tell us, and we'll see if we can make them. Then you're welcome. I want this, and this. Don't worry." Paimon excitedly snatched the menu from Aang's hand and said to Xiangling, Okay, take your time. Don't worry." Xiangling replied with a smile. "Well, I've almost finished ordering. Shenzi, Aang, do you want anything?" Paimon asked Yi Shenzi and Aang. "I can order anything." Aang replied. "Well, does Liu have any fried tofu dishes? Just give me a few." Yi Shenzi's request was simple. She only wanted fried tofu. Fried tofu type dishes? I see. Paimon turned around and called out to the two of them, Zhongli and Wendy, "Do you want anything? I can order anything. Just order some. Just enough. I don't have any requirements." Wendy said. Zhongli nodded and said, "Me too." "Well, okay, then Xiangling, you can serve some of Liu's signature dishes. Neither the Son of God nor the Shadow has ever eaten them." "Yes, I'll report the menu first. I'll discuss something with you later." After that, Xiangling went downstairs in a hurry. Not long after, Xiangling ran up again in a hurry. Paimon scratched his head and asked in confusion, "What does Xiangling want to talk to us about? You should have seen it all the way here. There are many new moon chasing festival decorations in the city." Paimon replied, "We are here to celebrate the moon chasing festival. I heard from Zhongli that the moon chasing festival is a grand festival for the people of Liu to celebrate the bright moon in autumn. Thousands of years ago, immortals would seek immortality during this period. Yes, I was just about to explain it to you, but I didn't expect Mr. Zhongli to tell you." Xiangling nodded in agreement. "But now it's different. During the moon chasing festival, we will eat delicious food, visit relatives and friends, and enjoy the moon and flowers. It's much simpler, and it's something that everyone likes, and is not troublesome." "Wow, is this what the moon chasing festival is like now? It sounds like the festival I like," Paimon said excitedly. Aang glanced at Paimon and said, "Well, Paimon gets excited when he hears about food. So, are you two free recently? I'm going to participate in this year's chef championship, and I want to ask you to be my food consultant." Chef Mao, who was serving the dishes, heard Xiangling's words and quickly agreed. Yes. Asking friends for suggestions will give you a broader mindset. Chef championship? There is such a competition in Liu? Paimon asked with some doubts, and at the same time cast his eyes on Zhongli and the Great Compassion Tree King. The Great Compassion Tree King replied lightly, "I don't know. I didn't celebrate the festival before." Zhongli touched his chin and said, "Chef championship, it sounds interesting at first glance." Paimon, "Well, why don't you two, as gods of Liu, understand these? You're probably afraid it's a fake." Seeing the puzzled crowd, Xiangling suddenly thought of something and said, "Ah, I see. You probably haven't heard of it. Each moon festival has a different theme, usually designated by the 7 stars. This year's theme is food and mountains and rivers. In response to this theme, the 7 stars also specially organized a cooking competition." 7 stars? Zhongli touched his chin and thought, "Then I can understand it. You don't know it at all, do you?" The Great Compassion Tree King couldn't help but complain. Zhongli replied expressionlessly, "It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning." Dassy Tree King. Paimon fully demonstrated the role of the mouth of God at this time. Food, and mountains and rivers. Food and the scenery of hometown. It's a good topic. Xiangling happily agreed, "I think so too. I heard that it was Miss Ningguang who personally appointed it. She is so amazing. She always looks unfathomable. I want to participate in the chef competition, but to be honest, it takes a lot of brain power to think of new dishes, and after thinking, I have to cook and test the dishes. Over time, my judgment has declined. So, I would like to ask you to accompany me to collect everyone's ideas about food. This time I want to break through my usual thinking, and I need to ask more people to collect more different ideas." Hearing Xiangling's request, Aang looked at the exclamation mark above Xiangling's head and fell into deep thought. She was considering whether to slack off or go with Xiangling. In the end, she still couldn't resist the temptation of the golden exclamation mark. Okay, I agree. Aang said. Yeah, after all, we have friends all over the world, isn't that right, Aang? Aang glanced at Pei Meng and said, if you talk less, I won't have so many friends. Huh? What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Pei Meng scratched his head in confusion when he heard Aang's words. Aang replied, it's okay. Xiangling said happily, then it's settled. Then after we finish eating the delicious food, we'll go visit our friends in Liu and ask them one by one what they think. Yeah, great. Wait for Guoba to come back, and we'll all set off together. Hearing Pei Meng's words, Xiangling's eyes narrowed with laughter. At this time, Master Mao suddenly shouted upstairs, Xiangling, have you finished talking? The dishes are almost ready. If you have nothing to do, come and help serve them. Here, we've finished talking. The traveler agreed to go with me. Hearing Master Mao's words, Xiangling hurried downstairs to help serve the dishes. Cooking competition? If Liusu goes, she will definitely win the championship, right? Aang suddenly said. Zhongli nodded and said, in terms of universal reason, it is true. Zhongli didn't know how Liusu cooked, but the taste was better than what he remembered. Even the slippery seafood tasted good. Me. If I go, wouldn't I win? What's the point of this? At this point, the Great Compassion Tree King thought of something fun and suggested to Aang, how about Aang, you go and try it? Aang was embarrassed when the Great Compassion Tree King mentioned cooking. She scratched her head and said, me? Can I? The Great Compassion Tree King said seriously, of course you can, because the food you cook is delicious. Well, then I'll try it. Although Aang was entangled, she still agreed to the Great Compassion Tree King's proposal. Because she knew that what the Great Compassion Tree King said was true. Because he really thought that what he cooked was delicious. Although the arcs of electricity coming out of Liusu's, the Great Compassion Tree King, mouth when he ate, made her tremble with fear. The Great Compassion Tree King patted Aang on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't worry, I will also join the judges and give you a high score. Aang turned to the Great Compassion Tree King and said seriously, well, thank you, Liusu. That's it. How can you know the result if you don't try it? Besides, the food you cook is delicious. Be more confident. Maybe you can win the championship. The Great Compassion Tree King told Aang that her food was delicious for the second time. I know, I will work hard to win the championship. Hearing the words of the Great Compassion Tree King, Aang suddenly felt that she was not nervous at all, but on the contrary, she was eager to try. Yi Shenzi. Listening to the conversation between the Great Compassion Tree King and Aang, she was a little suspicious whether the food she had eaten before was fake. That time she almost ascended to heaven after eating Aang's food. Fortunately, Husei Gong was beside her and was pulled back by her soul. Since then, she has been afraid of Aang's food. And Aang, how can you have such confidence to win the championship? Who gave you the courage? That woman. Chapter 167 The Big-Headed Eightfold Divine Son. Pei Meng touched his bulging belly with a happy face, leaning on the chair and said, it's so comfortable to eat. Liu is still good. There are so many different dishes to eat. The dishes cooked by Master Mao are also delicious. When Master Mao came up, he heard Pei Meng sigh and said, ha ha ha, as long as you like it. Are you satisfied with the food? Aang nodded and said, not bad. These fried tofu dishes are also well done. I'm very satisfied. Yi Shenzi said with a smile. Master Mao suddenly thought of something and said to Aang, by the way, traveler, if you go together, I'll ask you to take care of my Xiangling. She is not an easy person to deal with. Xiangling heard Master Mao say this about herself and replied with some dissatisfaction, Dad, why do you say that to me? Master Mao lowered his head and glanced at Xiangling and said expressionlessly, what kind of person you are, don't I know? When you go out, you can't be too casual. Learn more from the traveler's reliability. Don't worry, we are friends. We will definitely take care of each other. Pei Meng replied. Guoba is back too, and he's doing somersaults at the door. Pei Meng suggested, then let's pack up and go. Aang, can you ask for my opinion? We just came back from an Azuma. Are we going to run out again? Liusu, Zhongli, let's go first. The Great Compassion Tree King replied, go. Aang followed Paimeng out with a look of discomfort. Travelers are really busy. Just after coming back to eat, someone came to see us. Yi Shenzi said with a smile, covering her mouth. Klee answered excitedly, Honorary Night Sister is a good person. She can help many people solve their problems, and everyone likes her. What about Aang? What do you say? Everyone is looking for targets everywhere for the so-called Chef King competition. You are not going to sit here and do nothing, are you? I know, but I don't know anyone in Liu, and I don't know who to ask. Aang replied helplessly after hearing what the Great Compassion Tree King said. I think Aang will make the same dishes, no matter who he asks. Yi Shenzi expressed his opinion at this time. Because in the eyes of the Eightfold God, no matter how good Aang's cooking is, the excessive lightning element is unpalatable for ordinary people. Aang turned his head and looked at the Eightfold God expressionlessly and said, do you mean that my cooking is unpalatable? No, ahaha, the weather is really good today. The Eightfold God changed the subject. It's not a question of whether it can be eaten, but whether you can see the sun the next day after eating it. Grandpa, have you eaten Aang's cooking? Wendy suddenly asked. Zhongli replied, no. Didn't Liusu say that Aang's cooking is delicious? With her picky taste, she actually said it's delicious, so it must be good. I want to try it too. Wendy analyzed, touching her chin. Hehe. After hearing Wendy's words, the Eightfold God looked at him sympathetically and showed an awkward but polite smile. Klee said excitedly, Klee wants to eat too. Klee wants to eat too. Nashida. Let's not talk about this. We too came here in a hurry. Have you arranged a place to stay? The Eightfold God changed the subject. No. Zhongli replied expressionlessly. You won't let us find a place to sleep by ourselves, will you? What about Mora? We didn't bring Mora. Zhongli replied, well, I don't have Mora. Ye God. You are. Ye God was about to say something, but it was a bit inappropriate to say vaguely, how can there be no Mora? Even if there is no Mora, with your status, you can just greet her casually, right? Zhongli took a sip of tea and explained, you are talking about the former Rocking Emperor. Now, in Liu, the Rocking Emperor has passed away, so the identity of the Rocking Emperor is not applicable in Liu. Now there is only Zhongli, the guest official of the Rebirth Hall, but the business of the Rebirth Hall has been sluggish in recent years, so I don't have Mora to use. What about Liusu? Ye God turned his head and looked at the Great Compassion Tree King. She was the same. When the traveler went to Inazuma, she also passed away. Zhongli replied slowly. So, none of us at the table have Mora. After saying this, Ye Goddess looked around at everyone, and everyone she saw, including Nashida, looked at each other unnaturally. Only Klee looked up with excitement, as if she was telling Ye Goddess that she had Mora. Goddess, it's normal for gods to not have Mora. You don't have to make a fuss. Aang pulled Ye Goddess and said to comfort him. Ye Goddess rubbed his head and said angrily, how is it normal? It's not normal for Morax to not have Mora. And you, except for me and Klee, you are all gods. 5 gods can't make up 1 Mora. Wendy tilted her head and said, hey. Zhongli, drinking tea. JPG, Nashida, Aang. The Great Compassion Tree King touched his chin and thought, actually, I used to have Mora. You don't have only a little Mora, do you? Ye Goddess' emotions are now unstable. She suspects that, if these people were not gods, they would all starve to death outside. Well, Liusu still has a lot of Mora, probably hundreds of billions. Zhongli explained slowly. Oh. So much. Then take out a little bit. We just need a place to live. When Yi Shenzi heard this, he realized that, although the woman in front of him was despicable, she was still quite reliable at the critical moment. But, Zhongli paused after saying this. But, hearing Zhongli's words, Yi Shenzi looked over in confusion. But, Ganyu, who is Liusu's wallet, has gone on a trip with Yu Hengxing, so Liusu is also penniless now. Zhongli said faintly. Ye God. So, why did you give the money to someone else for safekeeping? The Great Compassion Tree King answered seriously, because I'm lazy. It's so troublesome to pay for things. Giving it to Ganyu can save me a lot of trouble. What about now? Now that they are traveling, you can't get the money, right? The Great Compassion Tree King replied calmly, it's okay. I don't have many places to use money. It's okay not to use more for a while. You don't need it, but we need it. Ye God felt a headache. Aang looked at the exasperated Ye God and whispered, actually, I don't need it either. Right, we don't really need Mora. The Great Compassion Tree King concluded. Nashida excitedly echoed, me too. Hey, I think Liusu is right. Wendy agreed. Zhongli nodded and said, in terms of universal rationality, it is true. Ye God. 6. So why haven't these gods starved to death yet? She really can't figure it out. What should we do now? We are in Liu. You can't let us sleep on the street, right? The eightfold god said with a bitter face. No, my house is quite big. You can come and rest. The Great Compassion Tree King said. You have a place to stay at home. Why didn't you tell me at first? The Great Compassion Tree King spread his hands and said, you didn't ask. You only asked if we had Mora to find a hotel. And you didn't ask if my house was big enough for people to live in. The eightfold god. So tired in the heart. The eightfold god now feels the gap between himself and the gods, not only in terms of strength, but also in the different brain circuits. These gods have different cognitions from himself. In the end, the eightfold god followed the Great Compassion Tree King back to her courtyard in a trance. At the same time, Payman, Xiangling and the travelers with tangled faces began to look for targets with interesting ideas. When passing by the Hall of Rebirth, Payman pointed at Hu Tao, who was standing at the door of the Hall of Rebirth, and suddenly said, speaking of interesting ideas, Hu Tao can definitely give refreshing opinions. I think, let's choose this as the first stop. Oh. Did someone call the name of this hall master? Hu Tao turned around and said, oh, it turned out to be Payman, the traveler, and Xiangling. Xiangling showed an expression, as if she suddenly remembered something and said, oh, how could I forget you? Hu Tao touched her chin and said, you sound like you have ulterior motives. Do you have something to ask of me? Hu Tao, let me ask you. What kind of food do you like? Xiangling asked. After hearing what Xiangling said, Hu Tao thought for a moment and replied, what to eat? I really can't answer this question suddenly. Paimeng spread his hands and said, it's amazing that Hu Tao sometimes can't say it. No matter how eloquent a bird is, it has to rest and close sometimes. It's normal, right? It's the same for me. After hearing what Hu Tao said, Paimeng scratched his head and said, can birds be described as taking a rest? Even trees can catch fish, so why can't birds close? Aang complained. Paimeng was stunned by what Aang said, and replied with a tangled face, yeah, that's right. Well, Hu Tao, just tell me casually. After Paimeng finished speaking, Xiangling echoed, yeah, no need to think so carefully, just tell me what dishes you like. I'm doing a public opinion survey. I see, so, you want to come up with new dishes? Then let me make it clear first, don't make something too weird. Boiled fish with shrimp dumplings will be enough. After hearing Hu Tao's answer, Xiangling touched her chin and thought, boiled fish with shrimp dumplings? Isn't it very ordinary? Hu Tao explained with a look of aftertaste, ordinary, but not ordinary. Think about it, boiled fish is hot and fragrant. This is a dynamic dish. Such a dish is paired with a serving of shrimp dumplings, and the shrimp dumplings become static. Do you understand? Dynamic? Xiangling suddenly thought of something, and said excitedly, dynamic dishes, I know how to make them. Slime is slippery. Hearing the strange dishes Xiangling was about to talk about, Hu Tao interrupted and explained, it's not the kind of movement. Although dishes are food, they also have their own unique atmosphere. Look at boiled fish, it's red and spicy. It stimulates the eyes, ears, mouth, and nose, which is called movement. Shrimp dumplings are crystal clear, fresh and elegant, which is called stillness. The combination of movement and stillness is like a talented man and a beautiful woman complementing each other. After listening to Hu Tao's story, Paimeng covered his head and said, I don't know what kind of twisted logic it is, but it seems to make sense. Unlike Paimeng, Xiangling thought of something and pondered, movement and stillness are suitable, complementing each other. When the few people were talking, Aang saw Guoba walking next to him, and became curious, so he walked towards Guoba. Guoba saw Aang coming, and waved to him happily. In Guoba's eyes, Aang took out a small box. That's right, the traveler took out the flying chess he learned from Liusu, and now he can play a few games. Aang spread the flying chess map on the ground and sat down. Guoba followed Aang and sat down. Lu. So Aang and Guoba started playing together. Paimeng analyzed, I think it means to match meat and vegetables, and let salty and sweet complement each other, right? Hu Tao agreed with Paimeng, that's right. It's just that there may not be desserts in the main meal. I'm cautious, so I'll skip the dessert part. So that's how it is. It sounds like nonsense, but it's very inspiring. Xiangling concluded. Thank you, Hu Tao. Paimeng said helplessly, when it comes to nonsense, even storytellers can't compare to Hu Tao. Well, I'll take it as a compliment. Hu Tao is quite knowledgeable about philosophy, Aang said while playing flying chess. After hearing what Aang said, Hu Tao said excitedly, oh, sure enough, you are the one who knows the business. Everything in the world, birth, aging, sickness and death, salty, sweet, spicy, all have their own rules. I understand. Xiangling touched her chin and said, since the traveler also said so, I will take this into consideration. Paimeng suggested, well, we have asked almost all the questions here, and the next stop is Boogaloo. Hearing what Paimeng said, Hu Tao seemed to think of something interesting, and smiled and agreed, Boogaloo. Well, I believe the people there will give very interesting answers. Aang, let's go. Paimeng said, and turned around, and didn't see Aang. She looked carefully, and found that Aang and Guoba were sitting aside happily playing flying chess. Hey, Aang, why are you playing with Guoba alone? Paimeng said angrily. Oh, I saw that you guys were chatting very enthusiastically, and I saw that Guoba was also very bored, so I invited him to play together. Aang explained. Guoba squinted his eyes and smiled, echoing, Lu. Really, Guoba, how can you have so much fun playing with the travelers by yourself? Guoba, you are so bad. Guoba looked at a loss after hearing Xiangling's words. Lu? By the way, do you know something? Where did guest Zhongli go? He hasn't returned to Wangsheng Hall for several days, and he didn't reply to messages. Hu Tao suddenly asked. Mr. Zhongli? He was eating in Wanman Hall just now. Xiangling replied. Yeah, we just came back from Inazuma. Paimon explained. Hu Tao nodded and said, so he went to Inazuma, no wonder there is no signal. What's wrong? Is Hu Tao worried about Mr. Zhongli? Xiangling asked puzzledly. Of course not, it's just that the bills have been much less during this period, which is a bit strange. It would be better if he could go out for a while. The new guest is much more reliable than him, and he is also very knowledgeable. The most important thing is that he doesn't spend money lavishly. Paimeng spread his hands to Aang who had put away his flying and said, well, Zhongli is really a bad employee in Hu Tao's eyes. Aang. Then let's go. Paimeng said, and everyone went to the direction of Boogaloo. If you ask about something interesting, remember to share it with me. Seeing several people leave, Hu Tao suddenly thought of something, and shouted from behind. Got it. Paimeng replied. Kiki under the counter of Boogaloo saw Aang and Paimeng coming and said, ah, it's you. What's wrong? Suddenly, a female voice came from Beishu's side, saying, oh, a rare guest is here. It seems you are not busy today. Wow, why did Beishu's voice become like this? Paimeng asked in surprise. Hey, look at your neck. The female voice reminded. Paimon scratched his head and saw the white snake Chang Sheng wrapped around Bzhu's neck and said, oh, it's Chang Sheng who is talking. Aang said to Guoba next to him. Guoba, continue. Guoba showed an excited expression when he heard Aang's words and nodded. Lu. So Aang and Guoba sat on the ground and started the flying chess again. Bzhu greeted with a smile. Haha, are you here to get medicine today? After hearing Bzhu's words, Paimeng waved his hands and explained, no, we are here to chat. I want to ask you something about food. Xiangling said, I'm participating in a cooking competition, and I would like to invite 3 people. I would like to ask you 3 to tell me what kind of dishes you like to eat. After hearing Xiangling's words, Chang Sheng smiled and said, haha, the little girl is quite sweet. I can help you with this. What dishes do you like to eat? Kiki thought for a while and said, they are all the same. Tasteless. BZHU explained. Kiki has a problem with her sense of taste and can't taste the dishes. Please don't mind. Xiangling comforted her. It's okay, I know all this. But even so, Kiki should have preferences. I want to know what kind of dishes you like. Feeling. Touch. Touch. Yes. Kiki thought hard and replied, cool. I like coconut milk. After hearing what Kiki said, Paimeng spread his hands and said, coconut milk is a beverage, so it can't be used as a reference. What about you? Do you have any ideas? Xiangling turned her attention to Beisu and Changsheng. Changsheng replied, for me, meat dishes that are easy to eat are good. Beisu heard Changsheng's words and echoed, I agree with what Changsheng said. Many of the people who come to get medicine are elderly and children. Large pieces of poultry and seafood are difficult for them to swallow and digest. If the dishes can be made more delicate, it will be much better. In addition, some people have caught a cold and have sore throats. They can't eat foods that are too oily. From the perspective of food supplements, I would recommend them to eat dishes with more soup. After hearing what Beisu said, Xiangling asked curiously, are there still so many people infected with colds in Liu now? Beisu nodded and said, of course there are, but they are all elderly and children. They are weak and easily infected. I haven't seen adults. All this is the credit of the Emperor and the Immortal King. Chapter 168 Ningguang, Yu Hengxing, are you polite? Oh, so that's how it is. I thought Liu had no illness anymore. Haha, of course not. Some problems will still exist. Although the emergence of Genshin Impact has greatly enhanced the physique of the people of Liu, all of this is acquired and cannot be inherited. And the elderly are in poor health, so children and the elderly will still get problems like colds, but the probability is much smaller than before. No matter how powerful the Emperor is, he can't guarantee that everyone will live a smooth life. He can only take care of the majority of people. Now the Emperor has passed away, but I believe Liu will be better in the future, and I hope that the number of guests at Bubilu will decrease day by day. After hearing BZHU's words, Paimeng said with a puzzled look on his face, but won't Bubilu have no business in this case? I hope that there will be no disease in the world, even if the medicine on the shelf is covered with dust. After sighing, BZHU continued, as a doctor, my job is to save people. If people are not sick and it hurts, I can still be a lot easier. The days are pretty good. This means preparing some medicated diet suitable for the elderly and children. After listening to Xiangling's words, Kiki replied, medicinal diet? I don't like it. At Ostalastium, I suddenly reacted to the other party and asked him to ask him, sorry, there are too many people who have caught the medicine recently. Paimeng concluded, it's not that there is no reference value. It is really a good choice for the dishes that are suitable for time and old. It is different from everyone. Lu Guoba looked at the opponent's chess pieces in shock, while he only sent out one. I must win this time. Lu Guoba picked up the dice and threw it down unconvinced. Xiangling touched her chin and analyzed. Medicinal food is more about the balance of blending than home cooked dishes. Although I don't focus on medicine when cooking on weekdays, this time I'm participating in the competition. Considering the combination of taste and effect should add points to the dishes. With connotation, it will definitely be better, and everyone will like it. Kiki said. Xiangling smiled and thanked Beishu and others. It's very useful advice. Thank you. Kiki replied, it doesn't matter. I'm glad that it can help. After listening to Kiki, Xiangling said excitedly, the doctor's perspective is different, and I'm very inspired. Beishu smiled and nodded and said, thank you. Changsheng praised Xiangling, you are very good at listening to suggestions. It seems that you are a good cook. Xiangling likes to study cooking the most. She spends all her thoughts on it. Paimeng said with a smile. After listening to what the others said, Xiangling said a little embarrassedly, everyone has some hobbies. My hobby is cooking. But usually I use my brain alone. This time I have a new idea, so there should be a different product. Paimeng cheered. It means this trip was not in vain. That's great. Okay, let's go find someone else to ask. After asking people with unique ideas and people who start from the perspective of people's livelihood. Next, let's ask those who are picky about their words. Pei Meng suggested, if we talk about people who are picky about their words, then it can only be that person. Let's go to Yu Jingtai to ask. After Pei Meng finished speaking, he said to Guoba and Aang, who were still playing chess, Aang, stop playing chess. Let's go to Yu Jingtai and take a look. Aang replied, okay, let's go right away. In Guoba's shocked eyes, Aang put away the chessboard on the ground like a whirlwind and then followed the others to Yu Jingtai as if nothing had happened. Guoba accused Aang of such despicable behavior. He was almost about to win, but Aang took the chessboard away. Xiangling looked at the excited Guoba, thinking that he still wanted to play, and said helplessly, Guoba, don't play too much, listen to Pei Meng. Let's go to Yu Jingtai to ask first. Guoba stared at Xiangling, who misunderstood his meaning with wide eyes and suddenly felt very disappointed. Looking at the disappointed Guoba, Xiangling comforted him. Okay, after we finish these, I will accompany you to have fun. Okay. Guoba squinted his eyes and nodded happily. Everyone came to Yu Jingtai and found Keqing, Bidao and Ningguang talking around a big stone on the field. Traveler, Pei Meng, and Xiangling? Keqing shouted in confusion. Pei Meng also asked in surprise, Keqing, you are back? It's the Moon Festival, of course I have to come back. Keqing nodded. Oh, do you mean that you won't come back during the Moon Festival? Ningguang said, looking at Keqing in a purple feather skirt. Well, the 7 stars of Liu are really troublesome. We have to find a way to get rid of this identity. Ningguang looked at Keqing with a puzzled look. She had changed a lot after not seeing her for a while. Not only did her clothes change, but she was also not very active at work. She became like the Emperor and the Immortal Lord, who liked to slack off. So, after being accepted as an apprentice by the Immortal Lord, would even Keqing, who was passionate about her work, become a lazy fish? Ningguang thought for a while, but didn't get an answer. She turned around and greeted them. Long time no see. Bidao smiled and joked, hey, what brings you here? Pei Meng smiled and said, everyone is gathered together. Xiangling asked puzzledly, what happened? There is a big rock on the ground. Pei Meng pointed to the big rock in the center and said. Keqing looked at the stone in front of her and said, it's a long story. Anyway, I want to make it clear first. I will be the one to deal with this stone whose origin is still unclear. Do you two have any objection? Bidao agreed. Keqing has always been decisive and efficient in doing things. I feel relieved to leave it to you. I have objections. You cannot use your force on this stone. And Bidao, are you worried about my ability when you say that? Ningguang said, glancing at Bidao beside her. After hearing what Ningguang said, Bidao said with an unconvinced look on his face, Keqing is running outside regardless of wind and rain, which is very different from you. Besides, you don't care about this matter, why bother about it? Ningguang raised her head and said, it was just a joke, but you took the opportunity to criticize me and left the travelers aside. Besides, the Keqing you said is indeed running outside regardless of wind and rain, but it is for vacation, and she also took you hating's secretary with her, which makes our work a lot more. Keqing glanced at Ningguang and said, anyway, no matter what she says, she will quit in a while, and you will have more work at that time, and there will be working hours restricted by the Emperor. Let's see if you are anxious at that time. Aang was silent for a while and asked, are we here at the wrong time? How could that be? You all want to know about the stone, right? Then let the great navigator Captain Bidao introduce you to something. Ningguang said while pointing to Bidao next to him. This woman hummed. Well, after hearing Ningguang's words, Bidao hummed, it's a big stone, right? The surface is still very smooth. It looks like there is some treasure inside. Keqing explained, this thing was fished up by fishermen from the shallow sea area. It looks like it has been submerged in the water for many years and has been washed into this. However, I want to cut the stone open to see what is inside, but Ningguang won't agree. After hearing Keqing's words, Ningguang hummed lightly and said, humph, what if this stone is really a precious antique? Aren't you damaging it? Keqing glanced at Ningguang and said lightly, it's just a stone. Whatever you want, I will make it for you. Ningguang replied unconvinced, can yours be the same? Forget it, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Keqing stopped talking after she finished speaking. Seeing that Keking was not going to speak, Ningguang turned to Aang and the others and said, things that cannot be privately owned have to be handed over to the public. They can feel more at ease if they leave them with us. What's in the stone? Xiangling asked in confusion. Ningguang has tried this stone, and ordinary swords and guns have no effect on it. I said I would give it a try, but Ningguang refused to agree. Keking expressed her opinion again. Looking at the paranoid Keking, Ningguang explained with a headache, I told you not to split it. I know you are very powerful, but this stone gives me a very important feeling. It is not an ordinary stone. Wouldn't it be destroyed if you hit it with a sword like this? Stone that is invulnerable to swords and guns. It sounds very powerful, but why did Ningguang say that this is an important stone? And why didn't you let Keking try it? Payman asked with some confusion. Ningguang explained, I don't know. At first, when I tried it with ordinary swords and guns on this stone, it didn't give me this feeling. But when Keking took out her sword and tried it on this stone, I suddenly had this feeling. Because I knew that if Keking hit it with a sword, the stone would definitely be split. Forget it. Forget it. It seems that you still don't want me to cut it open. I don't want this stone anymore. You can deal with it. Keking glanced at Ningguang and said, I couldn't ask for more. Thank you for Yu Hengxing's kindness. Ningguang said to Keking with a smile. Keking glanced at Ningguang and said, I won't give it to you, even if you want it. By the way, traveler, who are you looking for here? Keking turned to Aang and asked. Paimeng replied, oh, we are looking for all of you. Ningguang asked in confusion after hearing Paimeng's words. Could it be that something earth-shattering has happened? Xiangling hurriedly explained. No. Paimeng exaggerated. Actually, I just came to find out about your preferences for food. After hearing Xiangling's explanation, Keking touched her chin and said, food? Such a sudden question. My taste is very simple, refined, simple, pure, and delicate, that's all. After hearing Ningguang's words, Bidao sneered and said, you call this simple? No one is more picky than you. For words can summarize my requirements, isn't it simple? Ningguang said to Bidao with a puzzled look on her face. Bidao said to Ningguang calmly, stay at sea for a few weeks. I guarantee that your affluence will be cured. Where's Sister Bidao? Xiangling asked, looking at Bidao who was mocking Ningguang. Hearing Xiangling's words, Bidao changed his expression and replied to Xiangling with a smile. For me, fresh hot dishes are fine, and it would be even better if you can add some chili. Paimeng suggested, how about some side dishes? Hahaha, of course. For me, seafood after all. Keking replied after thinking for a while. Paimeng asked in confusion, so Keking likes seafood? Yeah, seafood, hot dishes, simple and pure. After listening to what several people said, Xiangling touched her chin and thought. It sounds like these don't have anything in common. Paimeng spread his hands and said. Xiangling replied, not necessarily. You should know about golden shrimp. To make this dish, you have to clean the shrimp, remove the shrimp, wrap it in very finely chopped potato shreds, and fry it in a pan. It is a real kung fu dish. It has a delicate appearance and a rich aroma. Although the plating is simple, the techniques used are very delicate. It fits Miss Ningguang's 4-character summary very well. After hearing Xiangling's explanation, Paimeng scratched his head and said, it turns out that the true meaning of cooking is also what that saying says. Kizang. When Keking heard Xiangling say that it was her favorite dish, she quickly agreed, that's right. Golden shrimp balls have both beauty and taste, and are extremely valuable dishes. After listening to Keking's story, Xiangling nodded with an expression of understanding and said, yeah, I see. Keking likes golden shrimp balls the most. Paimon also nodded and agreed, yes, I remember too. Keking always ordered this dish when she was in Wanmin Hall. Well, golden shrimp balls are delicious. Keking nodded. Bidao smiled and said, hahaha, it's good to ask. Okay, the opinions of the 3 people have been collected. Thank you, I will take them into consideration seriously. Keking suddenly said to Aang and Paimon, by the way, traveler, Paimon, do you have any plans later? Aang replied, not yet. I would like to ask you to join me in investigating the matter related to this stone. But why are you looking for us? If I'm not mistaken, Keking, you can do it alone. Payman asked in confusion. Keking replied, because I think you can give me a lot of help in this regard. After hearing Keking's words, Payman smiled and said, every profession has its own expertise, and we are the best search experts. Keking nodded and said, that's right. Publicly, we 7 stars have a responsibility to give an explanation to the fisherman. Privately, I also have some things I want to verify. So, I will ask the best helper to follow up on this matter personally. You should already know the general origin of the moon chasing festival. However, I personally have some other opinions on this traditional festival. My grandfather is a scholar who studies the traditional culture of Liu. He wrote in his notes that there was a kitchen god in ancient Liu, and people seem to commemorate this god at specific times. The classics that record the kitchen god are rare, and the text content is also very confusing. Some schools of thought believe that the kitchen god is the rocking grandpa. Some people pointed out that there is someone else who is the kitchen god. There is also a folk anecdote. It is said that the ancients once found the shrine of the kitchen god, but there was no statue in it, only a huge stone with a smooth surface. The huge stone was lost during the subsequent transportation and its whereabouts are still unknown. This stone happens to have the same characteristics. Perhaps it is the one that disappeared that year. Grandfather has studied ancient books for many years and put forward a hypothesis. The commemoration of the kitchen god can be called the Kitchen God Festival. This festival may be the prototype of the moon chasing festival. And to verify this, it is necessary to find out the true identity of the kitchen god. Now Liu has entered the era of human rule. As descendants, we should attach importance to cultural traditions like the emperor. Well, that's right, but you don't look like a human anymore, do you? Ningguang glanced at Keking, who was dressed in fairy spirit and complained. Keking glanced at Ningguang and said, don't interrupt, I mean it, this is what my master taught me. Ningguang, you Hangsing, are you polite? Is it great to have a master? But why do you feel so sour in your heart? Seeing Ningguang didn't say anything, Keking continued, so I think this matter should be handled by me. It can verify history, carry forward tradition, and verify my grandfather's inference by the way, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. This stone has been delivered for 2 or 3 days. Before it appeared, we had just decided that the theme of this year's moon festival is food. Maybe, this is also the will of heaven. Why can't you ask your master directly? Paimeng asked in confusion. Ahem, master is very busy, I'd better not disturb her. With our current capabilities, we can find out about this matter. Aang frowned and said, okay, but, we still have Xiangling's commission in our hands. Xiangling hurriedly said, it's okay, you are going to do business, right? Don't mind me. After all, I just, wait, I thought of it. What? Suddenly yelling. Keking looked at Xiangling in confusion and said. Xiangling suggested, Keking, can you take me with you if you want to investigate? Hey? But, Xiangling explained, since we are investigating the kitchen god, there may be clues related to cooking on the way, which can provide inspiration for me to participate in the cooking competition. Please take me with you, I will help. Since you have asked me so, okay. Hearing Keking's words, Xiangling said happily, really? Thank you, you are so kind. Hey. Then let's set off. I heard that there are many ancient books in King's Manor. I want to go there to ask first. Paimeng nodded and said, I understand. Then let's go to King's Manor. Wait a minute. Ganyu will also go with me. Let's find a place to wait for her. Keking said hurriedly. Oh, Ganyu, I haven't seen her for a while. What is she doing now? Paimeng said. Keking explained. Well, these things happened after we came back, and then we were all busy for a while. Now Ganyu is almost done, and investigating this matter is not considered work related for us. Keking, when did you have a master? Is he also an immortal? How come I didn't know? Xiangling asked curiously. Keking replied, my master is also an immortal, and I became his disciple not long ago. Oh, I don't know which immortal it is. How can I know? This is not a secret among the immortals. My master is called Liusu. Liusu? Is she the white-haired woman wearing a white dress with golden and green tree patterns? Keking nodded and said, yes, my master has been eating at Wanman Hall. You must have seen her. My dad and I know that she is an immortal, but we don't know which one she is, because except for my master Grandma Ping and the immortals who came from Liu last time, I don't know the other hidden ones. Payman explained on the side. Xiangling, you don't know this. Liusu has a title called the Immortal Lord. Xiangling said excitedly. Wow. It turns out that the Immortal King of Liu is her. I didn't expect that the Immortal King, whom no one in Liu has ever seen, has been eating in our Wanman Hall. Shh, don't tell this to anyone other than the Immortal family, okay? Keking reminded hurriedly. Xiangling nodded quickly and said, yeah, I know, because the Immortal King has passed away. I won't tell this to anyone, otherwise the master will punish me. I'm not stupid. However, since the Immortal King is fine, then the Emperor. Don't say. Keking said seriously. I know, I'm so happy. Xiangling understood something from Keking's expression and was very excited. Chapter 169. Can't make a normal fan. Boom. A loud noise came from Liusu's courtyard. Yi Shenzi looked at the messy courtyard after the explosion and exclaimed, another explosion? Liu Yan waved his hand to clean up the remnants of the explosion on the ground. It shouldn't be, there should be no problem with the mechanical cooking I made. Why did it explode when you touched it? Liu Yan was also puzzled by the explosion at this time. Aang looked at Liu Yan, awkwardly entangled her fingers with her hands, and her eyes were a little erratic. Because she was going to participate in the so-called chef competition, Liu Yan learned about Aang's situation and offered to help, using her mechanical skills to help Aang cook, to see if she could isolate the thunder element generated by Aang's cooking. As a result, no mechanism could withstand Aang's cooking skills. It was almost done, just a little bit short, and at this time the mechanism would suddenly explode, frying the prepared dishes into pieces. Even withdrawing in the middle of the process was not possible, as if it understood Aang's idea, it would always explode at the right time. It seems that it is impossible for you to cook normal dishes. To use Liusu's words, the world's consciousness does not allow you to cook ordinary dishes, so I can't do anything about it. Also, there is nothing wrong with my mechanism, it is you who has the problem. Liu Yan looked at the embarrassed Aang and explained seriously. No matter what, she would not say that there was a problem with her mechanism, even if there was indeed a problem with the mechanism. Aang replied in a low voice, I know. Then, can Aang really participate in the Chef King competition? Asked the eightfold godchild. The great compassion tree king touched his chin and said, of course he can participate. Just say that he is a distinguished guest from a foreign country and can be guaranteed to enter the finals, but it is very difficult to get a good result. Now she has become accustomed to Liusu's way of thinking. After all, they use the same brain. After listening to Liusu's words, the eightfold godchild said earnestly, Aang, so you should not think about the championship. Cooking is not realistic for you. Aang. But there is another possibility. The great compassion tree king suddenly said. Yi Godson asked in confusion, what's possible? The great compassion tree king said with a serious face, as long as Aang can cook dishes that knock out all the judges and contestants, I will be the only one who can score. I can score as much as I want. In this way, Aang will be the champion. Yi Godson. Is this really possible? Aang's eyes lit up when he heard the words of the great compassion tree king. Yi Godson looked at Aang, who was eager to try and couldn't help but complain. Aang, this kind of thing is not allowed, no matter how you think about it. Godson, I still want to try. Aang said seriously. Yi Godson. Forget it. Anyway, I'm not the one who suffers. You can do whatever you want. Aang, Keking, Ganyu and their group also arrived at King's Manor. Paimeng asked Ruoxin, the manager of King's Manor, Grandma Ruoxin, we want to ask you something. Are there any ancient books in King's Manor? They have to be very old. Looking for ancient books. Let me think. Ruoxin thought for a while and replied, there is an old warehouse over there, which belongs to Fian Chamber of Commerce. There are many books that cannot be stored in the house, and their young master sometimes comes to read books. Keking said, the young master of Fian Chamber of Commerce, you mean Xinkyu. So it's his warehouse, let's go and take a look. Paimeng suggested. So everyone walked towards the direction of the old warehouse that Ruoxin mentioned. Keking, why are you so interested in this? Ganyu asked as they walked. Well, this is about some things about the Liu demon god, and Keking told Ganyu what she had explained to Aang and Paimeng before. So that's how it is. Ganyu nodded. Ganyu, why did you change your clothes too? Paimeng asked in confusion. Ganyu explained, this is what Master asked the Immortal Lord for us. Does it look good? Is it a bit strange? It looks good. Of course it looks good. How can it be strange? I also want to have a dress like this. Paimeng looked at Ganyu, who was completely different from before. The main style of the dress was blue and white with golden patterns on it. Overall, it was similar to what she wore before. The blue and white short skirt with ancient style element made Ganyu look more gentle and intellectual. In addition, the bell that Ganyu had hung on her chest before was gone, and it became a small bell tied on her wrist. Ganyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, yeah, then I'm relieved. I thought it was a bit strange to wear it like this. After all, it's different from the previous style. Yeah, I think too. Compared with your previous appearance, you look much better now. Xiangling said on the side. Ganyu scratched her head and said embarrassedly, actually, I also think this looks good, but the clothes before were made by Master, so I'm a little embarrassed to say it. But since Master is also wearing clothes made by Xiangjun, I feel relieved. Keking excitedly echoed on the side, yeah, I have to say it, Master's taste is really good. Not only are the clothes designed to be beautiful, but they will not affect me when I'm fighting. Wow, I'm so envious. The clothes my master made for me are not as good looking as yours. Xiangling said with envy. Does Xiangling want a set like this too? Paimeng asked. Xiangling shook her head and said, although the clothes are beautiful, this kind of clothes is not suitable for me. Keking and Ganyu's clothes are not ordinary at first glance, and I'm just an ordinary person. I'd better not wear it, and I'm fine now. Ah, what a pity. Paimeng said with disappointment. Paimeng, I think you want it, right? And you are instigating Xiangling. Aang glanced at Paimeng and said. Paimeng scratched his head and said embarrassedly, hey, we've been discovered. Is that the warehouse in front? Why are there so many people from the treasure stealing group? Keking said, pointing to the old warehouse in front of her that was surrounded by many treasure stealing groups. Aang, let's go up and defeat them. Paimeng turned around and was about to say something to Aang, but Aang had disappeared. Seeing Aang had already started to teach the treasure stealing group a lesson, Paimeng said angrily, hey, why are you so fast? Really, can you please listen to me finish my words? After Aang had dealt with the treasure stealing group, Sheng said to everyone with a distressed look on his face, woo. Today is the day for the usual cleaning of the library, but I didn't expect to encounter thieves. Xiangling asked, are you okay? Thank you everyone, I'm fine. Hey, look at your dress, are you a traveler? And these two are Miss Keking and Secretary Ganyu? Nice to meet you. Keking asked, sorry to bother you. We heard that this room is the old book warehouse of Fian Chamber of Commerce. We came here to ask if you have any ancient books related to the kitchen god preserved here. After hearing what Keking said, Sheng scratched his head and answered uncertainly, kitchen god. Hey, I heard that the kitchen god is Prince Yan, right? Huh, really? Paimon spread his hands to Aang and said in a low voice, no matter what, the kitchen god is not someone who would refuse to pay for food, right? Paimeng, it's too rude to say that. How can you say that about the emperor? Ganyu said angrily. Although she thought so in her heart, she could not say it out loud. Paimeng scratched his head and replied, well, okay. Sheng explained, I heard from a friend who is doing research that the fire used for cooking is ignited by the stove, and the stove is made of stones. Some people think that this is the gift of Lord Yan, so they believe that Lord Yan is the kitchen god. But I still think that the kitchen god is not Lord Yan. I believe that you say that the kitchen god is Guoba because it can spit fire. Paimeng argued. Keking listened to Paimeng's analysis and nodded. It makes sense. Guoba said with surprise. Lu. No one except Aang saw Guoba's change because she saw everyone start talking again before, and she took out the chessboard again to play a game with Guoba, but Guoba was sad and didn't play with Aang. Aang put away the chessboard and looked at Guoba in front of her thoughtfully. Guoba felt a little uncomfortable with Aang's gaze, and he didn't understand why the blonde traveler in front of him didn't fit in with the others, as if it didn't matter whether she was there or not when they were talking. Do you have any relevant books here? Keqing asked Asheng. Asheng scratched his head and said, well, since you ask me this, I may have to ask the young master. Do you have anything to ask me? The aqua blue haired boy asked in confusion. A boy with aqua blue hair who looked like a girl appeared in front of everyone, and next to him was a boy with ice blue hair. Paimeng said in surprise, wow, Zinkyu, how did you get out? I didn't see you just now. Hey, Chang'an is here too. The boy with ice blue hair greeted everyone. Hello. Xiangling asked in confusion, why are you two here? I was just sitting around, so I wanted to come here to read a book, so I asked Chang'an to come along. Zinkyu replied. Chang'an scratched his head when he heard what Zinkyu said and said, I'm just a guest. Yu Heng Keqing, Secretary Ganyu is here too. It seems that you have something important to do. Keqing said, Zinkyu, may I ask if there are any ancient books related to the kitchen god in this library? I have sorted out the warehouse myself and have some impression of the books inside. Zinkyu touched his chin and thought, if I remember correctly, there is a book Liu mythology supplement in the library which mentions the kitchen god. Keqing asked Zinkyu, is it convenient for me to borrow a book to read? Zinkyu nodded and said, of course. If you don't mind, please let me lead the way. Asheng, I will entertain you here. You can go and do your own thing. I will help too. Ganyu said hurriedly. Keqing nodded and said, okay, thank you Ganyu then. No, don't be so polite. Hearing Keqing's thanks, Ganyu said a little embarrassedly. After a while, Zinkyu, Keqing and Ganyu walked out of the old warehouse. They came out. Did they find anything? Paimeng said as he looked at the people who came out. Yeah, Master Zinkyu has a really good memory. There are indeed records about the kitchen god in Liu mythology supplement. But, Keqing paused. Ganyu continued, but the record of the kitchen god in the book is like this. Its shape is like a dragon, with a long tail blocking the sun. Its claws control fire, and give people wisdom. Mortals receive this gift, cook with fire, and the people live a good life. Xiangling nodded and said, its shape is like a dragon, which is consistent with the rumors about Lord Yan. I've said it before, the kitchen god can't be Lord Yan. Paimeng couldn't help but complain. Paimeng, why are you so sure that the kitchen god is not Lord Yan? Xiangling asked in confusion. That's right. Anyway, it's impossible. If Lord Yan is the kitchen god, I won't eat delicious food for a month. Paimeng hesitated for a while, but when he saw Zinkyu Chang'an was there, he still didn't say what he was thinking. Aang. Oh. It seems that little Paimeng is very sure. Xiangling nodded. After listening to Paimeng's words, Keqing also knew what Paimeng was thinking, so she touched her chin and analyzed. Yes, what Paimeng said makes sense, but according to the records, this description is similar to the Emperor. However, there is only this paragraph of relevant records. If you want to know more, you have to continue investigating. There is no other information in the book. I'm afraid we have to find another way. Xiangling looked at the thoughtful Keqing and suddenly said, why don't you ask your master directly? She must know. Keqing. What Xiangling said makes sense. She must know these things. Paimeng also agreed. Who are you talking about? And how did Miss Keqing have a master? Zinkyu asked puzzledly. Chang'an asked excitedly. Did Miss Keqing join any sect? No. Keqing was accepted as a disciple by an immortal, and her master is a real immortal. Xiangling explained. Is that so? Is he like the immortal who speaks 3 words and shows 5 manifestations like the great sage? Exclamation mark. Zinkyu asked excitedly. Paimeng said uncertainly. It should be, right? Gods should also be considered immortals in Liu, right? It should be. Could it be that Miss Keqing met Allah? Zinkyu suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. I heard that there are many outsiders who pretend to be immortals to deceive people, and they deceive rich people. No, she is. Ganyu wanted to explain something, but it was not easy to say the name of the immortal king, because the immortal king in Liu had passed away. Of course not. Keking's master has a good relationship with Zhenjin Liuan Jifeng. Pei Meng hurriedly said to smooth things over. Zhenjin Liuan Jifeng? Is he the immortal in the form of a blue and white fairy bat who came to Liu last time? Xingqiu touched his chin and said, in that case, he is not a liar. Pei Meng echoed, yes, it's that big fairy bird. You are making up stories about my master like this. If she finds out, you will be miserable. Gan Yu said faintly after hearing what Xingqiu said. Xingqiu hurriedly said, sorry, that's not what I meant. Wow, Gan Yu, please don't tell Liuan Jifeng's engine about this. He didn't expect that Gan Yu's secretary was actually a disciple of the immortal, and the immortal disciple he had just arranged. Thinking of this, Xingqiu's cold sweat flowed down. Chan Guyan scratched his head and didn't know what strange words they were talking about, but he also understood that Keking and Gan Yu were disciples of the immortal. Keking said seriously, don't ask the master about this matter. If you ask the master, when you encounter a problem, you can get an answer, but this is not what I want. I still want to solve the problem myself. And the master also said that she can help me to a certain extent, but she doesn't watch me all the time. If one day she doesn't pay attention to me, I encounter a problem again, and then I may lose the ability to solve the problem. So, let's find the answer about the kitchen god by ourselves. As long as there are clues, we will keep looking. Well, alright, then we'll look for it ourselves. Pei Meng agreed. Xiangling nodded and said, oh, Keking is so handsome. Xiangling, do you think so too? Gan Yu said excitedly. Xiangling didn't understand why Gan Yu was so happy when she praised Keking, as if she was praising her. Chan Guyan said at this time, my family is a family of alchemy, and we also have a lot of ancient books. I have some impression of the kitchen god when you guys talked about it. It is said that it once appeared in Gilaji, but it is hard to say whether it is true or not. Xingqiu calmed down and said, books are written by people, and what people think is recorded in the books. Everyone has different ideas, so the records in the books are also different. It's a pity that we can't help more. Keking nodded and said, these are enough. Liu is vast and rich in resources. Things that have existed will definitely leave traces. As long as you persevere, you will definitely gain something. Thank you very much. We'll go look somewhere else. As soon as Keking finished speaking, Xiangling hurriedly said, wait a minute, I have something to ask too. Xingqiu, Chan Guyan, can you tell me about your preferences in food? Food? That's hard. Are you going to participate in that chef competition? Chan Guyan asked with a horrified expression. Xiangling felt a little embarrassed by Chan Guyan's horrified look and scratched her head and said, yes, why do you look so horrified? Chan Guyan covered his face and said to Xiangling earnestly, Xiangling, this is a serious matter. You must not bring weird things to the competition. Xiangling snorted in dissatisfaction. What do you mean by weird things? Xingqiu replied, it should be dishes like slime and wild mushrooms. Hearing this, Xiangling said a little embarrassedly, the reputation of slime mushrooms is indeed average. So I started researching, and I want to make some more convincing and attractive dishes. In that case, I like cold dishes. Chan Guyan stroked his chin and thought for a while before answering. Pei Meng said, is it because Chan Guyan can't eat hot and spicy food? Haha, that's true. Chan Guyan replied embarrassedly. After Chan Guyan finished speaking, Xingqiu replied, I have a light taste and like light and fresh dishes. Vegetable soup, steamed river seafood, stews, and so on are all good. It fits our impression of Xingqiu. Pei Meng said with a smile. Xiangling nodded seriously and said, another light taste I've remembered. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 170. Looking up, no one sees him. Chan Guyan asked in confusion. We are talking about personal preferences, and they are different. Such mixed opinions. Can they really help? Of course. You are all my diners, and it is the chef's mission To bring smiles to diners. Xiangling replied with a smile. Xingqiu said, Xiangling often takes a different approach in developing dishes, but her mind has never changed. Pei Meng smiled and said, a chef who can make good dishes must be someone like her who is very pure and cares about diners. No, there are also gods. Ying, who was sitting next to him, suddenly said, yeah, that's right. Pei Meng scratched his head. There was no reason to refute Ying's answer, because the food made by the gods was really delicious. Xiangling asked excitedly, wow, have the traveler and Pei Meng eaten food made by the gods themselves? Of course I have eaten this. Pei Meng said proudly with his hands on his waist. I'm so envious. I wonder if I can eat food made by gods in my lifetime. Xingqiu said with a face full of longing, even if it's a strange dish, I will eat it, because it's made by gods. Pei Meng. Ying. Xingqiu looked at Ying and Pei Meng who were looking at him strangely, scratched his head and said, Traveler, Pei Meng, why are you looking at me like this? Is there something wrong with what I said? No, I hope you are serious. Pei Meng said with a tangled face. Because the food made by gods is indeed good, but she can't guarantee whether it will be a problem for ordinary people to eat it. The most representative one is the food made by Ying. Although Liusu gave a high score and said that the food made by Ying is delicious, she didn't dare to eat it when facing the food with lightning. Of course I'm serious. If I eat it once, then I will have no regrets in this life. What a pity, what a pity. When saying this, Xingqiu shook his head with a look of pity. Okay, Keqing, where are we going next? Pei Meng asked. Keqing touched her chin and suggested, just now we said that the kitchen god appeared in Giliji. Giliji is now a desert with few people. There is a Wangshuan nearby. You can go there to ask. Xingqiu said, everyone, I'm sorry I can't see you off. I wish you all the best. Come on. If you encounter any problems, you can come back to us for help. Then let's go. Ying, stop playing. It's time to leave. Pei Meng said to Ying who was playing with Guoba next to him. I know, Guoba, let's go to another place to play. Ying said. Guoba nodded happily. Lu. This time Ying was about to win, but the opponent still put away the chessboard. He was very happy with Ying's behavior. Guoba, why are you like this? Otherwise, you should follow the traveler in the future. Xiangling said to Guoba angrily. Okay, I'll trade Pei Meng for Guoba. Ying nodded seriously. Xiangling. I'm just talking casually, you don't have to take it so seriously. Guoba showed a horrified expression. Lu. Pei Meng also shouted at Ying angrily. Hey, you said we are the best partners, and you exchanged me for Guoba? I'm so angry. Think about it, if you follow Xiangling, you will have endless delicious food every day. Ying bewitched Pei Meng. Pei Meng nodded thoughtfully and said, it seems so. Pei Meng immediately thought of something and said angrily, no, it's not right at all, right? Ying, don't try to seduce me. Although the food is delicious, she still wants to witness the sea of stars with Ying. How can she fall in front of delicious food? In this way, let alone Ying, even she looks down on herself. Ying smiled when she heard Pei Meng's words, but said, hey, Guoba can spit fire. Pei Meng, you only know how to eat. It's useless. Don't make me sound so useless. I'm your good guide. Pei Meng said to Ying a little embarrassedly. She could see that Ying was joking, and when they were talking, Ying couldn't say a word and could only play with Guoba, which made Pei Meng feel a little guilty. Traveler, although Pei Meng is also very good, I won't trade Guoba with you. Xiangling said hurriedly. Lu. Guoba also walked behind Xiangling at this time and looked at Ying nervously. Ying. Let's go. The next stop is Wangshuan. Pei Meng said. Wait. Xingqiu suddenly stopped everyone who was about to leave. What's wrong? Pei Meng asked in confusion. Well, please don't tell the real master about what happened before. Xingqiu scratched his head and said. Pei Meng comforted. It's okay. The real master Liu Feng won't care about these. Really? Then I'm relieved. Xingqiu breathed a sigh of relief and said, yes, how could the immortal care about me? The real master Liu Feng, don't mind. No way, don't let me catch you, otherwise you will have a hard time. With a flash of light, everyone came to the upstairs of Wangshuan. Where are we going now? Keqing asked. Pei Meng suggested, let's go find Yang Xiao first. He has been in Wangshuan for so long, he must know something. Keqing nodded after hearing what Pei Meng said. Okay. Everyone walked into the kitchen of Wangshuan and found the cook Yang Xiao. Oh, you are here. Who are these people? Yang Xiao asked in surprise when he saw Aang and Pei Meng. Pei Meng replied, they are our friends, Xiangling, Guoba, Keqing, and Ganyu. After hearing what Pei Meng said, Yang Xiao said in shock, Keqing? And Ganyu? The one from Liu 7 stars hello. Ganyu said with a smile. Don't be nervous, Yang Xiao. Pei Meng said. No, a common like me. It's the first time I have met such big figures as you Hengxing, and the 7 stars secretary. While everyone was talking, Xiangling was also looking at Yang Xiao. Based on her observation, she felt that he was a good cook. Yan Zhao asked nervously, you have come all the way to Wangshuan. Is there anything you need? Here's the thing. Keqing explained to Yan Zhao that she was looking for clues about the kitchen god. So that's how it is. Yan Zhao nodded. Keqing analyzed. It is said that the kitchen god once appeared in Gilaji. Wangshuan is the oldest complete building in this area. If there are ancient books nearby, they will most likely be sent here. Excuse me, does this inn have a library? Is there anything about the kitchen god? Yan Zhao replied, well, speaking of this, there are quite a few old books in our store. I have also looked through the recipes in it. I just need to think about where to put them. By the way, traveler, are you okay now? I want you to do me a favor. Yan Zhao suddenly said. What's the matter? You won't ask for money, will you? Pei Meng asked doubtfully. Of course not. How dare I ask for your money? I need you to help me make a satisfying salad. Yan Zhao replied. Pei Meng suddenly thought of something and said, satisfied salad. Could it be? Yan Zhao explained. You know there's a person on the roof of the inn, right? That handsome guy who's not too tall. Speak softly. Aren't you afraid of being heard by him? Pei Meng said hurriedly. Zhao. He just rushed over when he felt a familiar breath here, and he heard Yan Zhao talking about him. Disrespectful to the immortal master. Zhao snorted, but didn't show up. Oh. Anyway, it's fine as long as you know who it is. Yan Zhao nodded. The boss asked me to take care of him, but he eats only food and drinks stew every day, so he's hard to serve. He has no other hobbies except almond tofu. I heard from the boss that you made him a satisfying salad, and he liked it very much. Can you teach me how to make this dish? I can make it for him. Pei Meng was surprised and said, you're going to make it for Zhao. You're not bad to him. Hearing Yan Zhao's words, Zhao nodded upstairs. Although this cook's mouth was a little poisonous, the dishes he made were still good, so he reluctantly forgave him. Yan Zhao explained, in life, can you be bad to those people you see every day? Zhao. He decided to take back his previous thoughts. This cook was disrespectful to the immortal master. What does it mean to see each other every day? Are you polite? Then I'll leave the book search to you. Pei Meng said. Then I'll be back soon. Wait for me. Yan Zhao said, and left. Pei Meng called out to him. Go quickly and come back soon. Thank you, traveler. Keqing said to Aang. Aang replied, it's okay, we are just friends. Great sage conquering the demons, are you here? Ganyu suddenly said. Hearing Ganyu's words, Zhao's figure appeared in front of everyone, and he said lightly, what do you want to see me for? Wow, Zhao, you're here? How long have you been here? Pei Meng exclaimed. Zhao replied expressionlessly, I was here when you first came. That Yang Xiao didn't mean it, don't take it to heart. Pei Meng hurriedly comforted. It's okay, I'm used to it. Zhao replied. Great sage conquering the demons, why don't you go to Liu Harbor? Liu Harbor is very suitable for immortal life now? Ganyu asked curiously. Zhao replied, Liu Harbor is not suitable for me, but I will go there when I have time. In comparison, I prefer to stay at Wangshuan. Because he stayed in Liu Harbor for a while, he always met Zhongli who didn't bring money. Zhao had to pay for Zhongli every time, and sometimes he also met immortals who didn't bring money, as well as Ruotu who was now hanging out with Zhongli every day. Zhao suspected that, if he stayed in Liu Harbor for a little longer, the image of the emperor in his mind would collapse. At this time, the tall image of the emperor in his mind was a little skewed. So that's the case. Wait a minute, the satisfying salad will be ready soon. Payman said. Well, send it to the old place when it's ready. The cook will be here soon. Zio said, and his figure flashed and disappeared. I'm back. This is the ancient scroll you asked for. Yan Zio walked in front of everyone and handed the ancient scroll in his hand to Keqing. Thank you. Keqing said. It's okay. It's okay. I'm glad I can help. Yan Zio scratched his head and said. While Keqing is reading, let's make a satisfying salad. What are your plans, Xiangling? Ganyu, Keqing, I'll go over there too. Xiangling looked at Ganyu. Yeah, go ahead. Ganyu replied with a smile. Then let's go. Paimeng said. You guys do it, I'll just watch from the side. You'll probably remember it after watching it once. Yang Xiao said. HMM. Paimeng didn't know what to say after hearing Yang Xiao's words. Traveler, are you done? Xiangling looked at the satisfying salad in front of her with a confused look on her face. Yang Xiao also looked at Aang with wide eyes and said in disbelief, this is too fast? How did you do it? It took Aang less than a minute to turn the fresh, unprocessed ingredients into a dish. Moreover, the satisfying salad in front of them was first class in terms of color and fragrance. Xiangling and Yang Xiao were both cooks, and they could tell by observation that the plate of satisfying salad in front of them was delicious. Nothing special, just practice, Aang said with her head raised. This was a skill she had acquired after making 20 plates of satisfying salad seriously. Xiangling exclaimed, Traveler, even if you are very experienced, you can't cook like you? What did I just see? After a shadow, your dish is ready? I didn't even see it clearly. Me too. You cooked too fast. I didn't remember anything. Yan Zhao said a little embarrassedly. He was ashamed of his bragging. He was mainly unaware that Aang cooked like this. If he knew, he would definitely not say it. How could a normal chef cook like Aang? Aang, then you should copy a recipe for them. I said that no one can learn your way of cooking. Paimeng suggested from the side. Xiangling agreed. Yeah, Paimeng is right. Thank you. Yan Zhao said. So, Aang copied 2 recipes for Yan Zhao and Xiangling. Keqing and Ganyu came up and saw the salad on the table and said, is the dish ready? It just so happens that we have finished reading it here. Ahem. Yan Zhao coughed twice with a bit of embarrassment while holding the recipe in his hand and said, how is it? Is there any useful information in this book? Yes, and the record about the kitchen god is surprising. Keqing replied. The book says, 200 miles northwest, Giliji is where it is. There are many settlements on it, and the people hunt, plant, and weave for a living. When the kitchen god appears, his form changes from one to many, as tall as a child. Like stars falling to the ground, it scatters into thousands of households to help it make a fire. The people get this fire, know how to heat food, eat soup and rice, and cook meat. It is completely different from the record in Liu mythology supplement, and it conflicts with each other. After listening to Keqing's words, Paimeng scratched his head and asked, what does changing from one to many mean? There is more than one kitchen god. Keqing replied, looking at the literal meaning, that's right. Spread into thousands of households to help it make a fire. Will the kitchen god really help to cook? Xiangling asked in confusion. Yan Zhao nodded and said, what a kind-hearted god. Paimeng analyzed. So, if this record is correct, it can rule out the possibility that the kitchen god is a rock king. It's too early to tell. We need to do more research before we can come to a conclusion. After Keqing finished speaking, she thanked Yan Zhao. Thank you, Yan Zhao. No, you're too polite. It was the traveler who helped me a lot. Yan Zhao said embarrassedly, clutching the recipe in his hand. I've been bothering you a lot. Today I'm free, so I want to treat everyone to something delicious. Can you stay for a meal? That way I can show my appreciation. After hearing Yan Zhao's words, Xiangling said, wow, this person is very confident. I like confident chefs who can make good things. I want to try his dishes. Traveler, let's try. Keqing, where's Ganyu? Aang asked. It's hard to refuse such a kind offer. That's fine. Keqing said with a smile. Ganyu whispered. Well, that's troublesome. I don't eat meat. I know. I'll make a few more vegetarian dishes. No meat at all, right? Yanzio asked. Yes, not even oil. Ganyu replied. Keking said to Yanzio, that's troublesome. Haha, don't worry, I promise to satisfy you. Yanzio said with a smile. Before that, let's give the satisfying salad to Zio first. Paimeng suggested. Well, before that, make him a plate of almond tofu. Aang said, and then made a plate of delicious almond tofu in less than a minute in the shocked expressions of Keking and Ganyu. Traveler, you are so powerful? Is this a magic? Keking asked in surprise. No, it's Aang's original ability. Paimeng replied. Xiangling sighed and said, Traveler, it's a pity that you don't become a cook. Aang looked up and replied, how can being a cook be as comfortable as being a traveler? I still want to travel the world. Keking agreed with Aang's words very much, and said with a smile, haha, I also agree with the traveler. Traveling is great. After this moon festival, Ganyu and I are going to visit Inazuma. Ah. Keking, you are leaving too? But aren't you one of the 7 stars of Liu? Xiangling asked in confusion. The 7 stars of Liu are not limited to Liu, and it's very convenient to come back now, so of course you have to go out for a walk. So that's how it is. Everyone brought almond tofu and satisfying salad to Zio. Zio, do you want to eat with us? Paimeng asked Zio, who was holding the almond tofu and tasting it slowly. Zio replied, no, I'm fine alone. You guys go down and eat. Then let's go. Contact us if you have anything. The travelers are also very strong now. Paimeng said again. Zio didn't refuse this time. Yeah. After greeting Zio, everyone sat down at the guest seats downstairs, waiting for Yanzio's dishes. Come on, the dishes are all here. Try them and see if they are delicious. Yanzio smiled modestly and said, I was very confident in my cooking skills before, but after seeing the traveler, I realized that there are always people who are better than me. Aang can't be regarded as an ordinary person. She can do many things that ordinary people can't do, so don't worry, Yanzio, the dishes you cook are already very delicious. Paimeng smiled and comforted. I also know that it is impossible to reach the level of the traveler, because human power will eventually be limited, but I just have to do my best to do my best. Smelling the fragrance, this attitude towards food, he will be a good opponent for me. Xiangling thought silently as she looked at Yanzio, who was scratching his head and showing a simple smile. As for Aang, she had the same idea as Yanzio. Aang's cooking skills were simply incomparable, so she didn't compete directly. Yeah, it smells so good, so good. Let's eat quickly. Paimeng urged with a smile. As long as it was delicious, she liked it. I can't believe that the chefs at in that doesn't sell food are so good. Keking was also surprised. Yanzio smiled and explained, whether you're staying or just stopping by, who doesn't want to have a good meal? The store we opened is nominally an inn, but in reality, it has to have everything to make people feel at home. Everyone, please enjoy your meal. I'll get busy first. Looking at Yanzio's back as he was about to leave, Xiangling quickly stood up and asked, Yanzio, are you also participating in the Chef King contest this year? When Yanzio heard Xiangling's words, he stopped and asked Xiangling in surprise, are you too? Xiangling nodded and said, yes, I will participate, and I will work hard to get into the finals. Yanzio, your dishes are delicious, and I'm looking forward to seeing you in the finals. But if the travelers participate, we won't be able to reach the finals. Yanzio replied. Paimeng said quickly, Aang won't participate, don't worry. That's good. I look forward to seeing you in the finals. Yanzio said, and then really left. Wow, was that a declaration of war just now? Paimeng exclaimed. Well, it's more like a match made in heaven. Among ordinary people's cooking skills, Xiangling and Yanzio are both top-notch. Keking explained. Xiangling said excitedly, well, he is really a good chef, the food he makes is delicious, and the dishes show that he is a down-to-earth person. Such a person will be a good opponent. Since the duel with Miss Brock in Kingpin Town, I haven't fought with anyone much. Actually, you can ask me. Aang said. touching his chin. No, I can't even understand your cooking. Xiangling refused quickly. Wow, Guoba, what are you doing? Xiangling suddenly shouted. Lu. Guoba was startled by Xiangling's sudden shout, and a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Keqing looked at the empty plate that was originally filled with golden shrimp balls and said with a look of discomfort, "Ah. He ate. How could you steal Keqing's favorite dish?" Keqing cried uncomfortably. "Oh my golden shrimp balls, Guoba, you are bad." Xiangling said to Guoba angrily. "Guoba." Xiangling sighed and said, "And he ate all of it. Alas, didn't I tell you not to do this outside? I'm sorry, Keqing, I will compensate you." Paimeng said, "It's okay, right? Just order another one. Today I'll eat Yangxiao's. It's different. I didn't get to eat the dish I wanted to eat at the moment, and even if I replaced it with something else, it couldn't make up for that feeling." Xiangling explained to everyone, food is a combination of emotion, food, and atmosphere. It's indispensable. "Keqing, are you okay?" Ganyu looked at Keqing, who was in a low mood, and asked while holding Keqing's hand. Although Keqing thought Xiangling was right, she still replied, "No, it's okay. Payman is right. Just order another one." Ganyu. Chapter 171. Aang, who was traveling around the moon festival. "I'll compensate you, Keqing. What dishes do you want to eat? What ingredients do you want? Do you have any? I'll get them for you no matter what." Xiangling comforted the uninterested Keqing. After hearing what Xiangling said, Keqing was in a dilemma. She didn't know what dishes she wanted to eat. If there were any, she would have ordered a few more golden shrimp balls. Keqing thought silently, "Although I don't have much hope, it's not my intention to make her embarrassed. I'd better give her a way out." Keqing said to Xiangling, "In that case, there is a dish I would like to trouble you to try to make for me. It is an old recipe left in my grandfather's notes." "No problem, let me see." Xiangling nodded. Keqing replied, "I'll give it to you when we return to Liu Port." After eating the dishes made by Yangxiao himself, everyone teleported back to Liu Port. Wow, it's still good to be in Liu. No matter how far it is, you can teleport here. In Mondstadt, you can only walk by yourself. Xiangling sighed. Payman scratched his head. "Isn't Mondstadt now also able to teleport? I'll go back and prepare my notes and be back soon." "Ganyu, you wait here for a while," Keqing said. Ganyu nodded and said, "Yeah, okay." Xiangling said to Aang, "Then I'll go prepare first. What about you, traveler? Are you going to walk around or come in to rest?" "It just so happens that I have something to talk to traveler about. You go ahead and do your work," Keqing said. "Yeah, okay." After that, Xiangling went back. Keqing said, "Traveler, can you tell me how to get along with Xiangling?" Huh? Ganyu made a puzzled sound after hearing what Keqing said. Is Keqing actually troubled by such a thing? Payman asked in confusion. Keqing saw that everyone was looking at her with a puzzled look on their faces and said a little embarrassedly, "Is it very strange? Why are you looking at me with that expression?" Payman smiled and replied, "Because Keqing looks very confident and capable, and it seems that she can do anything." "Yeah, I think so too," Ganyu echoed. "How is that possible?" Keqing shook her head and explained, "Xiangling has always been very enthusiastic towards me, especially this time. She also helped me. We can be said to be friends. Besides, because of the relationship with Master, I will definitely meet Xiangling more often in the future, because Ganyu told me that Xiangling is the disciple of Jechin Langshi's engine." Speaking of this, Keqing showed an expectant expression to Aang. "In short, I'm not very good at dealing with girls who are too enthusiastic and kind. Traveler, please teach me." "Aang, you asked me about my topic, and I also don't know how to deal with girls, because usually it is Paimeng who talks. How can I deal with girls?" "Then how do you get along so well with Ganyu?" Aang asked puzzledly. "Well, this Ganyu is not enthusiastic. She is very quiet, so. Keqing said here, and looked at Ganyu a little embarrassed. Payman showed an expression of sudden enlightenment and said, "Oh, I know. Keqing likes quiet and cute girls like Ganyu, right?" Keking answered seriously, yes, yes, I like Ganyu. Keking, Payman is not asking you this. Ganyu's face was a little hot when she heard Keking's fierce words, and she hurriedly said to Keking, Payman. Aang touched her chin and replied, you can keep the status quo and keep a normal mind. Yes, really? Thank you, then see you later. I'll go back to get something first. Keking replied. Keking, I'll go with you. Ganyu hurriedly said. Keking smiled and refused. No, you just wait here for me. I'll be back soon. Just going back to get something. Ganyu said. Okay, go early and come back early. Well, I'll be back soon. After Keking finished speaking, she quickly ran towards home. Was Keking embarrassed just now? Judging from her usual appearance, I never thought that she would have someone she couldn't deal with. Paimeng said. In fact, Keking doesn't have many friends, except the traveler and me. Ganyu said. Paimeng was puzzled. Huh? Ganyu explained. It's like this. After all, Keking is one of the 7 stars of Liu, and she is in a competitive relationship with the other 7 stars. She and Miss Ningguang have different opinions and sometimes quarrel over some trivial matters. As for the other 7 stars, most of them are not in Liu Harbor, and Keking is doing this to make more friends. On the one hand, because of her identity, Keking doesn't have many friends. On the other hand, she thinks Xiangling, a warm and kind girl, is really suitable to be a friend. So that's the case. We understand. Then we will ask Xiangling's opinion later. Paimeng replied. Aang, you have finished talking, so I won't bother you. Hey, Guoba has also gone back with Xiangling. I don't even have a partner to play chess with. I'm so sad. Why does this world treat me like this? Every day when I miss Liusu, only when Liusu is around, Aang feels that she is not ignored and has a chance to speak. After all, Liusu and she are both from another world, and now Liusu is also a flying, and the one who appears on the surface is the great compassion King. Aang feels even more uncomfortable when she thinks of this. Aang followed Ganyu and Paimeng into the hall of all people with an expressionless face. You are here, sit down for a while, I will pack up, and see if there are any ingredients to replenish. Xiangling greeted them with a smile when she saw them coming. Xiangling, can I ask you a few words? Aang said. Paimeng said nervously, are you asking now? Xiangling asked in confusion, what's wrong? Aang glanced at Paimeng who was eager to try and said, let Paimeng talk about it. Paimeng said with an uncomfortable face, didn't you want to ask? You actually threw it to me. Ugh. Anyway, you like to talk, don't you? Aang replied expressionlessly. Well, that's right. It's not that you don't like to talk. Paimeng replied, scratching his head. Aang. When you guys were talking, I didn't even have a chance to pick up the topic. What do you want me to say? I feel like I'm redundant. Aang nodded expressionlessly and said, yes, I don't like to talk. It's like this. Just now at Wang Shuin, we found that you and Keking get along very well. Do you like this friend very much? Paimeng asked Xiangling naturally. Xiangling agreed, yes. Keking has a good personality and is easy to get along with. Everyone likes to associate with this type of person, right? You're amazing. When I first met Keking, I thought someone was very difficult to deal with. Really? I felt that she was a very easy to talk to person from the first time I met her. Just now at the inn, she secretly fed Guoba delicious food. Didn't you notice it? Really? I didn't notice it. I just saw Keking helping Ganyu pick up food. Paimeng scratched his head and said, don't talk about this. Keking was indeed feeding Guoba when she was at Wang Shuin. Ganyu said quickly. Paimeng continued, we definitely know she's a nice person. We are just talking about first impressions. Xiangling thought for a moment and replied, first impression, well, have you ever eaten seashells? Seashells are also hard to open, but they are very delicious when roasted. I've seen a lot of seashells, but I don't think I've ever eaten them roasted. Then I'll roast them for you next time. Anyway, Keking is like that. She may be difficult to approach at first glance, but once you get to know her a little better, you'll discover her gentle side. Besides, Guoba stole the food she ordered, but she was willing to take care of Guoba, and I'm very grateful to her. Well, Keking is a very good person, Gentle and considerate, the type I like. Ganyu echoed. Hey, I noticed that Xiangling is a person with very accurate intuition. Is that why she's been sticking to Keking from the beginning? After listening to the two people's conversation, Payman suddenly said to Aang, who was doing nothing on the side. Are you talking to me? Aang pointed at herself and asked. Payman, is there anyone else named Aang here? Aang said nonchalantly, oh, if you say so, then so. Xiangling looked at the dishes in the kitchen and touched her chin and said, there are still carrots and crabs left, as well as ham and mushrooms. Well, I wonder what recipe Keking will give me? It's so noisy outside. Payman said suddenly. Then let's go out and take a look. Ganyu suggested. What happened? Xiangling said and followed everyone out of the Wanmin Hall. Ah, what a big bird. Xiangling exclaimed when she saw the true Lord Liu Feng on the roof. Payman turned to Aang and said, ah, it's that woman. True Lord Liu Feng said, how dare you? Which woman? This immortal has a name, True Lord Liu Feng. Xiangling said belatedly, True Lord Liu Feng? It seems to be the immortal Master Ganyu mentioned. At this time, Guoba, who was standing behind Xiangling, looked at the True Lord Liu Feng on the roof with a shocked face. True Lord? Ganyu exclaimed. Hearing True Lord Liu Feng's words, Ganyu's steps to go out stopped. That's right. Considering that you, a little girl, have good eyesight, I won't care about the offense just now. True Lord Liu Feng nodded. Hey? True Lord Liu Feng, why are you like this again? Payman asked in confusion. Because it's not easy for me to use my immortal power in Liu in human form. It's most appropriate to use my immortal body. True Lord Liu Feng explained. Traveler, it's been a long time since we last met. It seems that you are running around for the moon chasing festival? Aang replied with a tangled face. You can say that. Aang wanted to say, you are wrong. It's me who is running around for the moon chasing festival. Although it looks the same, I'm in a bad mood. Ha. Even the famous traveler was called to participate in the moon chasing festival. This year's theme is really not to be underestimated. True Lord Liu Feng laughed. Aang. Master Liu Feng, your style of forcing yourself to find topics is really not suitable for you. Compared with you, Liusu is much better at talking nonsense. Xiangling asked in confusion. Are you talking about food and mountains and rivers? That's right. During the moon festival, all kinds of ingredients are ripe, and it is a great time to enjoy delicious food. Seeing that you have organized the festival so well, this immortal must not be idle. When it comes to food and cooking, this immortal's skills and ingenuity are not inferior to anyone. I'm here to show the world my new cooking machine. Master Liu Feng raised her bird head with a proud look on her face. She felt that her cooking machine was absolutely fine. But I think Liusu is better than you, whether it is food or other aspects. Paimeng said. Master Liu Feng. Ahem. Master Liu Feng looked at Paimeng uncomfortably. Can't you stop spoiling things? Master Liu Feng said with empty eyes. This time the magical cooking machine is different. I spent 3 months to carefully develop it. Even she praised the machine I made. Xiangling asked in confusion. Machine cooking, what? What is the magical cooking machine? Paimeng asked in confusion. Aang replied, it should be a new invention. Why are you in a hurry? I just came to say hello. When the time comes, I will let you open your eyes. Especially you, traveler. You have some vision in food. I hope that you can be there to cheer me up. Master Liu Feng said, this is not an invitation at all. I don't know how many magical cooking machines have been blown up by Aang at home. Although Liusu's explanation is very useful, the machine he made has not yet produced a single dish, which makes Master Liu Feng very uncomfortable. Especially the woman looked at him with suspicion, which made Master Liu Feng even more intolerable. So immediately after Aang arrived at Liu Port, she transformed into an immortal body and flew over directly. She wanted to prove that it was not her mechanism that had problems. This is a named invitation, right? Paimeng said to Aang. Master Liu Feng heard Paimeng's words and snorted discontentedly. HMPH, it's good to know it in your heart. Why say it out loud? Master Liu Feng was a little annoyed with this little thing. Not only did he always undermine his own stage, but he also gave himself some strange nicknames. Master Liu Feng suddenly said, Ganyu, since you are down there, why are you hiding from me? Zen, Master, Ganyu walked out of Wanmin Hall a little embarrassed. It seems that you have made a new friend again. It must be this little girl. Master Liu Feng said to Ganyu. Ganyu raised his head in confusion. Yeah, Ganyu is my good friend. Xiangling said hurriedly. Hearing Xiangling's words, Ganyu looked at her in surprise. Xiangling. Since Ganyu is Keking's friend, and Keking is my friend, Ganyu is also my friend. Xiangling said with a smile. After hearing Xiangling's words, Master Liu Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he said to Xiangling with great interest, well, since you are Ganyu's new friend, you must want to know about Ganyu's childhood, right? Ganyu's childhood? Xiangling asked in confusion. Ganyu hurriedly refused. No, Master, please don't do that. This immortal just wants to share your experience with your friends, so that they can better understand you. Master Liu Feng explained. No, Master, if you have something to do, please go and do it first. Well, forget it, since Ganyu doesn't want to. Traveler, I have already said that it is not appropriate to stay in the market for a long time. Wait for the news from this immortal, and see you later. Master Liu Feng said, and left without interest. Pei Meng looked at the departing Master Liu Feng and said, what a woman who comes and goes like the wind. No, a fairy. No, a fairy bird. How dare you? Now you still say that I'm a fairy bird. Master Liu Feng came back and said to Pei Meng. Pei Meng exclaimed, wow, you haven't left yet. Humph, by the way, I forgot to tell you that when the time comes, you should go to Aozang Mountain to find me, not to the courtyard. Master Liu Feng said, I'm really leaving this time. Master Liu Feng said, flapping his wings again and leaving. It's so strange. Why don't you go there to find her, but go to Aozang Mountain? Pei Meng said, scratching his head. The Master Liu Feng just now seems to be very good at cooking. Xiangling said. Pei Meng nodded and said, yes, she likes food very much. What are you all doing here? The fairy has already left. Keking, who had returned, said. Pei Meng called out, Keking is back. Keking handed the recipe in her hand to Xiangling and said, sorry to have kept you waiting. Xiangling, this is the recipe my grandfather wrote in his notes. The original book cannot be taken out of the house, so I wrote a copy for you. But the recipe is from ancient books that my grandfather read. Those books are very old and often have defects. So, there are a few omissions in the recipe. I wonder if it's a big deal? Xiangling took the recipe and glanced at it and said, oh, let me take a look first. I'll study it later. Keking said politely, thank you. By the way, the one who just came is Master Liu Feng, right? Ganyu, why are you standing in the room and not coming out? Keking said this and looked at Ganyu, who was confused in the room. Ganyu opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain this to Keking. Pei Meng asked Keking, just now, Master Liu Feng said he wanted to tell us about Ganyu's childhood, but Ganyu refused. Keking, do you know this? Of course I know. Keking smiled and replied, when she heard that Ganyu was still afraid of this. Then can you tell us about it? I'm really curious. Keking, don't say it. Ganyu hurriedly grabbed Keking's hand to stop her. After a long time of understanding, Keking also knew Pei Meng's character, so she smiled and replied, sorry, Ganyu doesn't allow me to say this. Pei Meng replied with disappointment, oh, Pei Meng, it's impolite to ask about other people's privacy. Xiangling lectured Pei Meng. After hearing what Xiangling said, Pei Meng scratched his head with an embarrassed look and said, I'm just curious. Xiangling said seriously, it's not okay to be curious. It's impolite. I know. I apologize to Ganyu. Pei Meng said quickly, Ganyu, I'm sorry. Ganyu waved her hands and replied, no, it's okay. I know you are curious, but I really can't tell you this. Do you think the kitchen god could be an immortal? Xiangling said suddenly. Chapter 172. Zenjin, please be normal. Liuan, what did you do just now? Liusu asked curiously, watching Liuan sneaking home. No, I didn't do anything. Liuan Jifeng Zenjin answered with a hollow look. Liusu looked at Liuan in front of him and touched his chin and said, really? Why don't I believe it? Of course it's true, but why are you asking me this? Liuan asked in confusion. I saw that you were sneaking around when you came back, so I was curious. If you weren't sneaking around, I wouldn't ask you. Liusu replied. Liuan nodded and said, oh. Do you have any plans for the moon festival? Liuan asked. Liusu replied, no, it's the same as before. Well, okay, I'll go back to the research mechanism first. Liuan sighed and said. Liusu said, go ahead, I'll find a place to go fishing. That's right, Liusu is back again. Just a while ago, this is what happened. Because just now the Great Compassion Tree King rebelled and sneaked into the consciousness space. While Liusu was resting, he wanted to kick him out directly like Liusu did to her before, but was discovered by Liusu. How could the consciousness of the Great Compassion Tree King be a match for Liusu? It was immediately suppressed by the vines of the consciousness space. After being bound, the Great Compassion Tree King angrily shouted at Liusu, why can you use so many abilities? This is unfair. Not bad. Your strength has improved very quickly, and you can even touch the consciousness space. Liusu touched his chin and commented on the Great Compassion Tree King. Let me go quickly, I don't want to be outside anymore. The Great Compassion Tree King asked Liusu. I don't want to be outside either. Look how good and comfortable it is here. Liusu pointed to the world of this consciousness space and said, why did you expand it into this? The Great Compassion Tree King asked puzzledly. Before, this was still a hazy space, just like the one in the world tree, illusory and unreal, but now after Liusu's transformation, flowers, trees, sunshine, breeze, flowing water, everything here is the same as the outside world, except that there is no life. You still have a lot to learn. Can you stay in the previous space? It's not as good as Aang's Pure Land, Liusu said after glancing at the Great Compassion Tree King. The Great Compassion Tree King felt ashamed. He obviously got a lot of abilities from Liusu, but he didn't use them. Liusu looked at the silent Great Compassion Tree King, walked over, smiled, pinched the Great Compassion Tree King's cheek and said, you can't beat me, so you should go outside. Oh, I get it. The Great Compassion Tree King said dimly. Seeing the obviously unhappy king of the Great Compassion Tree, Liusu sighed and said, isn't the world outside great? It's great. For me before, I really wanted to see this world again, but now I can see this world, so I'm happy, whether I'm outside or inside. Liusu asked in confusion, why? King of the Great Compassion Tree answered seriously, because of you, as long as you are here, I'm very happy, because you are more important than the world. Inside I can always see you and watch you, but outside I can't feel you, just like you couldn't feel me before. I don't like this feeling very much. Alas. Liusu sighed. She really had no way to deal with King of the Great Compassion Tree. Thinking of this, Liusu waved her hand, letting the vines that bound King of the Great Compassion Tree disappear in the space of consciousness. King of the Great Compassion Tree felt the disappearance of the restraints, and slowly walked towards Liusu, looking at the person in front of him who was almost exactly the same as himself, and the other's golden eyes were so beautiful. Under Liusu's surprised gaze, the Great Compassion Tree King stretched out his hands, gently held Liusu's cheeks, stared at the other's golden eyes with his emerald green eyes and slowly said, before, I thought you were me, and I was you. Now I understand, but to a certain extent, you are just you, and I'm just me. This is different. What's the difference? Liusu asked in confusion. Just like now, we can say different words with two similar consciousnesses in the consciousness space. Although we can feel each other's thoughts at this time, our thinking is different. I can feel your love for me, and similarly, you can also feel my mood at this time, but there is one difference. You are very strong, so strong that I look up to you. Under your protection, I can almost do whatever I want in this world, and my thinking is also limited. You can do better outside, but I can't do it. The most important thing is that you can also feel my existence outside. This is unfair to me, you know? Hey, I know, I'll go out. Liusu replied helplessly. That's right. Having said this, the Great Compassion Tree King gently moved closer to his body. Liusu. Haha, it's a wonderful feeling. Although it's a bit strange, I feel very happy and joyful. The Great Compassion Tree King said with a smile. I'll leave first. Liusu said, and then left the consciousness space. Is this emotion? It's a wonderful feeling. I seem to understand a little bit. The Great Compassion Tree King murmured as he looked at the place where Liusu disappeared. Liusu. So you used me as an experiment? You are noble. You are amazing. Okay. Please keep up the good work next time. I'm very happy. The consciousness space has also changed, and there is sunshine. Ah, it's so comfortable. The most important thing is that I can see her again. The Great Compassion Tree King said perfectly and happily lying on the chair left by Liusu. At the same time, at the door of Wanmin Hall, Keqing listened to Xiangling's words and analyzed. I dare not assert whether it is or not, but the possibility is indeed very high. Then we should go to the Immortal to ask. I think the master may be able to help. Xiangling suggested. Paimeng spread his hands and said, isn't this back to the previous topic? We still have to find an immortal. This is different. Finding an immortal who can get the answer is different from finding an unknown immortal. Keqing said. What's the difference? Aren't they all immortals? Paimeng scratched his head and said. I've told you that you're stupid, but you're still not convinced. Can finding other immortals be the same as finding Liusu? Aang said. After hearing what Aang said, Paimeng said unconvincedly, then tell me, what's the difference? Can I get the answer by finding Liusu? Aang asked. Paimeng thought for a while and said, yes. What about finding other immortals? Paimeng scratched his head and said, I'm not sure about that either. You see, they are all immortals you mentioned, but why does Liusu give you the feeling that you can know the answer for sure? So you admit that you are stupid, right? Paimeng said embarrassedly. I know. Then let's go find the immortals. Xiangling. Paimeng also understood the problem of finding immortals that Aang and Keqing were talking about, because Liusu was an omniscient and omnipotent person in the cognition of Paimeng, Aang and Keqing. Not only was she powerful, but she also knew a lot. In this way, finding Liusu was equivalent to directly looking up the answer, but other immortals were different, because they were all unknown. Liusu, when did I give you the illusion that I was omniscient and omnipotent? You are going to find her now? Keqing asked in confusion. Xiangling nodded and said, well, she is in Yujingte. I will take you to find her. Yujingte. Xiangling should be talking about Grandma Ping, right? Paimeng said to Aang. Aang replied, otherwise, are there any other immortals in Yujingte? Everyone followed Xiangling to Yujingte and saw the true Lord of Jechin Langshi in the form of Grandma Ping. Master. Xiangling greeted Grandma Ping happily. Guoba also waved to Grandma Ping. Lu. Grandma Ping nodded to Guoba, then turned to Xiangling and said, haha, Keqing, Xiangling is here. Xiangling's master is Grandma Ping? Paimeng exclaimed. Keqing asked in confusion. Paimeng, didn't Xiangling say that before? Yes, really? Why don't I remember it? Paimeng scratched his head and said, Master, are you doing well recently? Xiangling asked. After all, she had never seen the young true Lord of Jechin Langshi, Ping, and thought Grandma Ping was an old immortal. Very well. Everyone, you actually have time to visit an old woman like me today. Grandma Ping said to everyone with a smile. Paimeng greeted. Hello, Grandma Ping. Hello, Master. Keqing greeted. Ahem, Keqing, please don't call me Master here. Grandma Ping said awkwardly. After all, Keqing had seen the young master of Jechin Lang City. After hearing what Grandma Ping said, she was a little entangled and said, but I can't say that, Grandma Ping. Grandma Ping. That's right, it's wrong for me to call me Grandma Ping. After all, you are her disciple. Grandma Ping laughed. Xiangling asked, Master, we have something to ask you. Do you know the kitchen god? Grandma Ping replied, kitchen god, of course I know. Could it be that you know the kitchen god? Keqing asked in confusion. So, oh, it's the moon festival recently. Grandma Ping thought for a while and said with a smile, I see. Hahaha, are you going to ask about the kitchen god? Master. Be normal. Keqing listened to Grandma Ping's words like an 80-year-old man and couldn't help but speak. Because when Liusu prepared a seat for herself last time, Zhechen Langxi's engine aping and Liu Yanjifeng's engine were arguing over some trivial matters, and they were almost fighting. If you saw two women in their 20s fighting for a dish, and then remembered that the octogenarian in front of you was one of the two young women who were ready to fight for a dish, no one would be able to stand it, right? So it was the same for Keqing. Now she saw the appearance of Grandma Ping at this time, and the tone of her words made her a little uncomfortable, so she couldn't help but complain. Grandma Ping's smile froze on her face. Hearing the conversation between the two, Xiangling had several question marks floating above her head. Ahem, Keqing, you make it difficult for me to do this. So what's the problem? After saying that, Grandma Ping looked at Xiangling and gestured to Keqing with her eyes. Keqing read her meaning, that is, Xiangling didn't know her original body, so don't continue this topic. Keqing. Seeing Grandma Ping's actions that were obviously not in line with her age at this time, Keqing was silent. After a long silence, Keqing slowly said, it's like this. Something happened recently, and we are investigating. So, Keqing told all these things to Zhechen Langxi's engine, who became Ping Leo Niang, with a tangled face. So the boulder appeared. So you started an investigation. After hearing Keqing's words, Ping Leo Niang nodded and said, you all guessed right. I do know the kitchen god you mentioned. But it was a long time ago. A long time ago. Earlier than the appearance of the Immortal Lord? Paimeng asked in confusion. Yes, earlier than the Immortal Lord. If the Immortal Lord came earlier, maybe Liu would not have lost so many people. But the Immortal Lord in the past was not the Immortal Lord now, alas. Speaking of this, Ping Leo Niang sighed. Then, does the Immortal Lord know these? Paimeng asked curiously. Haha, of course I know. There is nothing in Teyvat that the Immortal Lord doesn't know, because the Immortal Lord is not an immortal, but a god. Ping Leo Niang replied with a smile. Xiangling asked in confusion, I know this. It's no secret that Xianjin is a god in Liu, but is there any difference? Rumor has it that she is weaker than Yanwandagen. It's different from the rumors in Liu. Although Xianjin is a god like Yanwandagen and the leader of all the immortals in Liu, to a certain extent, she is more powerful than Yanwandagen. Granny Ping said. Granny Ping was very conservative, because this was in Liu. It was not only the intention of Xianjin, but also the intention of the emperor. She knew that Liusu was powerful, so powerful that she could be described as omnipotent. Even the deceased immortals were summoned back by her, which was something that Yanwandagen could not do. Moreover, she also heard Zhongli say that his strength was not as good as Liusu, more powerful than the emperor. Then why don't the people of Liu know about this? Xiangling asked in confusion. Granny Ping explained. Haha, this is what the Immortal Lord meant. She said there is no need to believe in such things, so she threw everything to the emperor. It was the emperor who spread the news that the Immortal Lord is the god of Liu. Otherwise, Liu would not know that a god had been added. Wow, so this is the Immortal Lord? So amazing. Xiangling said with an admiring look. After hearing Granny Ping's words, Paimeng turned to Aang and said, this is something that Liusu can do. Yeah. Aang nodded. I've gone too far. As for the moon chasing festival, it was originally a ritual of the immortals. The people of Liu don't perform immortal things, but they also imitated this ritual and evolved a festival in the name of chasing the moon. When Grandma Ping said this, her eyes narrowed slightly, as if she was lost in some memories. After a while, she continued, on days with beautiful moonlight, everyone gathered together, drinking fine wine and tea, tasting delicious food, and celebrating the joy of reunion. Later, Emperor Yan Wang integrated these various festivals with the word chasing the moon to commemorate a friend. He used the sky to observe the earth, took the moon as an oath, recalled the past and thought about the present, and reunited happily. This is the moon chasing festival. The kitchen god has made a lot of contributions to Liu. The emperor has always valued righteousness. It is also a kind of friendship, to use this festival to remember his old friends. I guess, those festivals may include the kitchen god festival that once existed. Lady Keqing. Suddenly 1,000 rock army soldier came over and shouted to Keking. Keking turned her head in confusion. HMM. Master Keking, Master Ningguang, please move aside and have a chat. Kai Nianjin replied. Ningguang is looking for me. Keking touched her chin and looked at Ganyu beside her, then refused. I don't have time now. Tell her I'll be there later. Yes. Kai Nianjin said and left. Keking, is it really okay for you not to go when Ningguang looks for you? Ganyu whispered. Don't worry, Ningguang looking for me is probably nothing serious. If there is something, she will send a message. Keking said indifferently. Ganyu listened to Keking's words and nodded. It seems so. Granny Ping was also stunned by Keking's way of handling the matter, and then said, do you want to know who the friend of the emperor is? The friend you are talking about, can't it be the kitchen god? Aang said. Grandma Ping nodded and said, well, you are still so perceptive. There are not so many coincidences in the world. Lost festivals, old friends, of course, are all one thing. The kitchen god is also my good friend. It's a pity that due to some reasons, the kitchen god has long disappeared, and at the same time, he has disappeared from people's memory. Paimeng said with a look of discomfort. Why is it so? No matter who it is a pity. However, the demon god is immortal. We have agreed that when the land is restored to life, the kitchen god may return to the world in some way. Is the demon god immortal? What about the immortals? Aang asked in confusion, and suddenly remembered why he stabbed out a white-haired fox with an Azuma's sword. Immortals. Haha, you have to know that immortals are not as good as demons. They are just wild monsters who have achieved success in acquired cultivation and cannot be regarded as demons. Similarly, the death of ordinary immortals is just like ordinary people, and the world will slowly fade away their existence. Ordinary immortals. What are they? Paimeng asked in confusion. Grandma Ping explained. There are also differences among immortals. In Liu, people with extraordinary abilities are collectively called immortals, and demon gods are also included. Just like the emperor, the leader of all immortals, he is a demon god, and the immortal king is also a demon god, while Zuiyu Zuiang, Lishu Dishan, Yixio Daoshan and others are just ordinary immortals. Paimeng was overwhelmed when he heard this. Is there such a thing? The consciousness left by ordinary immortals will fade over time until one day it completely dissipates, but demon gods will not. As long as there are people who remember them, they will always exist. Even if they are destroyed, there will still be remnants of demon gods. So, demon gods can return. Then will also be resurrected. Paimeng exclaimed. Haha, yes, but this hope is too slim, because demon gods will also be slowly forgotten by people. Grandma Ping said with a smile. Aang suddenly thought of something and asked, then, can Liusu? It's hard to say. Grandma Ping shook her head and said, everything is still unknown. It's too early to draw a conclusion now, but I believe that one day, we will meet again. Chapter 173 Your cooking machine is useless. Xiangling asked, really? That's good. Master must miss the kitchen god too, right? I feel like the tone you use when you talk about the kitchen god is like talking about a very good friend. Granny Ping said melancholy. Yes, the past is really nostalgic. Keking, I can't tell you the answer directly. I guess you think so too, because this process is very important to you, right? That's why you followed Xiangling to ask me instead of going directly to her. Keking nodded and said, yes. Your grandfather also studied the kitchen god. You, who have inherited the puzzle, should pursue these stories yourself. I see. Thank you, Master. Keking thanked him. Granny Ping actually knows Keking's grandfather? Paimeng asked in confusion. Aang glanced at Paimeng and said, isn't this normal? Grandma Ping is an immortal, so it's not surprising that she knows this, right? Grandma Ping smiled and replied, of course, everyone in Liu is my old friend. At that time, her grandfather was about her age, and still a young man. The two of them, grandparents and grandchildren, are really cut from the same cloth. They are serious and persistent in everything, and have the courage to put it into practice. After hearing what Grandma Ping said, Keking shouted embarrassedly, true lord. Haha, but now, his granddaughter is more promising. She will definitely go further in the future after being favored by the Immortal Lord, because we all believe that the Immortal Lord has infinite possibilities for Liu. Yeah, I think Master is very good. Now that I know some things, I feel that I have the ability to surpass the Emperor. Keqing said seriously. Wow. Keqing, how can you say that? Ganyu exclaimed. Grandma Ping smiled and comforted her. I can understand Keqing's thoughts, because as her apprentice, confidence is a good thing. But surpassing the Emperor is not that easy. You still have to work harder. Even Grandma Ping thinks so? Then Keqing is really amazing. Xiangling said excitedly. Surpassing the Emperor, she couldn't even think about it. Haha, all of us immortals have seen Keqing's efforts, even the Emperor. Keqing shouted with a complicated expression, true lord. Granny Ping turned her head and looked at the golden tree in the sky and sighed. Liu is like my most precious bonsai. I have watched it become more and more beautiful and prosperous. In the blink of an eye, another generation has grown up. It's great. Only when there are new flowers on the branches can the trees remain evergreen. I think the Immortal Lord thinks so too. Granny Ping sighed, turned to everyone and said, everyone, your idea of using the stone as a clue to investigate is completely correct. That huge stone is the lost statue of the kitchen god, and all the secrets about the kitchen god are hidden in it. I also want to see the stone. Please take me there to have a look. Maybe we can get to the bottom of it after taking a look. Let's go and see the huge stone. That's fine too. Keqing nodded. So everyone walked towards the direction of the huge stone, and Ningguang happened to be here. Ningguang glanced at Keqing and said, Keqing, aren't you not coming? I just have something to do. It's not like I can't come. Keqing replied expressionlessly. Don't argue. Don't argue. Grandma Ping smiled and mediated. Master. Ningguang hurriedly greeted Grandma Ping who appeared behind her. Forget it. Since Master said so, I'm too lazy to argue with you. Look, there is a crack in the corner of this stone. Ningguang pointed at the boulder and said. Everyone looked at the stone, and sure enough, the smooth and intact stone before had now exploded with cracks. Hey, was it secretly smashed? Peimeng asked in confusion. Ningguang replied, it should be a natural occurrence. Our swords and guns have no effect on it. Xiangling was also puzzled and asked, why did it crack? Grandma Ping looked at the cracked stone and smiled and said, this is because all kinds of folk things are the source of the kitchen god's power. The heat from cooking, the joy of reunion. Haha, if you all work hard, I believe the truth will come out soon. Peimeng pondered, kitchen god, the book says that he is the god in charge of eating. The stone cracked, could it be because someone was desperately cooking? Keqing touched her chin and analyzed, the statue will absorb power from the people. If the kitchen god is in charge of fire and cooking, could it be that the hard work people put into cooking will be passed on to the kitchen god statue? The theme of this year's moon festival is food and mountains and rivers specified by Ningguang. Recently, all the chefs who plan to participate in the competition have been making serious preparations. Peimeng's guess is not impossible. Xiangling added, besides, many people go home for reunion dinner during the moon festival. It's been very lively everywhere recently. With more people, the festive atmosphere is even more vigorous. If the rocks can crack when Liu is bustling, then when it gets busier, will the rocks explode completely? After hearing what Peimeng said, Xiangling said to Granny Ping, it must be right. Right, Master? Granny Ping smiled and said, haha, why not give it a try? It would be even better if it's related to cooking. Ningguang said, this Chef King contest will be held in indoor qualifiers and outdoor finals. Everyone will be able to watch the finals on site, and the atmosphere will definitely be great. Peimeng said excitedly, after the finals, we will be able to see the true face of the kitchen god, right? That's a real possibility, Ningguang replied. I've signed up for the Chef King contest, so I can help you. Xiangling turned to Keqing and said, well, a chef as good as you will definitely make it to the finals. Keqing nodded. Peimeng said with emotion, I heard about the cooking competition. I'm so hungry. Wow, I'm so looking forward to it. It would be great if I could wake up to the finals. Peimeng, you only know how to eat. What else do you know besides eating? Aang complained. Pei Meng replied angrily, "Hey, how can you say that to me? Isn't it because there are too many delicious foods?" Traveler, Pei Meng, tomorrow is the preliminaries of the Cooking King competition. I have to prepare for the Cooking King competition. Let's wait 2 days for this matter. Xiangling said to Aang. Pei Meng smiled and replied, "It's okay. It's just right for us to take a good look around Liu at this time. Xiangling must work hard." "Yeah, I will try my best." After a few days, Aang, let's set off for Aozang Mountain now. Calculating the time, it's the day agreed with Liu and Jifeng's engine. Pei Meng said to Aang, "How do you know that today is the agreed day?" Liu and Jifeng's engine didn't say it was today. Just thinking about this, Aang received a text message from Liu and Jifeng's engine. Aang. After reading the message from Master Liu and Jifeng, Aang and Pei Meng were transported to Aozang Mountain with a tangled look on their faces. They came to the destination mentioned by Master Liu and Jifeng, and Master Liu and Jifeng was already fiddling with 3 boiler-like mechanisms here. "Well, that's good." Master Liu and Jifeng nodded as he investigated. Master Liu and Jifeng turned around and saw Aang coming and said, "Traveler, you came at the right time. This immortal has just installed this mechanism. What is the use of this mechanism?" Aang asked in confusion. True Lord Liu and Jifeng replied, "This mechanism is called the cooking mechanism. It was designed and installed by this immortal personally, and it has endless uses." "Humph, you are so impatient. Be patient, and let this immortal slowly explain it to you." Aang. True Lord Liu and Jifeng saw Aang's confusion and said slowly, "In order to make this cooking mechanism, this immortal consulted countless ancient books. You must know that in cooking, there are several most important things. First, finding ingredients. In cooking, ingredients are of vital importance. In order to search for rare ingredients, countless chefs have worked hard and run around. This immortal's mechanism can first solve this problem. Just start this mechanism, it will automatically find the most suitable ingredients for cooking in the surrounding area, and mark the scent of the ingredients along the way. The chef only needs to follow the path." Speaking of this, True Lord Liu and Jifeng raised his head with a proud look on his face, as if to say that this mechanism is powerful, right? Can't it get it by itself? Aang replied expressionlessly, "Well, I have only been studying it for a short time, so I cannot solve the problem of how the pot can automatically find its way on the rugged mountain road." Aang complained, "It is useless. I remember the pot that Liusu used to cook. As long as she waved her hand, the ingredients would fly into the pot. Your pot can only cook automatically, right?" Master Liu and Jifeng changed the subject and said, "Let's not talk about this. Liusu is different from me and cannot be compared with her. Does Master Liu An know that he is not as good as Liusu?" Pei Meng suddenly said. Master Liu and Jifeng. "Pei Meng, you can talk, so just say more. I will punish you when the time comes." Master Liu and Jifeng thought of this and glanced at Pei Meng and continued, "The second is cooking. This immortal has set up countless mechanical objects in the mechanism. You only need to put in the ingredients, and it will automatically handle it." Aang replied calmly, "Oh. Why are you not surprised?" Master Liu and Jifeng asked in confusion. Aang replied, "This is normal. There are so many mechanisms that can cook automatically." "Many? Why haven't I seen them?" Pei Meng scratched his head in confusion. Aang glanced at Pei Meng and said, "Don't interrupt. Pei Meng. In addition, according to my experience, the most annoying chore for chefs during cooking is cleaning the stove. Otherwise, after a feast, you still have to clean the leftovers in the pot, which is really a bit of a downer." Aang asked, "Do you sell this mechanism?" "The ability to clean the stove is good, so you don't have to wash the pot when you cook outside in the future." Hahaha, "I'm afraid you can't afford this mysterious device of mine." After hearing Aang's words, Master Liu and Jifeng said with satisfaction, "Besides, this mechanism can only be driven by my immortal power at present, so it will be useless if you buy it back." Aang looked at Master Liu and Jifeng with suspicion and said, "What's the difference between what you said and me using the wind element to wash the pot?" Master Liu and Jifeng listened to Aang's words and thought to himself, "Use the wind element to wash the pot? This is indeed worth a try. It's much more convenient than using immortal power." Wendy, you are so noble. You are so great. You use the wind element to wash the pot? Question mark. Speaking of which, this improved version of the mechanical cooking machine has now been completed. At the same time, this immortal has researched some unprecedented delicacies for testing. Improved version? That means Master Liuan also made a mechanical cooking machine before. So what about the previous one? Peimeng discovered the blind spot and asked Master Liuan Jifeng. Zenjin Liuan Jifeng replied, good question. The previous generations of cooking machines could not last more than a minute under the test of a purple-haired woman. Various problems would arise. However, there is no possibility that my mechanism will have any problems. Since there is a problem, I will naturally correct it. The woman with purple hair? You are talking about Aing, right? Peimeng said to Aing. Aing replied, be more confident and put your doubts aside, because Liusu said that Aing could not make a normal delicacy, so it is reasonable for the mechanism of Master Liuan Jifeng to be damaged. Peimeng could not help but complain, why can't a god cook? Ahem, I don't know either. Master Liuan Jifeng replied, I invited you here this time to ask you to help me with a few small favors. Collect those ingredients and cook dishes according to those recipes. The first dish, I hereby name it, Wengxin tofu. To make this dish, you need to cut the tofu into shreds. It's just right to test the knife skills of this mechanism. As for the ingredients, you need to use tofu, ham, bamboo shoots and poultry. I have asked Ganayu to prepare the ingredients. They are here. Having said that, Master Liuan Jifeng shifted her sights to the ingredients she had just prepared. She said in surprise, huh? Where are the bamboo shoots? They were clearly placed here before. Could it be that I was too engrossed when setting up the mechanism and something took advantage of the opportunity to steal them? HMPH, but come on, just in time to let you see the ability of the cooking machine to search for ingredients. Cooking machine, start. After Liuan Jifeng's engine finished speaking, the cooking machine in front of him suddenly opened the lid, and a faint guidance floated to the distance, which must be the location of the bamboo shoots. Traveler, this immortal has activated the mechanism. You follow the breath and go to get my bamboo shoots back. I don't want to go. Aing refused. Liuan Jifeng's engine was puzzled. Huh? I have bamboo shoots here. I'm too lazy to run. Aing replied. Liuan Jifeng's engine. Under Liuan Jifeng's engine's gaze, Aing took out a small pile of bamboo shoots from his backpack. These were all collected next to King's village. The backpack also has a fresh keeping function. Whatever you put in, it will be the same when you take it out. There is no such thing as spoiling. That's good. Liuan Jifeng's engine coughed lightly and said, since the ingredients are ready, we can start cooking later. How do you cook this mechanism? Aing was puzzled. This mechanism, this and that, do you understand? Aing, it feels so troublesome, it's better to do it manually. Ahem, even if it's just a small favor for me. Liuan Jifeng's engine said awkwardly. Okay. Aing sighed helplessly and followed Liuan Jifeng's engine's instructions to activate the mechanism. There are 3 mechanism cooking machines, each with different functions, but Aing needs to master the heat one by one to drive them perfectly, so Aing thinks it's just a very troublesome machine. Yes, that's it. Control the heat of each one and keep them at a certain level. Liuan Jifeng's engine explained on the side. Traveler, left. The one on the left is out of fire. Peimeng shouted anxiously. Let it go with the wind. In order to save trouble, Aing activated the elemental power, and the wind element swept the fire element under the mechanism cooking machine, forming a fire tornado, rolling towards the mechanism on the left. Boom. The mechanism cooking machine, still swept by Aing's fire tornado, exploded. Peimeng. Aing. I knew it would be like this. Liuan Jifeng's engine sighed and said. Then she urged her immortal power, and the cooking machine was intact again, as if the previous explosion had never happened. Facing the doubtful eyes of Aing and Peimeng, Master Liuan Jifeng said unhappily, before, it was because of that purple-haired woman that I had to spend a lot of money on the mechanism to ensure that it could remain intact after the explosion. Aing whispered, Liuan, I still think this mechanism cooking magic machine is not good. It is too troublesome. You have to control the heat and pay attention to other things. It is not convenient at all. Nonsense. My mechanism cooking magic machine is obviously very practical. You only need to control the heat. It is so reliable in processing ingredients and automatically cooking. Your mechanism is really useless. It is the kind that is tasteless to eat and a pity to throw away. Those who can use immortal power can't use your magic machine much. Those who can't use immortal power can't even activate the machine. Not to mention that I can make many in the time it takes to make one dish. Do you have a recipe for Wengsin tofu? Aang asked. Yes, but what do you want to make? Although Master Liuan Jifeng was puzzled, he still handed the recipe to Aang. Watch me. After saying that, Aang took out a pot from her backpack and performed a traveler-style cooking technique in front of Master Liuan Jifeng. True Lord Liuan Jifeng. True Lord Liuan Jifeng said with emotion, hey, your method really doesn't require any machinery. You can make a dish in less than a minute. This immortal has never heard of it. Maybe that's what makes you special. Paimeng asked in confusion, True Lord Liuan, why are you so obsessed with cooking with machinery? True Lord Liuan Jifeng sighed and explained, I'm not afraid to tell you this. You know the day of the Lantern Festival, right? This immortal also made a machinery, but that machinery could only simply process the ingredients and stir fry some ordinary dishes. It couldn't make dishes that test knife skills, such as Wengsin tofu. Moreover, the taste of the food made by the machinery at that time was not very ideal. It could only be said to be edible, and it was still a long way from being delicious, so this immortal thought about improving it. Paimeng asked in confusion, but weren't the dishes made with the machinery delicious on the day of the Lantern Festival? Ganyu, Keking and the others were scrambling to eat them. Even the little one of Yao, who she cared about so much, joined the scramble. Chapter 174, the three-eyed five-manifested immortal Zio hears the call and comes to laugh. It tastes so good, I'm sure you know why, right? Liuan Jifeng replied calmly. Paimeng exclaimed, is it Liusu? Yes, Liusu said at the time that my mechanism was too lousy and the dishes she cooked were nothing. She could find a random Kyokiran to cook better than this mechanism. Although I know this is an exaggeration, I naturally can't help but take it to heart. Is my cooking level worse than that of a Kyokiran? When Liuan Jifeng said this, he looked strange. This is something Liusu can say. Paimeng echoed. Because the people invited at that time included the Emperor, the Immortals, and you, it was naturally impossible to use the experimental version of the magic machine to cook for you, so it was Liusu who activated the mechanism at that time. It's better to say that she cooked it herself than to say that she activated the mechanism. So this immortal is very envious. Liusu has this skill. The dishes she makes are very delicious, but hers are not so good if you eat too much. So I want to make a magic machine for cooking by myself to make a good dish for her. Paimeng concluded. So, Master Liuan made this magic machine for cooking because he felt a little embarrassed to eat and drink for free at Liusu's place. Master Liuan Jifeng. That's the truth. But can it be said? You little thing. Sooner or later I will throw you into the magic machine for cooking and refine it 100 times. Liuan wants us to help cook a meal for Liusu? Aang said, touching his chin. When Master Liuan Jifeng heard what Aang said, he looked up and replied, that's not what I think. Absolutely not. If that's not the case, then I'll leave. Your mechanism is really troublesome. Looking at Aang who was about to leave, Master Liuan Jifeng finally lowered his head and said, okay, yes, I want to make a good dish for her. Then I'll try it again. After that, Aang began to fiddle with the mechanism cooking machine, while Master Liuan Jifeng controlled the heat on the side. After a while, 3 plates of steaming Wengsin tofu came out of the oven. Master Liuan Jifeng used his immortal power to pack them and put them on the table. It looks good, but I don't know how it tastes. Let me try it. Master Liuan Jifeng said, and turned back into a human form, and picked up a portion of Wengsin tofu. You guys try it too, and give me some suggestions. Then we won't be polite. Hearing that there was food, Paimeng walked to the table with a smile. Delicious. Paimeng tasted it and exclaimed, well, it tastes good, but it's still a little worse than that. Liuan took a bite and frowned. Aang commented, it's already very good, a little better than what I made. Haha, you are worthy of being an immortal. Look at the technology of processing tofu, but I still have to adjust the cooking machine again to try to do better. In a while, I may ask you for help again. At that time, you must not refuse, and don't tell her about this. Aang nodded and said, okay, we know, don't worry. Paimeng replied with a smile. Liuan, I'm not at all relieved when you say that. Then you can leave on your own. Paimeng suddenly said, then let's go back first. I don't know what happened to Xiangling. Hey, Xiangling sent us a message and asked us to go to Wanmin Hall to find her. Aang. This feeling of being pinched by fate by the back of the neck made Aang very uncomfortable, but she had to go. Why are these things happening one after another? Can't let people rest. Thinking of this, Aang and Paimon went to Wanmin Hall to look for Xiangling. Paimon walked to the front of Wanmin Hall and called out, Xiangling, we are here. Xiangling came out excitedly and said to the two of them excitedly, Traveler, Paimon, I have successfully passed the preliminaries of the Chef King competition. Really? That's great. Paimon agreed happily. You passed just by showing off your skills. Ah, a hero never brags about his past achievements. I have something to trouble you today. I tried to cook some dishes, and I would like to ask everyone to try and give some opinions. Traveler, would you like to have a bite first? Aang replied, unfortunately, we just ate before. Although Paimeng agreed with Aang's words, he mainly remembered the strange dishes that Xiangling had made before, and hurriedly suggested, yes. Besides, we often eat your cooking, so we may not be very objective. To be on the safe side, it would be better to find a few more people to try the dishes. Xiangling nodded and said, good idea. Let me think about it. Well, the first person I want to ask her to try the dishes is Sister Bidao. Based on the idea that it is better to let a friend die than to let the poor Taoist die, Paimeng hurriedly agreed. Bidao does give people a sense of reliability, so let's go find her. She should be at the dock now. I'll put the dishes into the food boxes, and we'll go to the dock to take a look. After Xiangling finished speaking, she hurried back to Wanmin Hall to prepare to pack the prepared food. Paimeng looked at Xiangling who was leaving, and said to Aang, what strange dishes did Xiangling prepare again? I'm so curious. Aang replied, you'll know if you try it. Paimeng shook his head and said, forget it, not to mention that we ate from Liuan's engine. Even if we didn't eat, I wouldn't dare to try Xiangling's strange dishes. Traveler, Paimeng, I'm ready. Let's go to the dock to find Sister Bidao now. After Aang and Paimeng talked for a while, Xiangling also came out of Wanmin Hall with a food box. Then let's go. After Paimeng finished speaking, everyone walked towards the direction of the dock. Xiangling, what's in your food box? Paimeng asked curiously, while walking and looking at the food box in Xiangling's hand. Hey, this is a new dish I made, Paimeng, do you want to try it? Xiangling handed the food box in her hand to Paimeng, and said with a smile. Paimeng quickly refused. No, it's for Bidao. I won't taste it. It's okay, you can go back and get another one now. If you want to eat, I'll go back and get you one. Xiangling stopped and said seriously. Paimeng explained, I'm just curious, and Aang and I have really eaten before. If you give the food box to Bidao, I will know, so let's speed up. Everyone came to the dock and found that Bidao was indeed here. At the same time, she was talking to a black-skinned woman dressed like a rock band. Found it, Bidao and Xinayan are together. Paimeng walked up to the two and said to Aang. Xiangling ran up with the food box and greeted, Sister Bidao, Xinayan, did I disturb you? Hearing Xiangling's voice, Bidao and Xinayan turned their heads at the same time. Bidao smiled and said, Xiangling, you came at the right time. We were just talking about you. Crossing Yan took over the topic and explained. Sister Bidao said that, if we are free, we can go to the boat to play together. Our brothers miss us very much. You guys have such a good relationship. Paimeng looked at Bidao, Crossing Yan, and Xiangling and sighed. Xiangling smiled and explained. Yes, Sister Bidao and Xinayan are both mild customers. Sometimes I go to help cook on Sister Bidao's boat, and Xinayan recently said that he would go to the boat to perform. After Xiangling finished speaking, Xinayan said to Aang and Paimeng, good music should be shared by everyone. Come and play together when you have time. By the way, I have entered the finals of this year's Chef King competition. I just made some dishes to prepare for the competition. Can you please try them and give me some advice? Bidao smiled and nodded. Okay, it's just right for drinking. Zingayan also agreed. I'm just hungry. Let me try it. Then you try it. After Xiangling finished speaking, she opened the food box in front of Bidao and Zingayan. It looks good. Bidao commented on the dishes. Let me try it. Zingayan picked up a piece of meat and stuffed it into his mouth. How is it? Xiangling asked expectantly. Oh, the Furan chicken slices you made are so delicious. Zingayan praised Xiangling. Bidao also tasted it. I'm so lucky to have such a good dish to go with wine. Ha ha ha. After saying that, Bidao took out the wine pot placed aside and took a sip, then exhaled comfortably. It's delicious. So it's delicious? HMM. Paimeng looked at Bidao and Zingayan who were eating happily and scratched his head with some regret. Aang asked in confusion, didn't we eat it before? Her eating was different from what Paimeng said. Paimeng just didn't want to eat weird things, but she could still eat delicious food, and Aang's eating was really eating. This is different. Paimeng said vaguely. But, Aang, do you think they are all cheerful? Paimeng changed the subject. What do you mean by cheerful? Aang glanced at Paimeng and said. Paimeng replied, it's about making friends. People like this are easy to get along with. Then do you think Liusu, Zhongli, Aang, Wendy, and Yi Shenzi are cheerful? Aang suddenly asked. Paimeng. Paimeng hesitated for a moment and replied, they are too cheerful. However, there are 3 dishes here, lotus chicken slices, lele dishes, and crystal shrimps. The overall taste is so refreshing. Bidao commented after eating. Can you describe these 3 dishes as refreshing? Paimeng scratched his head after hearing Bidao's words. Bidao explained, we who are always drifting on the sea don't have so many choices. On weekdays, if we sail far, we have to save on food. So, as soon as we return to land, we want to eat some hot dishes with strong flavors and heavy oils. Bidao and Miss Ningguang have completely opposite tastes. Paimeng spread his hands and replied. Crossing Yan nodded and said, yes. Sister Bidao's taste is more like Xiangling and me. Ningguang. Don't mention that woman, alas. Bidao was furious when talking about Ningguang. While the others were talking, Aang found Guoba who was strolling nearby and invited him. Guoba, they are having a great time. Shall we play another round? Lu. Guoba nodded happily after hearing what Aang said. Let's play something different this time. This is a new game I got, called Journey to Liu. It's the same. We roll the dice and control the movement of the chess pieces. Each step has different events. Each person starts with 10,000 mora. The rule to win the game is to keep playing until the other party has no mora. Aang said as she unfolded the chessboard. Lu. Guoba nodded, indicating that he understood. While Aang and Guoba were playing chess, Bidao continued, she and I have very different tastes. We can't eat from the same bowl. But the last time I saw you guys chatting, I always felt that you had a good relationship. Paimon said with some doubt. Equally matched is also a kind of balance. Although I really have nothing to say about her boiled cabbage. After listening to Bidao's complaints, Crossing Yan nodded and agreed. I understand. Boiled cabbage is top notch, but it looks exquisite, but it is actually very boring. It's not like some dishes, which feel like bursting when you put them in your mouth. Xinyan, do you also think these dishes are light? After listening to the two people's arguments, Xiangling asked Crossing Yan. Crossing Yan replied, compared to being light, I think it seems to lack a little rhythm. Yes, these dishes are beautiful, but if you want to take them to participate in the competition, they may lack a little momentum. Momentum? I know. Xian Shiro Kyang. Paimeng suddenly said as he thought of something. Bidao touched his chin and said, Xian Shiro Kyang is indeed a good delicacy, whether in terms of rich taste or quality, but one bad thing is that it is too expensive. Not only are the ingredients expensive, but it also takes a long time to cook. Xiangling replied, Paimeng, how can you take Xian Shiro Kyang to participate in the competition? Moreover, during the competition, it is made with the ingredients on the field. It is impossible to make a complete Xian Shiro Kyang. That's right. Paimeng scratched his head and said. But Aang can make it. Paimeng suddenly thought of something and said. Travelers are different. Their cooking methods cannot be observed according to common sense. Xiangling continued. Besides, Xianxiao Kyang is originally a delicacy of the immortals. Otherwise it would not be named this. Now this dish has spread throughout Liu Harbor, and almost every store has it. However, the taste of each store is a little different, but the process required in the middle is not small. If Xianxiao Kyang is made in a short time, it will not have that taste. As a chef, this incomplete delicacy is absolutely not acceptable. But what exactly do crossing yan mean by rhythm and momentum? Having said this, Xiangling touched her chin and fell into deep thought. Crossing yan explained, as for rhythm, Xiangling must understand it. But I'm only good at music, and I'm far inferior to her in cooking. You can just listen to my suggestions. No, Xinyan and Sister Bidao are right. Rhythm, momentum. Yes, that's it. Xiangling thought for a while and said, I was thinking about it when I was cooking. Although it is a new combination, it seems to lack something that makes the final decision, lacks the feeling of the finishing touch. She seems to be very inspired, but do cooking and music really have something in common? Paimon flew to Aang's side and asked her, I don't know, isn't it okay to have hands for cooking? Go over quickly and don't disturb me and go over playing chess. Aang replied with a wave of her hand impatiently. Paimon. Okay, then you play slowly. Paimon flew back with a tangled face. Guoba, the mora in your hand, is like a candle in the wind, and the first victory is mine. Aang suddenly said to Guoba. Guoba was shocked, and the dice in his hand fell to the ground, and then rolled a 5. Lu. Guoba moved his chess piece forward 5 steps with a painful look on his face, just to the Liu port, Aang's property. Aang said to Guoba expressionlessly, look, you can continue to bet on other items, but you chose the most expensive one, which is the Liu port, that I upgraded 3 times. Here's 13,600 mora. Lu. Because he didn't have enough mora, Guoba could only start to mortgage his assets with a look of discomfort. In the end, all his assets plus the mora in his hand were given to Aang, but he was still short of 100 mora. Guoba, who had no mora, finally declared bankruptcy, and Aang won the first round of Journey to Liu. Guoba, who was not convinced, was ready to call Aang to the next round. Guoba, you can't beat me in chess, but I'm not afraid of anyone when it comes to luck. Aang looked at Guoba with a smug look on her face and said, Lu. Although Guoba couldn't stand Aang's hateful face when she won, Guoba had to admit that Aang's luck in throwing dice was really good. I've thought of it. I have a direction for improvement. Xiangling suddenly shouted loudly. Guoba and Aang, who were playing chess on the side, turned their heads at the same time. Crossing Yan smiled and said, just be brave and try it. You are so good, you can definitely get the first place. There is no chef better than you in the whole Liu port. Right, Sister Bidao? Bidao listened to Crossing Yan's words and agreed with a smile. After all, Xiangling is also the celebrity chef I think the most. There are not many people in the world who are favored by me, Bidao. Xiangling listened to what everyone said, smiled a little embarrassedly and said, I will try my best. Thank you. Then you go ahead, Zilan and I will go to the boat. Paimeng said, see you next time. Bidao waved to Paimeng and left with Crossing Yan. Seeing the 2 people leaving, Paimeng turned to Xiangling and suggested, Xiangling, the people you just found all have heavy tastes, is it okay? Do you want to find someone with lighter tastes to ask? That's right, Sister Bidao likes heavy oil and hot stir fry. Zilan can eat spicy food. Well, I should ask again. People with light tastes. Hey, Aang, do you have any recommendations? Paimeng asked Aang who was playing chess next to him. If you ask me this, it seems that there is indeed one. Aang replied. Paimeng asked in confusion. Who? You know, Armin Tofuo, it's that person. Are we going to Wang Xuan again? What? Who? Xiangling interrupted. Didn't you see him last time? Paimeng replied. Xiangling asked excitedly, are you talking about the immortal in Wang Xuan? Paimeng nodded and said, yes. Then let's go to Wang Xuan as soon as possible. The immortal's taste should give me a lot of inspiration. Xiangling said excitedly. You don't have to go to Wang Shuin. Are you stupid? Didn't he say that if you have something to do, just call his name and he will come? Aang rolled her eyes at Pei Meng. Now that the game of chess has reached a critical moment, she doesn't want to leave. Pei Meng scratched his head embarrassedly and said, oh, right, I forgot. But, can you really hear your name if you call it? Otherwise, let's find a secluded place to try. Isn't our place secluded? There's no one here, so we can just stay here, Aang said without raising her head. Pei Meng suggested, okay, then the three of us will take turns to call and try. Xiangling pointed at herself with a surprised look and said, hey, I want one too. I'll go first, cough cough. Pei Meng moistened his throat and shouted, Zhao. After waiting for a while, Xiangling saw that nothing happened, scratched her head and said, it seems there is no response. Pei Meng said unconvinced, I'll try again, Zhao. After a long time again, there was still no response, let alone Zhao. There was not even a bird next to him. Pei Meng scratched his head and said to the others, no way, is he unwilling to come? Well, will he really come if we call him? He is an immortal. Xiangling said hesitantly. Well, it seems it's not us, but someone among us. Pei Meng said this and cast his eyes towards Aang who was playing chess. Xiangling nodded and said, is that so? Then you, the traveler, give it a try. Pei Meng is really like joining in the fun. Pei Meng scratched his head embarrassedly after hearing Xiangling's words and said, woo woo. Well, let Aang call it. Aang looked at Pei Meng helplessly and shouted, Zhao. What's the matter? The three-eyed and five-manifested immortal Zhao came to laugh, bushy, as he was summoned. As soon as Aang's voice fell, everyone heard Zhao's voice coming from above. Wow. Xiangling heard the voice, looked up and saw Zhao, showing a shocked expression. Pei Meng exclaimed, he's really here. Zhao ignored Pei Meng and Xiangling and asked Aang, you called my name, right? Yes, I didn't expect you to really come. Aang nodded. Zhao replied indifferently, I will do what I promised you. Chapter 175, The Turn of Times. You appeared in the blink of an eye. You are worthy of being an immortal. Pei Meng looked at Zhao standing on a high place and asked curiously, but why does Zhao always like to stand in high places? Humph, disrespectful to the immortal master. Hearing Pei Meng's words, Zhao's mouth twitched. Xiangling said to Zhao, you are really the great sage who conquers demons. Your name is Zhao, right? Hello, I asked the traveler to call you here. My name is Xiangling, and I'm a chef. While Xiangling introduced herself, Guoba sat opposite the traveler, playing chess while waving his short hands at Zhao above. I have entered the finals of this year's Chef King competition. I made some dishes before the competition, and wanted to invite diners of all tastes to taste them. I remember you, but, diners, I count as well. Zhao said, and appeared in front of everyone with a teleportation. Xiangling replied, yes. The traveler said, that you have a light taste, and you are the person I need to find. If possible, I would like to ask you to try the dishes I cooked, and give me some advice. Zhao did not answer, but turned to look at Aang next to him. Aang played chess with Guoba in silence, but Zhao's eyes were always looking at this side, and no one spoke again, as if the topic could not go on without her answer. Facing Xiangling's expectant eyes, Aang said, then, please help Xiangling. Zhao nodded when he heard Aang's answer and said, since it is your request, okay, great. Xiangling was overjoyed when she heard Zhao's agreement. She took out the prepared food box and handed it to Zhao and said, this is the food I prepared. Try it. Zhao saw that the food made by Xiangling looked good. He picked up the prepared chopsticks and tasted it. He closed his eyes and tasted it slowly. Zhao. Pei Meng looked at the silent Zhao and suddenly opened his eyes and asked in some doubt, how is it? Is it edible? Don't force yourself. Zhao replied expressionlessly, it tastes good. Oh, really? Xiangling asked in disbelief. Oh my god, the immortal praised my cooking. Will my dad cry if he knows? It's not that exaggerated, right? Isn't there an immortal who always eats at your place? Pei Meng scratched his head and said, it's different. This is the immortal who personally praised my cooking. The immortal who often eats at our restaurant would not say that your cooking is delicious, and sometimes he would be picky about the taste, although she is right. Paimeng suddenly realized, is that the case? Xiao said, you are good at this, which reminds me of a chef. That person can make good dishes that enrich the soul, and so can you. You are both masters. Do you think the person Xiao is talking about is Yan Xiao? Paimeng asked Aang. Aang replied, you're right. Xiao stroked his chin and said to Xiangling, if I must say, the flavors of the two side dishes are a bit too strong for me. If they are slightly modified, they can be the finishing touch. It's just my personal opinion. Don't worry about it. It's up to you whether to use it as a reference or not. After listening to Xiao's opinion, Xiangling nodded and said, yeah, side dishes. I'll take note of them. Thank you, immortal. It's nice to meet you. Xiangling thanked Xiao. Xiao nodded and said to Aang, who was sitting next to him, well, then I'll go back first. Yeah, thank you. Aang replied. See you later. After hearing Aang's reply, Xiao disappeared from the spot. I didn't expect that he really showed up. Paimeng asked Aang, do you think he will show up if we call him again now? Xiao. Aang suddenly shouted. Xiao's figure appeared in front of everyone again. He asked Aang, is there anything else? Aang replied, Paimeng wants to talk to you. Hearing Aang's words, Xiao shifted his gaze to Paimeng. Paimeng. No, Aang called you. It's none of my business. Paimeng waved his hand and said. Aang stood up and took out a huge food box from the space and said to Xiao, you left too fast before. I haven't paid you yet. This is. Xiao looked at the food box that was taller than him, and his mouth twitched slightly. Aang replied, almond tofu. What's in it? Yes, there are about 90 plates. This box is a fresh keeping food box made by Liuan's engine. It won't go bad. Xiao. I'm not asking about whether it's bad or not. How long will it take to eat so much almond tofu? In that case, thank you very much. Anything else? Xiao was about to leave, but he thought of something and continued to ask Aang. Aang replied, it's really gone this time. Well, then I'm leaving. Xiao left with a food box full of almond tofu. Aang looked at Xiao leaving and asked Paimeng, Paimeng, do you want to call me again? No need. I was just joking, but you really called me. I was scared to death by the look in Xiao's eyes just now. Paimeng said, holding his chest. Xiangling suddenly said, Traveler, Paimeng, after 2 rounds of tasting, I already have an idea. Paimeng replied excitedly, that's good. It's worth it for us to find 3 people. I'll go back and try a few more times while I have inspiration now. Thank you. Xiangling seemed to have thought of something and said, the finals will be held on Yujing Terrace tomorrow. Remember to come and see it. Well, you should do your best too. Paimeng replied. Aang, come on. Thank you, I will definitely do it. Goodbye. Xiangling said and left with the rice crust. There shouldn't be anything to do today, right? Let's go back. I'm tired after running all day. Aang said. Paimeng replied, hey, let's go back and rest. It's getting late. After returning home, Aang fell asleep on the bed and was too lazy to even open Genshin Impact. She ran around all day and had nothing to do most of the time. She was not tired physically, but mainly mentally. The next day, Aang was awakened by Paimeng. Aang, it's time. Let's go to Yujing quickly. Paimeng said to the dazed Aang. Aang yawned and said, I know. Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Aang got up slowly, then washed her face with water from the wind element, rinsed her mouth, and Aang and Paimeng started walking towards Yujing. Aang, Paimeng, what a coincidence. Hey, Liusu, Nashida, and Shenzi and Aang, hello. Paimeng turned around and shouted in surprise when he heard the familiar voice. Aang nodded and said, hello. Nashida waved and said, hello. Oh, the traveler has been so busy lately. I can't see you in Liu. Ye Godson said with a smile, covering his mouth. Aang, do you think I want to? I don't want to at all. It's all Paimeng's fault. It's all Paimeng's fault. Is Liusu also going to watch the chef competition? Paimeng asked. Well, not only that, I also mixed in among the judges. Liusu replied with a smile. After hearing what Liusu said, Payman scratched his head and said, why do you use the word mixed? It always feels weird. Hey. Payman. Liusu, long time no see. Aang smiled and greeted Liusu after seeing Payman finish speaking. Haha, long time no see. I can't slack off again. Liusu sighed. Aang. I can't expose you. You are either slacking off or on your way to slacking off every day. But you are really something. You just hang up and let the great compassion tree king replace you. This is something that no normal person can do. Payman asked in confusion. Liusu, don't you slack off every day? Liusu glanced at Payman, shook his head and sighed. You don't understand. This matter involves a lot. I can only say that those who understand understand, and I can't tell you too much about those who don't understand. Payman asked Aang next to him with a question mark on his head. Aang, do you understand what Liusu said? I understand. Aang replied. Hearing Aang say that he understood, Payman hurriedly said, then tell me about it. Aang replied seriously, just like Liusu said, there are too many things involved in this matter. I can't tell you too much. I can only say that those who understand understand. What about the Son of God and Aang? Payman asked the 8 sons of God, and Aang without giving up. I have the same idea as a traveler. It's hard to say. Yi Shenzi said with a smile. Aang replied expressionlessly, me too. This matter does involve a lot of things, and cannot be said. Payman. So you will understand, and I'm the only one who doesn't? So angry. Let's go. The Chef King competition should be starting soon. Liusu said. Shenzi, Aang, are you guys coming to watch the Chef King competition too? Aang asked. Yi Shenzi covered his mouth and smiled and said, I'm here to watch, but Aang is a contestant in the Chef King competition as a special guest. Payman heard what Yi Shenzi said, gave up his doubts, and exclaimed, is Aang really going to participate in the Chef King competition? Of course, otherwise I would have lied to you. Yi Shenzi replied. But, how did Aang enter the finals? Payman asked puzzled. Aang said, Payman, didn't the Son of God say that Aang is a special guest? But, Payman wanted to say something. Forget it, it's not my turn to eat anyway, so let's just leave it at that. As they walked and talked towards the Yujing terrace, Payman followed behind, scratching his head, feeling that he couldn't get in on the topic. Looking at Aang's smile, Payman was a little angry. Why could Aang chat with them so happily, while he was just an outsider? This reminded Payman of the time when he was talking to Xiangling and others before. Aang could only sit aside and play chess with Guoba, and couldn't get in on the topic at all. Payman. Well, there is an old saying in Liu, it seems to be, Feng Shui turns around. Today is my turn. Thinking of this, Payman felt even more uncomfortable. When everyone walked to the Yujing terrace, Zhechen Langshi's engine looked at Liusu and shouted in surprise, why are you here? Oh, Ping, why are you still like this? Liusu turned her head and said after hearing what Zhechen Langshi's engine said. Zhechen Langshi's engine sighed and replied, alas, I'm used to this look. I feel more comfortable with this look outside. Besides, everyone in Liu is already familiar with my current appearance. Liusu nodded and said, it's up to you. Are you here to watch the chef competition? Zhechen Langshi's engine asked in confusion. Well, I haven't celebrated the moon chasing festival before. This year, there are quite a lot of people, so I want to experience it. Liusu replied. That's right, these two must be the one from Inazuma and her family, right? Zhechen Langshi's engine looked at Aang and Yajia Shenzi and said. Aang nodded and said, yeah. Yajia Shenzi was looked at by Zhechen Langshi's engine like this, and she remembered the fear she had been dominated by Liu Yunji Feng's engine before. She couldn't help but shrink behind Aang because she felt that Zhechen Langshi's engine and Liu Yunji Feng's engine in front of her were the same kind of people. Seeing the action of Yi Shenzi, Zhechen Langshi's engine smiled and joked, haha, why are you a little fox afraid of people? Haha, no. Yi Shenzi looked at Zhechen Langshi's engine's loving smile and spoke a little unnaturally. Yi Shenzi whispered in Aang's ear, Aang, let's go quickly. Why? Hasn't the Chef King competition in front started yet? Aang looked at the venue that was still being set up and asked in confusion. "Oh, everyone is here." Hearing the voice, everyone turned around and saw Wendy, Zhongli and Ruotuo walking here with Klee. Payman said first, "Wendy? Why are you here?" "Hey, of course we are here to participate in the Chef King competition. Liusu asked us to support the scene." Wendy replied. "Honorary Knight's sister, Nashida's sister, hello." Klee greeted Nashida and Aang happily. Nashida ran over excitedly. "Little Klee." Payman asked in confusion. "Support? Support for whom?" Wendy was about to answer. "Of course ahem." Aang coughed twice suddenly, signaling everyone not to continue this topic. "Hey, guess." Wendy hurriedly changed the subject. "Who else?" "Of course, it's to support our Aang. What if something goes wrong during the game?" Yishinko laughed and revealed. Aang shouted loudly, "Son of God." "Oh, isn't this just to satisfy Payman's curiosity? Anyway, she will know it later." Yishinko replied. "Aang, although I said so, it's embarrassing for you to say it directly. Do you want to be explained again?" Aang looked at Yishinko expressionlessly. The smile on Yishinko's face suddenly froze at Aang's answer. Yishinko hurriedly refused. No need. I think you just deserve to be punished." Aang glanced at Yishinko and continued. "Yi Shenzi, why did Aang, who knew nothing before, become like this?" He was no match for her at all. Yi Shenzi had tried to resist before, but Aang's methods against him were completely ineffective when used on him. This made Yi Shenzi become autistic. Every time the opponent hits you, it hits you critically and breaks your defense, but when you counterattack, the opponent is immune. How can you play this game? Thinking of this, Yi Shenzi looked at Liusu with resentment. It was all this woman's fault. She made his Aang completely changed. "Why are you looking at me?" Liusu noticed Yi Shenzi's gaze, turned around and looked at Yi Shenzi and said. Yi Shenzi opened his mouth, but finally gave up the idea of saying that sentence, and replied weakly, "Nothing." TSK. Liusu didn't hear the wise words, and looked at Yi Shenzi with some regret. "Yi Shenzi, it was a close call. I almost fell for this woman's trick. She must have had bad intentions just now. Fortunately, I was smart, and didn't take the bait." Liusu touched her chin, and looked around and suddenly said, "By the way, do you think this Yujing terrace is too empty? What's wrong? Aren't there a lot of people here? How can it be empty?" Payman asked in confusion. Liusu replied, "I think we should add something to the Yujing terrace." Wendy asked, "Add what?" Zhongli had a bad feeling when he heard Liusu's words. Liusu thought for a while and replied, "Well, I went to Mondstadt and Inazuma and found that these two countries have their own statues. I searched for a circle in Liu, but I didn't find the statue of the god of rock. So, I think we should set up a statue of the god of rock on the Yujing terrace for everyone to admire." Zhongli. Wendy also echoed, Liu is also planning to build a statue? I think it's okay. After all, among our three countries, only your country doesn't have one. Zumi doesn't count, and neither of them cares about it. I think this is feasible." Aang also nodded. Even the calm Zhongli couldn't suppress his complaints at this time. He couldn't help but say, "Can't you ask my opinion? Let's vote by raising our hands." Counting the 5 of us plus Aang, there are 6 people in total. Those who agree to build the statue raise their hands. As soon as Liusu finished speaking, Nashida and Wendy raised their hands directly. Aang looked around and raised his hand silently. Aang looked at the god's unreliable behavior with a tangled face, but she glanced at Liusu, Nashida, and Wendy, who was blinking at her, as if there was sand in her eyes. Seeing this, Aang also raised her hand helplessly. Zhongli, look, 4-2, so the statue is approved. Liusu said with a smile. Zhongli said expressionlessly, "I think this is inappropriate. Wendy, Aang and others are outsiders after all, and they can't make decisions for Liu. Then let Liu decide internally. I count as Liu, right?" Liusu said. Although Zhongli didn't know what Liusu was going to do, he still nodded and said, "Forget it. Ruotu is also from Liu, right?" Liusu continued. Hearing this, Zhongli understood Liusu's thoughts a little, but he could only answer, "Forget it. Aang has done so much for Liu, so it can be considered Liu, right?" Zhongli. Ping, come here. Liusu shouted to Genshin Langshi's engine. Genshin Langshi's engine whispered, I won't go over, right? Liusu said with a fierce face, come over if I want you to. Why are there so many things? This is a big event for Liu. How can I leave you out? Genshin Langshi's engine. To be honest, I really don't want to participate in such a big event. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.